Welcome to Tally Talks, a fan podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by my job. Today I'm joined by Tis Me JT, and we will be talking about Tally Hall and some of the stuff that has been cooking this past week, especially since there's been all sorts of cryptic things happening. And also I think right now, about right now is when Andrew is performing for Jukebox the Ghost. If someone showed up with him, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, so if you want to introduce yourself a bit.
So I used to run a really cringy YouTube channel dedicated to like theme parks and stuff. Um, Emma and I have been friends for about 4 years, and then I got into Tally Hall around like 2021. I don't even remember. I think I heard Ruler of Everything in like a meme or something. So I decided to check it out and thought, oh, this is a pretty cool song. And then yeah, I just went down the rabbit hole from there.
There was no escape.
No, no. But yeah, we're cool. We were able to meet in real life a few months ago at Universal. That was
Oh
fun.
yeah. I think we
Um,
first became online friends in like May 2019 or something like that.
yeah, 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 like you found me over like a Lego Movie song,
Heck
and I
yeah.
had that Spider-Verse profile picture.
Oh yeah.
So it's good to know I was obsessed with Spider-Verse even back then, and
Yep.
still am. I have like a whole Pinterest board dedicated to Spider-Verse.
Same. My
Oh, real.
YouTube channel, Awesome Jedi E, for a bit was going to be just entirely Spider-Verse themed, and then the Tally Hall obsession hit.
You know, that would actually be a really cool spin-off channel.
Spider-Verse.
Yeah, name it like
Oh
Spider
yeah.
Emma or something.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We'll have to think about it. We'll have to see. We'll see how much of my interests take up my brain at one time.
Real, real.
But yeah, so you mentioned, being like Tally Hall fan since about 2021. Over that
Hmm.
time, is there like some random thing that you've known or done that you'd say the average Tally Hall fan might not? Like, what's something you feel like stands out, your bragging rights?
About being a Tally Hall fan.
Yeah.
Um, Probably I used to play this really goofy game called Rec Room, and I put a button in my dorm room that played Good Day on a loop, and I'm kind of proud of that.
That is
It's not
beautiful.
like,
That is.
oh, and also I decided to work on like a Rec Room music video themed with Good Day, but I never finished it. My little Rec Room guy playing the. Oh, this is before they add the update where you could like sit in chairs. So I just had to clip into the sofa.
So yeah, but
Wait, I
that's
may
cool
have.
though. So did you have to like set a virtual camera in different
Yeah,
locations
yeah.
for
They have
that?
like so the PC version of it has like a virtual camera you can like set up, and then if you like go through OBS, you can like tinker around with it, and it'll record your gameplay.
Oh,
Pretty
that's
cool.
awesome. You also did the wish, the Tally Hall one wish
Oh
recreation.
yes, yes, I love that. I love that. Yes, I remember that. Hmm.
That was one where I sent it to Andrew Horowitz and he left it on red, but he
Oh,
saw the
wait, that means he's aware
message.
of it and probably watched it, but just
Yeah,
forgot to respond.
he just, yep, it's just, average Tally Hauler interaction. He probably gets sent all sorts of random stuff.
Probably.
Yeah, so next, we can talk about what's been cooking this past week. So yeah, maybe
Okay.
I'll start off to your knowledge, what is going on?
Um, some guy that was in like Tally Hall's like management is like sending out tweets and stuff, and some people are insane enough to think that Tally Hall is reuniting.
Yeah,
I just know that's not
yeah,
going to happen though.
yeah. For me, I definitely feel like, yeah, everyone's kind of moved on to their own things. But
Hmm.
the Tally Hall fandom is insane enough.
For sure, for sure.
But yeah, so the Matt also
Literally
like
every fandom I'm a part of is insane in some way, shape, or form.
honestly, is it even a fandom if they aren't insane?
That's true.
But yeah, I still don't really think that Tally Hall will get back together, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. I'm totally willing to be
Same.
proven wrong, but
Same.
I'm just gonna sit on they'll work on individual stuff from now.
Same.
So yeah, so the guy is Matthew from Treetown Sound, which
Okay.
is a radio station in Ann Arbor, and so like Tally Hall
Okay.
performed in there, like, you know, when they were
I'm
active
sure
and
their
stuff, and
songs
he was
got
like,
a lot of play. What songs could they have played though? Probably
they did some different
a
live
bidding.
stuff.
I could probably have seen like bidding or greener, maybe.
Yeah. And then
Those are probably.
I know there was Misery Fell, and they actually did a recording of that one live.
Oh, that's cool.
Um, and what was interesting was it was like last Saturday, I think, where Matthew was being all cryptic. He was like, tune in to the radio at 6 p.m. And so one of the things he did was he had done a replay of that live recording from 2009 of Misery
Ah,
Fell.
Misery
Then
Fell is
that
a
was
really
when
underrated song, but Just Apathy is one of my favorites. It's so underrated.
I know
I yearn for the day when I find another Just Apathy stan.
Just Apathy is pretty good. I kind of like sometimes I'll forget it was on there, and then I was listening through Marvin's again, and I was like, oh man, I
Yeah,
still love that song. I love I love all the Tally Hall songs.
same.
Honestly, Just Apathy though, man.
Yeah.
And then for sure, like Good and Evil
hmm
is just overall very underrated in my
I was
opinion.
never really
So
able to get into Good and Evil like I did with Marvin's, but it's still a solid album.
yeah, they're just definitely different vibes, but
hmm
still cool. And Misery Fell, my beloved.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was an interesting one where yeah, he replayed that live recording from like over 10 years ago. Probably
Yeah.
15 years ago. Yeah, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Man. And then he had also been like, "Oh yeah, one of the Tally Hall members is working on a side project." And then
hmm
he also hinted at there being like a performance type thing going
I
on.
think I think the most likely scenario is just another Coach and Dip album, which admittedly, um, I haven't really listened to Coach and Dip a lot. I listened to some of Joe Hawley's solo album, and like I wasn't really feeling it.
Mm.
I mean, it was pretty fun.
It was
Wait,
very
didn't it get?
goofy.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it had that like Disneyland song where
Yeah.
he was just going
The
Joe Hawley, Joe
electric
Hawley, Joe Hawley, Joe Hawley.
yeah. Main Street Electric Parade, but it's just Joe Hawley attacks.
Dude, imagine if Disney actually played that version. Just you're walking around, you're like watching the electric parade at Disneyland, and then and then you expect to hear the normal song, but then you just hear Joe Holly Joe. Wait,
Tally Hall
didn't that
Disneyland Takeover 1.
wait, didn't that album get taken off Spotify or something?
So the reversed version of the album got taken off
Oh,
Spotify because it was uploaded with DistroKid, but
oh,
DistroKid got hacked. So
2020. Wait,
yeah,
okay, that's weird. Okay, I thought this album came out in like 2016. Why does it say 2020?
because it used a bunch of samples that
Oh,
apparently Joe wasn't legally able to use. And
oh,
so he only had it reversed on Bandcamp for the longest time and reversed
hmm,
on Spotify. But then it got to the point where then they had all of the rights to actually use all of the samples. I guess it was this huge misunderstanding thing between the company he was
ah,
working with or whatever. But yeah,
yeah,
so that's why it says 2020, even though it came out much earlier than then. That was just when the unreversed version of the album became available.
hmm, hmm.
But
I see.
yeah, but I think for the most part, like Tally Hall fans are sort of like vaguely aware of the different side projects people have, but they're definitely different
Yeah,
vibes
for
from
sure.
Tally Hall.
For sure.
So yeah, so things like Kojum Dip, you know, there's a
Mm-hmm.
few ones, but it's also a lot more like metal
Yeah.
type sounding stuff.
I actually
So
might like that. I actually might like that.
yeah, Moon Waltz is great. Um, yeah, there's some fun different ones on there.
Yeah.
Joe Holly, the other side
Mm-hmm.
project. Then there's Rob
Joe
Cantor's
Holly. Oh,
Not a Trampoline.
I love Rob Cantor's music so much.
Same, same.
I'm
But
gonna win is so good.
yes. Yeah, that was one. That's the other interesting thing of all of the Tally Hall like side project albums is
Mm-hmm.
they've all had like skeletons of prior Tally Hall
Yeah.
songs live through
Yeah,
them.
for sure. I could definitely see Ghost and I'm gonna win being like Tally Hall songs.
Yeah, they performed I'm Gonna Win as Tally Hall.
Oh, that's so it was originally a
So
Tally Hall song?
yeah. So it
Oh,
is
that's cool.
interesting. It has an evolution. It was initially called All of My Friends and had very
Mm,
different lyrics. And
mm,
then it became I'm Gonna Win. And then it
mm.
was never released as a Tally Hall song, but then Rob had had it on his album. So
That makes sense. It
yeah.
sounds probably the most like a Tally Hall song.
Yeah. And then
A
for
Marvin song.
yeah. And then for Joe Holly, Black People, White People was a Tally Hall song.
Mm,
For Good and Evil, but then they decided not to use it. So that was resuscitated. And then on Andrew's side album Sketches 3D, Lemons and Pears is an adapted version of Misfortune, which was a music video that was on Tally Hall's YouTube, but it was
mm.
performed initially by like Toy Orchestra, which was one of Andrew's things. So it's interesting. All of the like side projects have something that would be somewhat considered a Tally Hall song. So
Hmm.
yeah, so someone's working on something,
Yeah,
perhaps.
for sure.
Could also be Andrew since he's performing stuff again. And then
Mm-hmm.
for Sonic Lunch, the infamous thing with that is they try to book Tally Hall every year for it, but then it never
Mm.
happens. But they've at least been able to get
Well, no, duh,
individual
they're
members.
broken up. What?
They're on eternal hiatus.
Yep, real.
Yeah, so they announced on Wednesday, I think it was, that Andrew would be performing for Sonic Lunch. So, you know, one of the Tally Hall
Mm.
members. And then
What
since
is Sonic
then,
Lunch?
yeah, so Sonic Lunch is put together by the guy who has the Ann Arbor radio station, Matthew. So, you know, he's the one
Mm.
giving all of
Okay.
these cryptic clues.
Oh,
Um,
Michigander. Michigander. I know some of his songs.
oh, nice.
I just went to their website. Let me look at the 2023
Yeah,
lineup. Okay. I don't
yeah, they have
recognize.
it updated to the
I don't reckon the only person I recognize here is Michigander.
Michigan moment.
Real.
And then in the 2024 lineup, the other person I recognize is Kate from the Crane Wives, which is
Oh,
a
I
cool
love
band.
The Crane Wives.
Oh yeah,
I've been listening
they're
to The Moon Will Sing so much.
yes, yes. I'm gonna screen share
Okay.
now if it works.
Imagine having Twitter.
I just do it. I just do it for the things that only happen on Twitter. Can you see these cryptic tweets here? Can you see why people were
Mm-hmm.
like, "Oh my
Yeah.
gosh."
Remember to turn the lights off. Bro, look at
Grr.
all the comments. I'm sobbing, please, Matthew. Rally hall, rally hall, rally hall. Perhaps it's Tally Hall reuniting. Am I going to be okay? Can I have answers? I have so many questions. That's an accurate
That's
description of how Tally Hall fans act.
that. Yep, just like us for
Rally hall,
yeah. One of the clues that we have was
lemon,
he
pear, lemon,
posted.
lemon, pear, 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 lemon, lemon. Okay,
So this
When I was in California, um, when I met you, the
yeah.
I also wrote a haiku. Is that Weezer? Is that Weezer?
Just it's an image with the blue background. It has
Every image with a blue background is Weezer.
all of the Tally Hall plushies, and then there's Matthew, and then there's Natural Ketchup.
Anyways, when I was in California, I was visiting my grandma's house, and she had this like lemon tree, and I like picked so many lemons off of them and just ate them whole, and my mouth was burning by the end. It was so funny.
Okay, I was not expecting it to go that direction, but you
Yeah,
know, yummy.
it's just me being feral again.
Oh yeah, oh yes. That's pretty great though. You get some certified California fruits there.
For sure.
But yeah, but Andrew's side project has a song called Lemon and Pears, which is why people were like, oh yeah, that probably means Andrew. Then Andrew was announced for Sonic Lunch. Then we have this. Yeah. If you're familiar with Not a Trampoline, we got Flamingo,
Oh, yeah.
Ghost, and Old Bike. Oh yeah.
Okay, Ghost is one of my favorite like songs in the Tally Hall pool ever.
It's pretty good. I'm like, as mentioned, I'm an enjoyer of just all the Tally Hall stuff and associated things, but that was pretty banger. Yeah. For some reason, it just reminds me of listening to it on loop while vacuuming.
Wait, you listen to Ghost on loop?
Yeah, while vacuuming.
That's a solid vacuuming song.
There's a ghost in my. Better hope I'm not like alone vacuuming next time.
Yeah, I listened to it like on a road trip once, and it was just like kind of vibe. It just vibed so hard.
Very nice.
This is like back in 2021 during like the peak of my Tally Hall obsession.
And then Rob worked on a show called The Ghost and Molly McGee. Foreshadowing. Nah, it's probably coincidence, but that's kind of silly.
Probably.
But yeah, as you can see with the comments here, people are theorizing in the comments, oh, maybe we're getting an album with Andrew and Rob. Maybe they're collaborating together. Or maybe Matthew from Treetown Sound is just kind of saying things. You know, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, probably.
On Matthew's Twitter, we have this 2023 behind the scenes of Ross taking a picture with his Ross plushie.
That looks like it's at Marvin's. Is it?
I think, yeah.
Oh no!
Pretty sure it's
look in the comments. Why is he rocking the? And then there's a Roblox, the Roblox avatar. I love Tally Hall fans.
And right before the Sonic Lunch announcement happened, Matthew was like, "Oh wow, would you look at the time?" Then it was announced. I did a live stream from while it was announced, and then it popped up.
He's just making so many Tally Hall puns.
Oh yeah. See, you weren't taken for a ride. 822, you and me and something.
Wait, so something is going to happen on August 22nd?
So August 22nd is when Andrew is opening for Sonic Lunch.
Yeah, Andrew's like the only person I recognize in this.
Kate Pillsbury is from the Crane Wives.
Ah, cool.
And then then we've got Andrew.
Cool.
But yeah, so these are the openers. The headliners.
A lot of these are just like local, like small indie bands.
Yeah, or they're like connections like that. And then the headliners haven't been announced yet. That's going to happen on Monday, but that's going to be 5 a.m. in my time zone, so I'm not going to wake up for that one. Sorry. So maybe one theory is maybe Rob is a headliner. Maybe Rob is appearing again. Who knows?
I would kill to see Ghost live.
Yeah, I want to see Andrew's stuff live. Here's another haiku from Matthew. Well, there it is, right?
Really nothing left to see. This swap fellow writes.
Matthew!
Oh my God, Matthew! I can't do the same word, please.
With the image of Rob staring. It's just beautiful.
Matthew!
Tally Hall fandom's reaction to all of this.
Tally Hall fandoms are crazy.
Crazy?
Sometimes I feel like they locked me in a rubber room with rats. I hate rats.
Got another Matthew haiku. Maybe we all need less. Stay focused on your journey. simplification. And then he replied to himself saying, exactly.
Real.
But this one isn't. This one actually isn't a haiku. The first one has too many syllables. 2 days ago, he had tweeted, anyone going in Chicago this Saturday that might break the internet. No, not me. But it's Saturday now.
Yep.
Then he
21 Pilots record.
reposted a Sonic Lunch tweet from 2018. Just for the record, we try to book Tally Hall every year for Sonic Lunch, and it never works.
Wait,
and we'll continue to do.
Isn't Tally Hall still like posting stuff?
The account still posts things occasionally. So the last one on the Tally Hall account was on January 1st. Happy New Year to all those who celebrate. And then sometimes they'll like retweet fan art and stuff. But yeah, but they haven't been active very much. Cool. But it is, yeah. So it's like in some ways, Tally Hall in a sense is still alive. Everyone's still doing something. It's just not together in
Honestly,
a band.
I would be like perfectly fine with them not releasing like anything else ever again, because like I think they've done like all they needed to do. Like I'm totally happy with just 2 albums.
Yeah.
I think they've made enough good music to like sustain themselves for a while.
Yeah. And like Hawaii Part 2 is kind of like the next step from that, where everyone had like some connection to Hawaii Part 2 in some way, and like a lot of people singing. Like that is such a beautiful sequel in a sense. So like yeah, I love Hawaii Part 2.
Yeah.
Here's an image Matthew posted where he says, making pancakes for work. Here's a hint. And it's just R-O. Ross. No way.
Ross. 15 seconds of Bora! Matthew, I'm going to destroy your Youtooz. Youtooz if you keep doing that.
No hints. Let's just let Saturday play out and take it from here. Yep. So the lineup for the 2024 concert, like the not opening bands, the actual bands performing, what would it be? Oh man, my brain is braining.
Same.
Anyway, posted an image announcing, hey, we'll announce it at 8 a.m. on the radio for who's going to be the like main bands for Sonic Lunch. And then he posted it in Japanese, and it says, Sonic Lunch announcement is this Monday. Then we have normal reactions down below.
Why is it in Japanese, Matthew? Why is it in Japanese? Tell me now. So what else?
See if anything happened
on the schedule. So what else is on the schedule?
Yeah, so pretty much just kind of seeing if anything happened at the concert tonight.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, so Andrew was performing as an opener for Jukebox the Ghost. I don't know if you've heard any of their music, but they're pretty fun too. I
think I've heard like one song from them.
They also have a song, like an opening track called Good Day on one of their albums.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. I heard of that because I was like 21 Pilots versus Tally Hall versus Jukebox the Ghost.
A Good Day.
Yeah, Good Day.
Yeah. So I'm going to look at this person's Twitter. There's a Tally Hall fan who's Ruby Red, and she's just like obsessive Tally Hall fan, collected like every variant of the Marvin's vinyl possible. And so she flew out to go see the concert.
Cool.
I like this tweet. Y'all think if Ross was at this show that they'd play Mucka Blecka live? There's a tweet from Ruby that says, I could hear them rehearsing in there, taken for a ride in Miss Melody.
Ooh.
Ruby got the set list for Andrew. Oh, okay, so Bora is mentioned. So presumably Bora's there. Bora! Yeah. Oh my gosh. There's Ross pictured. What happened at this concert?
Is that actually Ross? Tally Hall Ross?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Ross Fetterman in Chicago. I'm just trying to like piece together what happened, you know?
Yeah.
What happened in the concert?
Ooh, this is a bop.
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. We got a video here.
Oh, is the concert going on right now?
Okay. So it was earlier today. Okay, so I searched Andrew Horowitz on Twitter. And so someone who was at the concert said, the Tally Hall drummer, poor Ross, the Tally Hall drummer was there with Andrew Horowitz too. I can't believe I got to see a real Tally Hall song played live in 2024.
That is so cool.
The Whole World in You.
Oh, nice.
Can we see Ross? Or is it just Andrew's arm? Okay, so we have Bora, Ross, and Andrew all together on stage. Okay. Let's go. Got the dance moves going on. I love The Whole World in You. Oh, it's better than you. Okay.
I love chair
Heck
girding.
yeah.
I love chair girding.
All right, so that's epic. So we did have Bora, Ross, and Andrew tonight
15 seconds
performing
of
Tally Hall.
Yeah.
I wonder
That
if
is
there's
so
any
swaggy.
other information. Let's go.
In the mini mall.
Working the carnival.
We like to play. Wait. Now I might rap like an English chop.
But that's cool. That's cool. So they are all
For
performing
sure.
together. So I wonder if that will also happen for Sonic Lunch.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows? Who knows? So glad Ross is there. I don't know how to end a
thanks for having me.
podcast. So yeah, you're welcome. Thank you again.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, I guess if you ever have anything to promote, we could add it retroactively.
Yeah,
But...
yeah.
Hello, this is future Emma here. This recording was initially much longer, but I've split it into 2 episodes. So the second one of me and It's JT will be released later as another update. Some videos on Jukebox the Ghost Instagram story. Helps show the whole Ross, Bora, and Andrew performance, as well as Ruby Red 64 on Twitter has also uploaded a bunch of pictures, and I'm assuming a lot more will be on the way. So that's a pretty cool resource to check out too for the Jukebox the Ghost concert from tonight. She also got a copy of Andrew's set list for the opening, and there's a lot of songs on there which I don't recognize the title for, which I feel like may be confirming that the side project is going to be Andrew's, but we'll see. We'll find out. This is my first time trying a podcast, so thanks for bearing with me, and hopefully things should be smoother as time goes on. If you have any questions or comments or want to be a part of the podcast, you can email podcast@awesomejedi.com. I'll also link it in the podcast description. Thank you for listening. This is Emma, aka Awesome Jedi E, aka Emma Matronics, aka whatever, and I hope you have a very good day. By Tally Hall. Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by my music obsession. Today I'm joined by the amazing Purple Girl. If you would like to introduce yourself.
Hi, it's I'm very happy for you to have me. I'm amazing Purple Girl. People generally refer to me as Purple or Purple Girl. I think a lot of people know this. I'm a mum. I have one child. He's a son. Love of the sun, you know?
Whoa!
Yes.
Tally Hall reference.
Exactly, straight off the bat. And I have been a Tally Hall fan properly since last year, but I got to know the band in 2021.
Oh, nice. Yeah, those are all the same time that I got into the band as well. I know you've been making some sort of different Tally Hall content on your YouTube channel, and I have like guess this Tally Hall song, and then also recently with all the news, you've had some different sort of theory type videos. What inspired you to start making those?
So I lurk on Reddit, and the first lyric video I made was about Spring in a Storm, because people were saying, oh, they like Spring in a Storm. They don't like the blah, blah, blahs. They find them a bit silly and a bit of a filler. And I'm of the opinion that the blahs are very important to the song because it's bringing down the singer, and the singer's trying to tell a story or tell how he feels in song. So that's where that started. And then I went to Take 'Em for a Ride because, again, it's a song people find the meaning quite hard. And I felt I've got a hang of it. I'd love to know from Andrew if I'm right, but that's never going to happen. Then I moved on to And, because again, people were confused about the is it the outro where he starts off Big Bad Betty of the
Yeah.
Apocalypse.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, surely that's a bomb. And sure enough, in the 50s, they had a nuclear bomb which was nicknamed Betty. So again, I think that's where Joe was coming from. And then I finally, I don't know if I'm going to do any more, but I did Murders because I feel people take the forest setting a bit literally. And in my opinion, it is all an analogy for this relationship. I feel they've been in this relationship for a long time, and then the song is just saying how the relationship fell apart.
Right.
And I did shout out another YouTuber called Luxy Hugs, who is actually doing all of Hawaii Part 2 analysis. And it was them who explored this idea that Simon is actually being kind of possessed by Apollo. And it was like, that sort of cemented the idea that Simon wasn't framed, that he did commit the murder, but he wasn't himself. So those are my lyric videos.
That's awesome. Yeah, especially with Hawaii Part 2. The like theorizing can go deep on that one.
Yeah, that video actually did really well for my videos that aren't just silly edits.
So, because you had mentioned like really getting into the band this past year, so were you kind of already like thinking about the theories and stuff since 2021, or?
No, not at all. So so my first introduction to Tally Hall was via Friday Night Funkin', of all things.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was really into the game and into the mods that were on YouTube, and someone did a mod using Ruler of Everything, and I was captivated by this song immediately, and I needed to know more about this. They credited Tally Hall, thankfully, so I was able to find their Tally Hall's YouTube channel, and I found Ruler of Everything. I also found Turn the Lights Off, but I didn't look any further. I kind of got stuck with Ruler of Everything. I found Ruler on a 1 hour loop video, and I just played it.
Beautiful.
So yeah, I fell in love with Rule of Everything. But for some reason I didn't listen to their albums, and I regret that massively.
Uh-huh.
I should absolutely have got back into the band properly back then. I can't remember seeing the Coloured Ties, but I must have done, because when Youtooz did their campaign back in August last year, I instantly remembered the name and recognised the Coloured Ties, and I'm like, that's the Rule of Everything, guys. So that was it. August, I fell into the Tally Hall hole.
Because so it was like Ruler of Everything and the Youtooz plushies, pretty much. That's great. I've seen you've taken some like different photography type things with your plushies too.
Yeah. I was inspired by another Twitter user called Silly Goose on the Loose, I think it is. I just call her Goose.
Nice.
And she's a mum like me, so we've actually got quite a bit in common. She's actually younger than me. I don't tell people how old I am, but I do say I'm a bit older than Joe. So that kind of gives people, if you know how old Joe is, then you know rough ballpark of where I am. So yeah, she's I think she's a year younger than I am. So we're really, very similar ages, both into tally hall, both mums. But she's American, so she's a mom, and I'm British, so I'm a mum. But she started off making these photos. She did some like recreations of classic tally hall photos, whereas I did some Beatles ones, and I did a Madness one where they're all falling over. That was not easy. It looks easy. That was not an easy photo to post. Trying to get them to sort of stay upright diagonally. So I haven't tried to like copy her, but I've done like my own recreations, and then I've just done generally photos of them in the office, and more recently I've been bringing them home. So I've got Zubin, he's the only one I've got at home at the moment. The other guys are in my office.
That's awesome. Like, do you think, like, I feel like Youtooz was kind of hinting that they might do a second batch. Do you think that's going to happen? And if so, are you going to get another?
Well, today I posted on my community tab that on Twitter, someone asked, not Youtooz, but Youtooz News, who are like, they report everything about Youtooz, and they said the Youtooz are talking to Tally Hall and talking about ideas. So to me, it sounds like there's no doubt we're getting a second wave. Don't know if it's going to be plushies, because Youtooz are actually more known for their figures, and I've got more figures than plushies. It could still be plushies, but yeah, whatever they bring out, yeah, I'm going to buy them. I've got all of them, but I need more.
Yeah, it was my first time getting a Youtooz for Rob, but I've had a friend who has a lot of all of the collectibles on shelves just everywhere.
Yeah, like I say, I haven't got many of the actual plushies. I've got some FNAF ones, and I've got a Dorco one, if you know Dorco. He's like a big Five Nights at Freddy's YouTuber.
Okay.
He's probably on a par with Markiplier these days. And it's Markiplier who actually got me into Five Nights at Freddy's.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Have you been just like into YouTube for a while then, or?
Yeah, I mean, I started watching like long plays of games that I used to play 7 years ago. And then um my son was talking about Five Nights at Freddy's because he'd got introduced to it for a friend. Let me just say, he wasn't particularly old at the time, so he probably got into it a bit young. And I'd actually had heard of the game, but I didn't know much about it. I'd seen it on Steam on a sale, and Steam do like a little preview clip of the game, and I still didn't quite get it, but it's like I don't think this is a game for me because I'm not great with like having to do things on reflex, if you see what I mean.
Right.
So no problem with jump scares. I love horror films and I like scary games. So it was this is going to be quite specific. It was Easter 6 years ago, and I was looking up Five Nights at Freddy's videos on YouTube, and Markiplier was the first one that came up, and I just fell in love with Five Nights at Freddy's and Markiplier all at the same time. And I subscribed to him pretty quickly, and I joined as a member of his channel later that year. So yeah, be 6 years this year that I've been a member of his channel. So he was like my first sort of YouTube, I won't say obsession, but kind of
fascination.
I don't know, it's hard to say. But yeah, he's actually where I started making edits. I actually learned about OBS from him. He was talking about it probably in one of his member videos in his live streams. And I also looked up editing software and sort of taught myself to edit videos that I was making. So this was 2 years ago. And I was like, great, I can make Let's Plays. So that's where I started. And like I say, Mark was the first edits that I made. And then once I got into Tally Hall, it was like, hey, I can make Tally Hall edits. And I started with, it was Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, the TV series. And I did a bit of Banana Man.
Very nice.
to the visual.
I also saw there were some Happy Monster Band edits. I love edits of Tally Hall songs to Happy Monster Band. It's so great.
Well, the Scare Up Some Fun really goes with Turn the Lights Off.
I remember at one point there was like a meme circulating around where it's like, oh, welcome to Happy Monster Band, and then the band rises on stage and they just start playing the Mind Electric.
Brilliant. I've not actually seen that one, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's on YouTube or if it was just circulating on Discord for a while. There was a point in 2021 where I was very active in a lot of different Tally Hall areas, and so there was lots of things. Yeah, I guess for me, do you have sort of a favorite Tally Hall song now, or is it kind of like...
it's still Rule of Everything.
Beautiful.
Yeah. It's just like, it's such a weird song, the way it's paced. It starts out normal, and then it's like, these two guys are talking to each other. I mean, obviously I know what the meaning is now, but back then when I first heard it, it's like, what are they talking about? Draconian plans, what? And then of course you get to the rapping, and it's like, what is this song? And it absolutely captivated me. And I can recite the rapping part if I do a deep verse. Took me a while, but
yeah, it's a lot of syllables in a short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of flub flibbity jibbity jibber jabber because that is a mouthful, and I don't know how they do it.
Same. Yeah, and then seeing the live performances is really crazy too, because Joe has his megaphone and then he's just dying at the end.
Yeah. And that also goes for it's Praise You, isn't it? Where it's like I think Rob was trying to take over from Joe, and Joe's like, no, I can. And Rob's like, you got this.
Yeah, there's so many great Tally Hall covers out there too, and it's just like a shame that they don't have really a compilation, because I would really listen to that.
Oh no, absolutely. I love Smile Like You Mean It. It's
yes.
I think that's my favorite cover.
That one made me tear up, but like, oh, this is so good.
It's what I call bombastic, their spin on it.
Very nice. Yeah, I would agree. That one's just really good. It's just fun when they have like Tally Hall spins on all these different songs too. Yeah, I was also just greatly entertained by which one was it? The Florida one. Club
Can't Handle Me.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love that as well.
That one's just really goofy. I also love that that's just sort of like one of the last things on the channel before they evaporated. You go back and you look at it and I'm like, oh, Tally Hall.
I love Rob's part where he says, never won a Grammy, but I got a grandma.
Yes.
That's so Rob. I'd get on really well with Rob. We have got such a similar sense of humour.
Maybe one day. You never know, man. You never know.
Unlikely. Like, Rob,
he'll just show up in the UK.
You need to release another album and then tour Europe and come to the UK because I would be there.
He drops a new album and only tours in the UK.
Oh, yes. Wind up every American.
But yeah, do you have like, because I think by now it's kind of confirmed that Andrew's working on the new
Mm,
album with Illicit Ghost, but yeah, do you feel
yeah.
like Rob might still be cooking up something, or?
Well, I did watch the stream of the Ghost and Molly McGee charity thing, and he did say he was working on songs that were for adults, not for TV or film. So, and obviously with
Mm.
the show being cancelled, he's hopefully got more time, although he's obviously still a dad and he's still working on Pupstruction. But I hope so. I really hope he does. What I'd love is him to release these songs that have been found variously over the internet, like Cuckoo,
Yeah.
Going Purple. Um, it's absolutely amazing to me that they have just found the full what do you call it, version of Going Purple. But at the same time, that song is very dark. It's so dark. It is like Cannibal, very similar theme.
Yeah, I think I've only heard like the snippet of it from before,
Oh
so I'll
no,
have
they
to.
found it like three
Oh
months
man,
ago.
man.
I'll have to send you. I'll have to send you the link.
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be great. I almost have like this gap of Tally Hall knowledge of like the past 2 years.
yeah,
I like know a lot before then, and I know a lot after, but I had no idea they found the full thing.
yeah. No, it was mind blowing. It's like, well, where's this been hiding? And the person who uploaded it hasn't said anything in in the detail in the description and turned comments off.
Huh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it is interesting. It's like, where did you find this?
Like the lost media searches when it comes to Tally Hall is really, really wild. It's just impressive. It makes me happy to see all of these searches going on, and I am very
Yeah.
thankful for Ruby for documenting all of these different
Oh,
recent concert things too.
yeah, absolutely. And she's still going to, I think she's going to Boston. I don't think she's going to Washington. I'm sure she said she was only going to two out of three. So we should get some more footage from Boston. And she's going to Sonic Lunch. So, you know,
Yay.
I'll be there in theory, in spirit. Totally out of the question for me.
Yeah. But yeah, but for me, I hope to go to Sonic Lunch and then get to go to Marvin's before it's gone. I
Oh,
mean, they'll
yeah.
relocate. They'll relocate, but still. That was one of my longtime things, but I was like, oh no, I have to do this
Yeah,
soon.
yeah. No, it's good that, the fans are aware and people like you can obviously go and make the pilgrimage. I'd love to go one day, whatever form it's in. And I will try to get to Michigan one day, but it's like it's really it's sad that even though they signed with Atlantic, they didn't make it over to my shores because then I
Mm.
would have heard them in 2008
Oh
and they would have
man.
been exactly my kind of jam. But no, I know it didn't work out, which is just really sad. And I wonder what would have happened if they'd stuck with them. But then I don't think I'd be making the content I make now if I had got into them back then.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think whole part of like I think there's definitely an aspect of the combination of like the lost media searches and then also the fact that they haven't been active for so long that it adds this whole other layer of like curiosity and sort of building fandom around
Yeah,
that.
that's true.
I'm curious jumping back to sort of like Rob lost media things. I had stumbled across it's archived in Tally All, but there was a song called The Animator that he wrote
Oh,
that
yes.
day. So I hadn't heard that before, but then I found it and I was like, oh man, this is also a banger.
Yeah. I heard that. The video I found, well, it was actually a playlist and it had like the instrumental and then it had vocals separately. I don't know if that's how it comes on the cassette that they produced.
I think that person had isolated both of them like for their own purposes. I could
Yeah.
be wrong, but like you'd get it by buying the full album or whatever on Bandcamp, and that's
Mm.
kind of a secret track in there. But
Oh, okay.
It's also a very, very fitting song for Rob working with Disney too.
Yes.
I mean, obviously they had the connection with that animator who was on like the Ghost and Molly McGee and Happy Monster Band.
That's it. He wrote it for Steve Loader, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's really nice. Birthday, I think it was. So it's like, what better birthday present than a song? I think that's so nice. It's like he must like really think a lot of the guy to write a song for him.
Yeah. And I think he was the one who animated Hidden in the Sand.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was Drew Mokis who did Turn the Lights Off. And that's their two animated ones, obviously.
Oh yes.
I remember finding Turn the Lights Off and I was just like, what the heck is this video?
I think it was in 2021 they had like released the storyboards for it, and it's just beautiful because you get all of the really like scribbly versions of the drawings. You know, you could get a lot of reaction images from the Turn the Lights Off storyboards. But yeah, it definitely has the feeling of like you open a children's book, or like it looks sort of like a children's book almost, you know.
Yeah.
And then it's just so bizarre. You're like, all right. What are your thoughts on sort of all of the different Tally Hall music videos, or maybe not all of them, since that might be a while. But are like, what are some? Right. I mean, there's not too many. I guess I was sort of looping in like Joe Holly, and Miracle Musical into that one, since there's a handful there.
Yeah.
Too. But I guess maybe for the primary Tally Hall ones, like, what are some of your thoughts you have on those music videos?
My son and I watched Banana Man for the first time together, and it freaked him the hell out. He absolutely hated the makeup and the ping pong eyes. I was just like, okay, interesting. But the bit that makes me laugh in that video is where Joe's dancing and he's obviously having trouble with the ping pongs because he sort of goes and tips his head back to put the ping pong balls back. Like, that shouldn't be in there, but okay.
I love that that's like one of like Joe's like finals too for one of his film classes. He's like, I'm going to submit this video.
Like, I'm on a gurney being wheeled around a mental hospital. Don't worry about it. I did an edit. I don't know if anybody else had done it. I think it was earlier this year. I did the 2008 audio of Banana Man to the music video, and I found that the 2008 version is shorter. So it was fun trying to like work out where I needed to make the cuts. Thinking it was not easy. It looks like it's something that would have been easy. It wasn't easy. And then I like The Whole World and You. It's such a charming little video, although assassination.
What a lovely, lovely assassination video.
Whimsy up till that point. Although he is painting the gun. So
Right.
I watched that one just the other day again, and it was like, oh yeah, I forgot he's painting the gun.
Yeah, with that one, I'm curious if you have a theory, because it's like a crank machine type puppet show. So then the question is like, was the assassination always part of the puppet show?
I mean, I think there's some manipulation going on in that video, and I don't feel it actually matches the song, because the vibe of the song feels very different to the vibe of the video, whereas Banana Man totally matches.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like,
yeah,
like say the puppeteer is like the one controlling what's going on in that box.
Yeah, and then it just has a lot darker of a story than what the song feels like.
Exactly. And Andrew says that it's just a whimsical song. There's nothing to read into it. And it's like, but with that video, Andrew, seriously.
I mean, it's kind of like how Joe Hawley did the music video for At the End for Edu.
Oh, yeah.
And it just, like, has, like, the balloons full of blood, and you're
Yeah.
like, what's going on?
I know. It's like, yeah, if you didn't know that was done by Joe, you know that was done by Joe.
Yeah, but it is really interesting though, because yeah, totally Tally Hall can definitely be all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like, you know, Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum is such a perfect name for the first album because the attractions in Marvin's are very much like that.
Yeah, so you got like the spaghetti bath on one hand and then
Right.
the executioner. So yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely found out about Hawaii Part 2 as part of being in Tally Hall fandom. It's like, it's basically people on Reddit saying, oh, if you like Tally Hall, then you might like this. And that's also how I got into Lemon Demon and Willwood as well, because
Oh,
they're always the
nice.
names that come up in relation to Tally Hall. But yeah, Lemon Demon, I absolutely. In fact, I know we talk about Tally Hall, but the funny thing about Lemon Demon is that. So I'd heard Ultimate Showdown, gosh, before I got back into Tally Hall, probably around May last year. And then when people were saying try Lemon Demon, it's like, okay, I'll try other songs. But then I actually found Neil Cicierega's YouTube channel, and I actually was like, oh my God, I love this YouTube channel. This is so my stuff. So listening to the music was like a byproduct of finding a YouTube channel. And it's like, I think I prefer Neil's videos to his music, but I absolutely adore his music. So
Yeah, he's really just a master of just a bunch of different random things.
oh my God, yes. And then it was like, so from his YouTube channel, I found out that he is Potter Puppet Pals. And my son had been telling me about Potter Puppet Pals for about a year or two before this. And I went, you are absolutely kidding me. That's the puppet guy. And I think that's the reaction a lot of people have as well.
They'll be like, wait, Neil is that guy? He did that thing?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, yeah, Tally Hall is one iceberg, and then Neil Cicierega is just a whole nother level.
No, totally. And then Willwood's the other one.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Willwood is also pretty great. I just feel like Neil's like impact on the internet in general is unmatched,
Oh,
but
yeah.
he's still like somewhat not super well known despite that. So it's just
No, I know.
really interesting.
I don't know anyone who knows Lemon Demon except for people I've talked to, like my sister. It's like you need to try it. Actually, what I tried her on first was one of his mashups from, I think it's Mouth Sounds, track called Floor Corn, because she likes Bodies, the song, um, and she was like, oh my God. So she did enjoy that. So I was like, yeah, I knew you would. And I got my mum to listen to Hawaii Part 2.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she liked the first 4 songs. Then she was like, not sure about Murders. I thought she'd like Murders because it's a nice sound,
Yeah.
even though it's not like a happy song.
Right, right.
And then she said, oh, she liked the last 2 songs. So I can understand why she wouldn't like, well, Labyrinth particularly, hip hop. But I can understand why she wouldn't have enjoyed Time Machine so much because of the vocoding. It's like, yeah, I definitely prefer the demos where you can hear Rob's voice.
Right. Yeah, and then the Mind Electric is half reverse, and so people are like, what's going on?
Exactly. I love Mind Electric all the way through. I never skip the reverse part. It's like it's a whole thing.
Yes.
And part of my, well, towards the end of my Murders video, I talked about how it connects to the Mind Electric. And in fact, obviously that was the title I went with in the end, because I put a poll on my community tab saying, what is the best title? And it was like, as I was writing the script, it struck me I had to talk about the Mind Electric. because there is a resolve to what's going on with Simon from murders in The Mind Electric. And I've always been of the opinion that the reverse part is him going through the trial, not comprehending what's happened, and so he's not taking in anything. And then obviously the going forwards part is him gaining clarity, but it's still very glitchy.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely the similar vibes that I had for it. Was just like
Yeah.
the whole reverse part is it's like you just don't understand what's going on yet. You sort of hear these voices which aren't reversed from all these different cryptic samples.
Yeah.
But you're like, and then it hits it, and then it's still very confusing.
Yeah, that's it. But it's like the blahs in Spring in a Storm. It's like you can't have The Mind Electric without the reverse part.
Exactly.
Although a lot of people do.
Yeah, yeah. And it's valid if they don't want to listen to reversed noises for 3 minutes on a playlist, but
No,
still.
that's true. What I find interesting is that Miracle Musical decided to make the lyric video the reversed part played forwards.
Right.
Like, why?
It's like, what does this mean?
Exactly, it has to mean something. I think they're saying this is important, so I'm going to make you listen to it, whether you like it or not. And it was when it was going so. That's when I was like, hang on, this is actually the reverse part playing forwards. So yeah, it's like odd choice, but you know, it's an odd album. I think we
Yeah.
have to admit that.
Yeah, yeah. I also find interesting with the lyric video how blinding it is. I remember watching it at like night and then kind of regretting it afterwards on my phone. I was like, okay, I just still see all of the words in my vision now.
Yeah. I was just going to say, it's interesting that Cower and Prey, and it has both spellings of pray. And it's like, yeah, but surely you're saying pray for your life. So surely it is just Pray.
But then it's like, are you implying that you are prey? You know, like,
Yeah.
that it's kind of like, you know, sun and sun,
Yeah, yeah.
I guess.
And of course, I said that it's both types of sun. I was a bit wary about making my and video because obviously I compared it to an 80s song, which was I Won't Let the Sun Go Down on Me by Nick Kershaw. I am a big Nick Kershaw fan, but I just didn't feel I could talk about what I wanted to talk about without not comparing, but bringing bits of that song in. And I really hope it didn't put people off.
Oh.
So you can't see I'm wearing my Good and Evil t-shirt.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I got that. That's not bootleg. I got that from Ann Arbor Tees. So my only one. I keep meaning to get the t-shirt, but it's like I keep spending my money on vinyl.
Fair. Do you have the Tally Hall vinyls? Or...
I have the 2008 Marvins, which I acquired not too long ago, and I was very happy with the price. I did a negotiation. I got sent an offer. So eBay now, it's like if you look at something, you don't have to interact with it at all. Just look at it, and it's like, hey, we're going to send you an offer. So I did get sent an offer, and I did accept it. And I've got Good and Evil Rejected test pressing. So it's the one
nice.
that's got Sacred Beast without the whistling. Again, found that on eBay because it was cheaper to buy it there than it was to buy from Needle Juice. Yeah, especially with shipping. Yeah, it was a seller in the UK. So I've got the Marvin's picture disc, the Mr. Moon and Mr. Sun. I've got one variation, which is the matching ties of Marvin's. I've got almost all the 7-inches. So that's all the vinyl. Ruby, bless her, has sold me Hawaii Part 2, so I'm finally getting that on vinyl. Yeah.
Let's go. Is it the brown one?
No, it's the tan one.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like cream but a little bit darker. I don't I wouldn't have a problem having the brown one any variation. I'm so excited to get that.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
and I pre-ordered the Good and Evil ones that Needle Juice are repressing. Yeah, no, they're such a great label. And obviously the first time I knew about them wasn't Tally Hall, it was Friday Night Funkin'.
Oh yes. Oh
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, so as I already knew about Needle Juice. So when I saw that they're the ones that Tally Hall are with, it's like, oh, excellent. Ruby's also sold me Just a Friend, but it's the black splatter because you cannot get that anywhere. And the Silent Explosives variation of Marvin's.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
I haven't yet.
Okay. So it's a mystery.
It's kind of a mystery, yeah. I mean, she has shown pictures of her complete collection because she's got them all now. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I saw that. I
Yeah,
was like, wow.
I know. No, I'm got a very exciting package when it's coming my way. So I wasn't going to be a collector, but I'm definitely not going to collect all of Marvin's. It's like, no. I just like a few different variations and I'll be quite happy.
Do you have like a bookshelf or something or
I have a vinyl case, one for my 12 inches and one for my 7 inches,
Oh, nice.
but my 12 inches kind of full. And I'm
Oh.
just looking, I have about 10 records just sitting over there, nowhere to go. So I need to do something with them. Obviously, they can't just sit there, but I keep buying vinyl. And my husband was like, "Are you sure this case is going to be big enough?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." Like, more vinyl came for you. Oh, did it? Wonder why.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is fun though. I love physical media and I love what they've been doing with just vinyl in general nowadays with all the different designs and stuff. It just looks really pretty.
It's so funny because I've said it in my unboxing videos, but it's like I was around not when vinyl started, I'm not that old, but vinyl was definitely around when I was young. And I remember CDs coming out sort of generally. Cassettes were around again before I was born, but they were a thing again. The pain of cassettes when the tape got cut. And now a new generation's learning that pain as well.
Yeah.
uh, but it was like, oh, and especially mini discs. Minis were not a big format at all. Mini discs were more for recording your own stuff onto. So when vinyl got taken over by cassette and cassette got taken over by CD, and then CD got taken over by digital, and it was like, oh, okay, so we don't need to worry about this stuff anymore. And now it's coming back. And it started with vinyl. But CDs have never really been away. I mean, you've always been able to buy CDs, but I don't think people buy them as much as they did, when I was a teenager.
Right.
But obviously, it's like I'm building up a collection again now. And that's a few that I've got. I've got the original Marvin, not the 2005, got 2006 Marvins, and the Digipack Good and Evil on CD. And then I've obviously got the Needle Juice ones, and I managed to get the Error ones as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I was really pleased about that. So Needle Juice tweeted out that they had these and to join the Discord. So that's what I did. And that's why I joined the Discord.
And the Hidden in the Sand Discord seems like a really cool place for Tally Hall.
Yeah, I like being in there. Yeah. And then there's I don't know if you heard of the Tally Hall project.
I heard of like because that's where they're like making a bunch of things to send to the band.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I heard of it. don't know a whole lot about it.
Yeah. Oh, in fact, it's the Tally Project, not the Tally Hall Project. But I joined their Discord and I submitted a couple of pieces of art in there. So
That's awesome.
yeah, I did. I wanted to. I do a bit of drawing. I'm not like a great artist at all, especially faces. I'm rubbish at drawing faces. But I wanted to draw the Hawaii Part 2 cover for ages. And so I bought this sketchbook, which has got a blank cover specifically so that you can draw your own art on the cover. And I'm like, excellent. Now I know what I'm going to draw on it. So yeah, I drew that. That's in my community tab, quite far back. What were we discussing last night? It was it was what Tally Hall songs do you think are underrated? And it wasn't, it was, it can be Tally Hall or side projects. And I said, well, Sketches 3D, really.
Sketches 3D as a whole is so underrated.
Yeah.
Like, I love that album so much, and I'm so excited that Andrew is making more stuff.
No, totally.
I just love all of the vibes in those one. Like, it's so good.
Mm. What's your favorite song from Sketches 3D?
Oh man, I love Lemons and Pears, which is like one of the more popular ones too, and it had been Misfortune before.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, that one just really had connected with me. I'm like, oh man. But I also really like at the end, Miss Melody also just, it makes me happy but also want to cry, sort of.
Yeah.
Like
I like Hey You. It's just so uplifting.
Yeah. And Hummingbird, like I just love all of the songs for different reasons.
Yeah.
And then also the Rainbow Connection cover. I think about that a lot.
Have you seen the video of him with the Gregory brothers?
Oh yeah, doing it in the minor key.
It's like,
oh man,
so emo. Andrew wants to kill me, I swear.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the ones almost like on par with like, you know, The Whole World and You being darker. It's like Rainbow Connection should not be in a minor key, but they did it. Yeah. I don't know how to feel.
Yeah.
But yeah, very emo.
It's like now that video that now connects Tally Hall to Markiplier, because of course they've done a few of his songs.
Oh man.
It's like these videos, seriously, they just come up in my recommended all the time. It's like, what? So I'm in disbelief how the quizzes have like sort of hit the Tally Hall consciousness, fandom, obviously. And the first quiz that I did, so in the description, I did put where the inspiration came from, and I can't remember the name of the YouTube channel off the top of my head, but he does Beatles content, and he did a 2 seconds or less Beatles quiz, and I was like, this would work with Tally Hall. And he also did the reverse one, so it wasn't me going, oh, I'll do reverse now. It was this same guy. I think it's David Anderson piano, David someone piano.
Okay.
And again, he just came up in my recommended one day. So
I heard you like the Beatles.
Yeah. That's it. Like YouTube's like, you like the Beatles? Like, yeah. How do you know? So yeah, that first quiz, I don't know if some people have gone in like multiple times, but it's got over 16,500 views. So it's like, I guess that's where people know me. And I've been very fortunate. So 2 years ago, like I say, I taught myself to record and edit footage, and I was doing Let's Plays. And as of December last year, I was under 50 subscribers, and I managed to get to 50 just before Christmas, and now I just hit 400. And it's
congratulations.
Like, thank you. It's like, wow, what am I doing right?
The Tally Hall fandom found you.
That's it, exactly. So it's like they're seeing my quizzes and my very stupid edits. And then it was like, well, I could talk about lyrics, so made a few of those. And then, yeah, like you say, with the plushes, that's obviously more my community tab. But I've got people who regularly stop by and leave comments on my pictures.
Yeah, they're very fun. I was looking through them the
Thank
other
you.
day. You're welcome.
It's like trying to keep the ideas up. So, like I say, I've got Zubin at the moment, and then it's only Ross and Andrew I've got left to bring home, and it's like, what do I do different with these guys? I haven't got a piano for Andrew to play, so that's
Aw.
out. I haven't got drums for Ross.
That's fun. It's just it makes me happy that there's just so much Tally Hall content being made and then also people watching it. Like
Yeah.
it's still going. It's still going.
No,
And it's
exactly.
cool.
And I love it. I mean it's like it's I didn't I mean obviously with the subscribers going up, but maybe going back to the beginning of the year when I was like say just over 50, I didn't realize that people were starting to recognize my channel brand, as it were, because obviously my logo is just something that I made in paint.
Love Microsoft Paint.
And it's the rainbow and then the P in the purples. And obviously I love purple, so that's why it's purple. Sorry, just going on off on a tangent. So, Amazing Purple Girl just came up out of nowhere. I started my first channel, and that was literally just to make videos to show my family because they're living down south and I'm living further away. Uh, so I started the first channel in 2007, and then I lost the login. So
Oh no.
I made another one the same year as Hawaii Part 2 came out, actually, 3 days
That's
after. So they're the 12th of December, and my channel is started on the 15th.
Oh man.
Or was it 3 days before? It was 3 days.
It's really
Yeah.
close.
It's like, and yet I still never found out about it until last year.
The coincidence.
Um, so yeah, it was like I love purple. And yeah, okay, so I was probably cringy because I wasn't a teenager, but amazing. It's like I'm amazing. I'm gonna be amazing. This channel's gonna be amazing. I think I had
Let's
4 subscribers till about 2 years ago, but I wasn't making content, so that's fair.
Right.
Yeah, so like I say, just this morning I got a notification that someone replied to my comment, and it was actually so going back to Will Wood, he did a song with Schaefer James called The Ferryman.
Yes.
Absolutely
Yes.
adore that track. That came up on, I think it was Amazon Music as a recommendation because obviously been listening to Will, and yeah, fell in love with it instantly. And then a couple of days ago, the music video actually came up in my YouTube recommendation. I'm like, where have you been? So I commented. I basically said, oh, this has finally been recommended to me and I love this song. And then this morning, somebody replied to that comment saying, oh, it's you. I know you from your channel. And I'm like, what? So it is weird being recognized around YouTube, but it's like, but if you know me from my channel, you must know I love Will.
Right.
It's like what places you expect to see me: Tally Hall content, Lemon Demon content, Will content. And somebody made a video on Good and Evil, the whole album, and I think my comment was along the lines of, it's good to see someone's interpretation of an album that's not Hawaii Part 2. And they replied, you've made it when Amazing Purple Girl leaves a comment on your video.
Oh.
I was just like, what? What do you mean? So that to me was absolutely crazy. It's like, I'm just a fan like you. And I was like, no. It's like, yes, I'm here, but I'm not a celebrity. And considering, like say, I'm absolutely overwhelmed by the amount of subscribers I've got, but I'm still really tiny compared to guys like you and Tallyball and Project YBTFC, who if people watch her and go to her community tab, they will know she goes to school with my son.
She does?
He
I
does.
didn't know that.
Yep. So she was singing Welcome to Tally Hall one day, and he turned round. He already knew her, and he goes, Tally Hall. And she's like, yes. And he's like, my mum loves Tally Hall, and she makes YouTube videos. And I have been recommended one of her, if Tally Hall says X, the song goes to the next track. And she had been watching my video.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So it's quite funny. We're watching each other's videos, having no clue that we've got a mutual contact. Quite a lot closer to me, obviously, but she sees a lot during the week. So yeah. So it's
Sorry,
like
I think that just like broke me. That's so funny. It's funny, but it's also so cool.
Yeah. So so those two have a lot of subscribers. I mean, Project, obviously, she came in with a lot of subscribers already because she did the disability in media video, which I didn't know. It's not one that I'd come across. But Tal's just grown amazingly. It's like,
yeah,
just doing
like,
Tally Hall content.
Tally Hall fans.
Yeah,
that's all Tally Hall fans.
Exactly. So it's like I'm on Discord, I'm on Reddit, and it's like people are talking about Tal, and I'm like, Tal again. But no, it's not rivalry at all. It's like I could never compete with him, and you know, I subscribe to him. I don't know if it's before I was making content, but I subscribed to him quite early on. I can't remember which video it was. Probably one of the lyrics explained videos. But he did that Mucka Blucker for April Fool's Day. That's quite funny.
That made me laugh so hard.
Yeah. I'm like, what? What do you mean you've interpreted the lyric? And then he says what the title means. Like, well, I knew that. There's a lot of people who don't seem to realise what the title is.
Right.
Like,
right.
Come on. Maybe it's because I'm older. That's their comedy song.
Yeah, man, you had to make the chicken rap track somehow. Oh
yeah.
Yeah,
their comedy song, and it's like, yeah, but it's very grown up. You see, if you see like a little kid singing it, it's like, should you be singing? And like that is one of my son's favourite songs from Tally Hall. I mean, he's yeah. He's not like, I asked him the other day, I said, are you a Tally Hall fan? And he said, no, not really, but I like some of their songs and I like Rob. So nice. I said, what about Lemon Demon? He said, no, I really like Lemon Demon. And I have to be careful with those, obviously, because Nature Tapes about half of the song.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I do play stuff in the car and it's like, I shouldn't be playing this. Oh dear, I've just admitted that. Worst mum ever. But I know that Goose got into Tally Hall because of her kids, but it was all me. For me.
Nice.
So like I say, played Hawaii Part 2 for my mum. I did play a few songs like while I was cooking, while I was staying there. So she'll have heard some. And then I was singing along. She's saying, it's a pity you don't know the lyrics, isn't it? Thanks, Mom. I said, okay, so I might know all the lyrics. I think it was Just a Friend that I was singing along to. And I'm not the greatest singer.
But hey, you just get to have fun with it.
Yeah.
Just a Friend is just a fun, goofy one. You know, speaking of the Tally Hall covers.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad they released that. And I presume it was because they played it like every concert they did. So it's like, they didn't have a choice.
Right. It's just part of their Tally Hall brand in a way.
Yeah. And I like glad they released Light and Night. That's a lovely song.
Yes. I still hope that was on I still hope that would be on streaming one day.
Yeah, that's
But
true. I mean, I've got I've got all three of the vinyl. Yeah, I'm not a collector. I don't collect variations. I couldn't choose. Like, I have to have all three.
right, right. Yeah, it's like either having the lights off, having the lights on, or both.
Exactly.
I like how there was even the option for both, but it was like still can't decide.
No, exactly.
Yeah, thank you for doing this with me. I'm gonna try to think if there's some way I can verbally conclude for putting on a podcast. I love that with podcasts I can like cut out all of me like trying to figure out what to say, you know. It's great. It's great.
That's fine. No, it's been really great. Thank you for letting me ramble on about Tally Hall.
You're welcome. Yeah,
And
thank you.
thank you to everybody who's let me burrow my way into the fandom, because
Yes.
I'm a late comer. And I do feel like an interloper at times, but then I'm finding a lot of fans sort of got into them around the same time as me, so I'm not the only interloper.
Yeah, yeah. It's Tally Hall fandom is just so broad too, and I think that part of it is just really cool because you could have people who became a fan of the band yesterday, or people who are a fan of them since 2005. Like,
Exactly.
it's pretty awesome. But yeah. But anyways, yeah. Thank you again for recording with me. I don't know if you want to like say where people can find you if they want to just see more of the stuff you get up to or more Tally Hall.
Yeah,
things.
sure. I mean, I'm on Twitter, Amazing Purple Girl. My handle is @purplebun. Bun as in like short for bunny, because I love
Yes.
rabbits. And my YouTube is Amazing Purple Girl, and like I said, the logo is the A is in rainbow and the P is all different purples. There is another Amazing Purple Girl. That's my old channel. There's nothing Tally Hall on there. So yeah, that's where you can find me. I post in my community tab very frequently, especially with the plushies. I'm posting plushie photos every day. And then I do a Friday update every week, so let people know what plans I've got. I still have the final, I think it's quiz 7. So I have the final Tally Hall quiz, which was requested. I wasn't going to do anymore, but someone said, oh, you should do Hawaii Part 2 reversed. So because there's only, let's say, 13 songs if you're counting variations and Candle on the Water, and that's a bit short. And also it's like, well, you'll know which songs there are.
Yeah.
Be easy to guess. I'm going to throw in some Joe Hawley in there as well. So my reverse ones are typically 18 songs. So this one will be 18 songs. So 13 from Hawaii and 5 from Joe Hawley. Mind Electric will be on there, but I'm going to reverse the forwards part rather than just using the reverse part, because that's harder.
Right.
But yeah, I haven't decided. It might be tomorrow or it might actually be next weekend. I do compete with my son for my laptop. Like, he wants to play Fortnite and is like, I want to make videos. I do Let's Play still. So like I said, when I started my channel properly, it was only Let's Plays, and I didn't feel it was fair to stop the Let's Plays. And let's be honest, I didn't want to lose subscribers.
Right.
So yeah, it's now because it's Amazing Purple Girl and not This Is Tally Hall or whatever. It can be whatever it wants to be. So, and obviously I don't just do Tally Hall. I think I've got 8 Lemon Demon edits now. So yeah, I started doing those as well. I've got 1 Willwood video, but I haven't got a playlist because it's only one. And I don't know what it is. Like with Tally Hall, people make loads of edits, so I feel they don't care if people make edits. Lemon Demon, I feel Neil probably thinks they're quite fun. Will Woods, I scared of his reaction to edits. So, but the one I did was a distractible one because Wade said he was the main character, so I had it going into the main character.
Perfect.
So yeah, so that's my content. Do music edits, some serious video essays and quizzes, and then let's plays. So yeah, like I say, I try to. So at the moment, I'm doing a game series, which is The Tale of Lonky Island, which I'm in the middle of. I'm still doing demos. I know some people that like the Tally Hall stuff do watch the gameplays, but I think most people who watch my channel watch for Tally Hall. I work full time, so it's not very easy.
But yeah, but it still is cool. You're making all of these content for all these different things that you like, and that's very awesome. I make what I enjoy, so it's like if I enjoy it, I think other people will enjoy it. They might not, but it's like just make it for me. Throw it up there. If it gets views, it gets views. If it doesn't, then I know. Yep. Yeah. Hey man, that's how it should be. That's
exactly
pretty cool to making stuff that you enjoy.
Yes.
That is part of the reason why I'm doing this, because I knew I would like to do stuff like making a podcast and videos again, and I just procrastinated for too long. But now here we are.
No, I think it's really cool. I saw Tao comment on your first one that a podcast is great. It's what we need, and I totally agree. This is fantastic that you're doing this, and I look forward to watching more. I watched your first one. It's really good. It's just really cool to hear what people have to say about certain things. So I'm looking forward to what you've got up your sleeve next.
Thank you. Yes, I have plans and schemes.
Thank you for listening to Tally Talks. Right after we recorded this episode, there actually was news from Ruby Red 64, who's basically my news source now. Thank you, Ruby. But news that Youtooz has hinted at there being more Tally Hall related Youtooz in the future. There was also a giveaway for the Joe Hawley Youtooz prototype plushie that Ruby won. Congratulations. But yep, so new Youtooz soon, most likely. Thanks again for listening to the podcast, and stay tuned for our next episode next week. Now have a good day. By Tally Hall.
Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by my mom. I'm joined by my friend That Fan, and today we'll be talking about Tally Hall and Disney Channel, or at least more accurately, Disney TVA.
Hello everyone, I'm HK. I'm also probably better known as Dad GFN. It's awesome to be here, and really excited to help out in this podcast in any way I can, and just, excited to learn a bit more about Tally Hall.
Thank you. So That Fan runs a YouTube channel documenting sort of different, mainly Gravity Falls stuff, but also just all sorts of other random Disney things. I don't know, it seems like you've had some exciting stuff there recently. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I guess after the interview with Alex Hirsch, I've had a lot of interesting things come up, so there's a lot of new collab projects I'm working on and new interviews, so it should be really exciting this summer what we have coming up on the channel.
Yeah, casually interviewing the creator of Gravity Falls, as you do.
That was still pretty insane how that happened. I have a behind the scenes video coming up soon on that, so it's going to be more in-depth detail on that, so that should be fun.
Let's go. But I thought it would be great to have you join me for sort of looking at Tally Hall's history of Disney Channel stuff for some reason. So if you kind of to your knowledge, what is sort of your scope of Tally Hall? What do you know? What history do you have with it?
Well, I'd say I've definitely heard the name Tally Hall before in the past somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where, but I think first time I properly found out something related to them, well, more specifically probably Rob Cantor, was when, we had the whole Shia LaBeouf meme on the server a while back. So that was, I think, the first proper introduction I had. Then when I heard the Ghost of Molly McGee, when they were talking about how Rob Cantor was composing the songs for that, and then I was like, hang on a second, that's the guy who made the Shia LaBeouf song. Then and then it just started to connect all the dots. So I guess to that extent, that's all I know pretty much about Tally Hall, Rob Cantor, and all those guys.
Yeah, so that's cool though. It's just the rabbit hole keeps expanding. You're like, wait, that guy did that thing, and he did that thing too?
Yep, pretty much.
Just as a side note, HK has a server called that GF fan server.
Well, technically you own it now, so.
Yeah, I own it. But it's still primarily that GF fan related, for sure. All of the cartoons, all of the explosions there.
All the explosions.
But yeah, it's a very normal server.
Totally normal. No brain damage at all will happen if you join it.
Yeah, nothing bad could possibly happen. Yeah, but that's where I staked out a Tally Hall channel, so that way I could dump all of my thoughts somewhere. But it's a great server. I'm glad to have assumed ownership of it.
Help us all get out of Emma's phone.
Never. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen, I think. Okay. So one of the first things that I want to look at is a history of this show called Happy Monster Band, which was on Disney Junior. Wait, no, what was it called?
Playhouse Disney? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Did you ever watch Playhouse Disney growing up?
Not really. I think more I've seen like their shows that were like on Canadian TV channels, because back then we didn't have Disney Channel here. So. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how many Disney Channel stuff I know about because of not having Disney Channel.
So this was an animated show for Disney Junior. Just like a, really little kids show. But Tally Hall did the music they did that music for this. It's an animated series, and it's about preschool monsters who are performing in a band. The really interesting thing is all of the kids are voiced by kids except when they sing, and when they sing, they're voiced by Tally Hall.
Oh my god, that should be interesting to see.
So they initially formed in like 2002, and they're like, oh yeah, we're in college together, but let's make some music. And then they're kind of like, this actually might go somewhere. So they all put college on hold, and they went out and they started making music. And as part of that, in like 2007 or so, they got hired to do all of the music for this show for some reason.
Well, that's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show a little clip here.
Okay.
There were 4-minute type episodes for Disney Junior, and this is part of one called Even Monsters Cry Sometimes. Anyways.
Oh man, that was hilarious. Oh, interesting song. Definitely has that emotional part to it, and also I guess you heard that thing you said about the monsters, their voice changing. Yeah, that was pretty. I did not see that coming. I thought it was gonna be like not as dramatic of a change as it ended up being. It just went from like literally a whole guy's voice to just hi.
Yeah, it's pretty goofy. But yeah, so that was just the show was this. There'd be like a little skit at the beginning, all voiced by these kids. Then there would be a song performed by Tally Hall, and 3 of the band members would provide vocalists. There's like a lady who was helping with Happy Monster Band. Oh, Hannah Lay. So she wasn't part of Tally Hall, but she was part of Happy Monster Band. So she was kind of there. But then Tally Hall's band members all like composed the music and stuff, and they had some of the vocalists. But it's so funny that it goes from children to grown.
Oh, indeed. That's pretty funny. But yeah, it's a pretty cute show. Yeah. I think I can see this being one of those shows I probably would have watched on Disney Junior back in the day, because I watched shows like this back then as well. So I guess if they aired it here, I probably would have been a bigger fan of Tally Hall than I am now.
Yeah.
Probably.
There's like a decent chunk of fans of Tally Hall now, which go and look, and they're like, wait, they were in Happy Monster Band, and it's like an existential crisis. For me, I'm not entirely sure if I ever saw this show. Like, I didn't see it consistently enough. I didn't watch Disney Junior consistently enough to know if I would have seen this, but it has like this echo where it feels like something I would have seen.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure I never saw this show, but it definitely has one of those things where it's like, are you really sure that I watched this or not? But it's like, it's one of those like Mandela effect things, probably.
Right. There's just a variety of different songs, and they're actually pretty good.
Yeah, just from that one song, it definitely sounds good.
Yeah.
Although I gotta admit, for a few moments, I kept thinking about that one song from SpongeBob where he sang about ripping his pants for some reason. I don't know, just like the setup of the band is just like, I just kept thinking about that for some reason. Just waiting for them to rip their pants.
Oh no, they're monsters. They don't need pants. The other interesting thing that's such a missed opportunity is, all of the Tally Hall members, like, the whole thing is they all have their colors of their ties, but it actually doesn't line up to the singers.
Right, when you said that red monster was voiced by Rob Cantor, I was like, why didn't they have him be voicing the yellow one?
I'm gonna show this one. I remember this one being fun. I also like how there's a thumbnail for this one video that's just the British flag and then a Happy Monster Band in front of it.
that should be the new British flag, honestly.
But Happy Monster Band got a whole 2 seasons of these like 4-minute episodes, and the second season was the World Tour, and so that's why they're British now, I guess. What is interesting though is the show also did air in the UK, and in the UK they had children singing the songs. They replaced Tally Hall with actual kids singing the songs.
Because they didn't have the rights, perhaps. So it's just a bunch of British kids singing.
Yeah. They turned Tally Hall British.
Oh god! Oh no!
But I'm sure it's a lot less jarring in that version if they all sound like kids in the first place.
True.
Alright, I want to show this episode. This one is a fun song from what I remember. It's called Yin and Yang. I've seen this unironically put into like different Tally Hall playlists too.
Oh wow. Must be really good then. Oh, that's a pretty fun song, yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. I don't know, something about that song does sound really familiar, though. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if I've heard it before, but yeah, it definitely has some familiarity there. Again, it's probably one of those Mandela effect things, but definitely it sounds pretty familiar.
Yeah, just like 2009 children's show type things.
Oh yeah,
like, did I see this? I wouldn't really remember too much. But yeah, it's really, I'm really like curious for the plot line of Happy Monster Band though, because the kids are canonically preschoolers.
And now here they are going on a world tour in Hong Kong. Yeah, you're definitely right what you're saying about this. The show definitely has really 2 good songs for what it is.
And so yeah, there's a variety of different episodes and things and different songs, but it is very entertaining that Tally Hall of all things.
Oh yeah, I see the world tour thing, the difference there. Like the first season definitely has just like regular like different songs about I guess like friends and stuff, and then season 2 is just like, oh, here we're in Italy now, we're in what's there, like India. Then it ends in London. Wow.
I kind of want to watch that one now, actually. Let me find it again. Happy Monster Band, London Town.
I thought the Queen already looked dead inside here.
Cheerio.
She's like, this
These
is the youngest
darn
audience
Americans.
Darn Americans who sound like kids at one point and then sound like...
They think they can be the Beatles.
Bro thinks he's John Lennon. Oh yeah, definitely. That's also another good song. And I like the Beatles vibe too, like apart from alongside the reference and stuff. So definitely, I can see where Tally Hall gets all. And so apparently, this was the last episode as well.
Yeah, that was the conclusion.
It ends with
they went to London. They got abducted. No, It is really interesting, just sort of the lore implications of this world. I'm overthinking, like, a show made for 4-year-olds. But
I mean, that's entirely the basis of my channel, so.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, overanalyzing children's media. Yeah. Speaking of Beatles vibes, I'm gonna show you the music video for one of the Tally Hall songs.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, you can kind of see if it's up to par with Happy Monster Band or not. But it definitely does have Beatles vibes to it. Speaking of
yeah, just from the video I can see, like the thumbnail. Definitely looks a bit Beatlesy.
Let's see if I can. Does it live up to Happy Monster Band?
Definitely a more insane vibe to it than I guess. But it definitely has that really 2000s feel to it though. Like that, it's like that's a lost art of type of video making, I'd say.
Yeah, lining up all of those TVs to get that to work.
Oh yeah. That's
also,
definitely...
I've seen this however many times, and I just made the association. There's this like video playing, and it says Bobby.
Oh yeah, I was about to mention that. Bobby
and then because Rob, and then it plays out again, but you can see the yellow ties. So it's Rob.
It's Rob watching that, and then
right, like a younger Rob.
Oh,
maybe
right. So it's like him
and
watching
then older
him as
Rob.
He's getting older. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I never made that association before. I just thought it was just some random kid video. I don't know. I can only imagine how painful it was to edit this.
Oh, definitely, especially with 2009 technology. It probably burned a couple of PCs down. My computer almost crashed every time I was rendering the Alex Hirsch interview.
No exploding computers here.
Yep, no computers.
I do have a story about
this.
So when I got my laptop in 2020, it was the night before a computer science final, and I was taking a break, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to like render this Tally Hall side project album." Every single song at once.
Oh god.
And make a cursed image to it. And I was like, this is a great idea. This is a great use of my time.
Foreshadow.
And I went to render it, and my computer made a popping noise, and the screen went black. I had to take it to a computer repair center. It turns out I had a faulty motherboard, and me rendering this Tally Hall thing just killed it.
Oh god. Tally Hall basically murdered your laptop.
Yeah.
Or it finished it off, probably.
Right. And it was brand new. That was the thing.
Oh, wow.
It was only like 4 or 5 months old by that point. But they were able to, they got my stuff repaired, recovered my files.
Oh, that's good.
That's what I get for trying to render every Hawaii Part 2 song at once. I'm gonna look at some more Happy Monster Band lore over here. So Tally Hall wrote and performed all the music, although 2 of the members weren't singing in the songs. But it was still the drummer and the keyboardist. I guess an early title for Happy Monster Band was Band Together, according to hiddeninthesand.com. This is like a fan-made Tally Hall, or fan-run Tally Hall Wikipedia type thing.
Oh. I see it mentions there also the characters have their own color, not unlike Tally Hall. So the colors still match.
Even though it doesn't match up.
That's definitely a wasted moment there. They could have made it work so much better.
They were like friends with someone who was involved with Disney animation, which is part of how they got this gig. But then that person also animated for one of the Tally Hall music videos for Hidden in the Sand. So I want to show that to you
that's where
next.
the wiki name comes from.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all coming together.
Also, I just realized 2009, so this would be around the same time Alex Hirsch was starting to pitch Gravity Falls to Disney, because he joined Disney in 2009 when they saw his student film. So this was just around the time that the earliest bits of Gravity Falls were starting up. So that's interesting.
So there's like a slim, tiny chance that like Tally Hall slim chance that Tally Hall and Alex Hirsch just like walked past each other in the Disney animation building, made eye contact.
That would be pretty funny if that happened.
You know, it's very unlikely, but it's not impossible.
Yep.
But the person who animated this is who connected them to Happy Monster Band. That's why it's relevant, and I'll play it now. So that was Titanic. I mean, Hidden in the Sand.
I love how it has nothing to do at all with sand. It's literally just the Titanic burning into the ocean, screaming in pain. Eat your heart out, James Cameron.
The person who was a Disney animator also did the like Tinkerbell 3D animated movies. Like he was the producer director for that or something. I remember that. But yeah, so you got another connection of you have a Disney animator animating for Tally Hall.
Wow, that is interesting, yeah.
All right. Yep. So Hidden in the Sand has over 200 million plays on Spotify.
God. That is insane.
So Tally Hall has definitely grown a lot more in the past 4 years. I've observed it, but I'm pretty sure that entire time Hidden in the Sand has displayed as their most popular song.
So it's kind of like how Among Us originally started with literally no popularity and then just exploded one day in 2020.
Yeah. The pandemic relation there. I was not expecting the Among Us reference, but I'm very happy.
Yeah, found a way to connect Among Us.
Yep. I'm just holding up my Among Us plushie, Loppy. He says hi. He's
hello.
Yep. So next I'm gonna show Rob.
Oh, he's the one I know, of course.
Oh yeah. A lot of people know Rob, whether they're aware of it or not.
Is he like the most mainstream member of the group, or it's like definitely the most out there?
For sure. So the band went on indefinite hiatus around 2011. So they've never officially broken up, but they've also all gone off and done a lot of their own things. Rob is probably the most well-known out of all of them since then. He composes music for Disney Channel. He's made things for like Netflix series. He's made a bunch of ads. And then he did a bunch of viral videos.
So it's kind of like Tally Hall was the Jackson 5, and then he's the Michael Jackson of the group, you could say.
True. Yeah, definitely.
The most successful.
Where I feel like if people don't know something from Tally Hall, they probably know something from Rob.
Right. Definitely.
So we have Shia LaBeouf live.
What even is the story behind that? Like, it's like I know about the song, but like, how did he just randomly come up with a song about Shia LaBeouf eating bodies?
Let's see if I can find lore on the Tally Hall. Shia LaBeouf live. It's
like like the live performance was hilarious. Still, I'm pretty sure the song is older than the live performance, though, right? Like
so the song, yeah, you're right. He first made it on SoundCloud and it went viral on Tumblr.
Oh yeah, I see. It says like the original is 1 minute 51, the live one, because he added those new lyrics, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so like the original lyrics, and then they did the whole live performance version.
And Shia LaBeouf was just there like. That was.
Oh yeah, so here's the.
That was like the plot twist ever.
They're just clapping at the very end. The fact that they just had Shia LaBeouf in the video, like, it's beautiful. He just watches this entire musical performance. Yeah, I like how the description of the video is Shia LaBeouf is a song by Rob Cantor. It tells a true story of an actual cannibal.
Oh god.
I forgot about it, but there is lore behind how the song came about. So, Andrew Lorick is like a guy who helped a bunch with Tally Hall type stuff. I think he was one of the managers, or at least there was some association with him. So I guess this guy and Rob were helping a friend move, and then this Andrew guy kept whispering Shia LaBeouf very dramatically, so Rob wrote an entire song about it.
That's like, why would he though like be just whispering Shia LaBeouf?
Because why not? Why not?
True.
And then we have the live performance version. It's such an iconic video.
Oh,
Have you
100%.
seen?
Oh yeah,
the
I've seen
full
the
thing?
I've seen the full
Okay.
video. It's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
hilarious.
Oh yeah, it's pretty great. Another viral video that Rob made was called 29 Celebrity Impressions, One Original Song, where him and this is the keyboard player from Tally Hall, who's Andrew Horowitz. They did a song together, and they put together basically a hoax.
Ooh.
Where Rob hired a bunch of impressionists and then he lip synced to it, but made it seem like he sang the entire song doing all of these really, really good impressions. And then he released it behind the scenes of what he did, but then it was just something where it went viral and everyone's like, this is faked. And he was like, yeah, it was.
That's funny. Oh, this literally the second video is like the making of.
Yeah, these are his most popular videos, I think. He also came out with his own side album 10 years ago called Not a Trampoline. So he has a few different songs there, but what's funny is there's a song called Ghost, and then he worked on the Ghost and Molly McGee.
They should have gotten the rights to play that on the show.
It would have been perfect. But I remember that where it was 2021, I think, was when the Ghost and Molly McGee was announced. And then they announced Rob was there, and I was like, I'm going insane.
I still remember this. Like, I heard the, like at first, like, people were like, oh, it's a musical show? Oh, that's not gonna be fun. Like, because, like, I'm not the biggest fan of musical shows. But then when everybody was like, Rob Kenter's the one who's composing the song, everyone was like, oh my god, this show is gonna be worth watching. And then, yeah, it was. It's like, both the songs are pretty funny and good to listen to, and as well the episodes are also a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, he did a great job with that.
Yeah, I mean, it was so good I added it to my logo.
Oh yeah, I still have to finish season 2.
A lot of people are mixed on season 2, but personally I liked it a lot. It was pretty fun. Although
cool.
You definitely can tell, like, they definitely wanted to do more with the show than they got cut, so that sucks. But at least it had a pretty decent ending, so still better than Stars. Anything's better than Cleaved.
Yeah, Ghost and Molly McGee, pretty fun. Gone before its time.
Oh,
so sad.
It's like that, Infinity Train, like name any good show and it's probably been cut.
Infinity Train to Among Us pipeline. We made an Among Us reference already. We just gotta point out
Infinity Train.
Infinity Train. It's directing Among Us the series. This is important information.
Definitely a huge surprise there. Like, I still can't believe it was like that's gotta be a troll, and then it was like, oh wow, he actually is doing it. I think that's the only reason I'm actually excited about the Among Us show. It's just like, cause yeah.
Did you see the cast?
I saw a bit of it, like, not much though beyond that. Like, was there any, like, notable people, I guess, like...
Oh yeah. So, like, cartoon sort of nerding moment. The voice of Wirt from Over the Garden Wall is playing one of the characters. He's also Frodo in Lord of the Rings, but, he's Wirt. He's Wirt.
Wirt.
Then Ashley Johnson, who voices Tulip and Leik in Infinity Train, is also voicing one of the characters. So Among Us is just basically Infinity Train Part 2.
I definitely can imagine them putting Infinity Train references in it.
Yeah, kind of tying that back to Tally Hall too, though. The spread of Tally Hall, especially during the pandemic, has meant that for pretty much any fandom, there's some Tally Hall music video or animation to it.
Oh, definitely. Even on our server, it's just like we have a Tally Hall channel now. Like, I still, even nowadays, like, whenever someone joins the server, like, they go in there and they're like, oh my god, there's a Tally Hall channel, this is the best thing ever. And it's like, wow, you definitely made a good call there. I put
the Discord in my channel descriptions, and I'm like, I just live here. It's like not even a Tally Hall server, but we have our singular channel where I just send messages, and other times people will be like, whoa, that's cool, there's a Tally Hall channel, and then never say anything again.
Oh, true. That's yeah. Although it's always funny when that happens. It's just like, oh wow,
Yes.
definitely made me realize how big of a band this is, like a group, like, because like I said, like I didn't know anything about Tally Hall before this, and now apparently I know a lot more.
Oh yeah, and the whole reason I got into Tally Hall was because of Gravity Falls.
Ooh.
So Sotries and the server had made an animation to a Tally Hall side project song called The Mind Electric. So I watched it and I got obsessed with it. And I was like, I need to know as much as I can about this song. Half of the song is in reverse. There's a bunch of cryptic voices saying things.
No wonder it was made. Now it makes sense why Sauce put that in with a Gravity Falls song, like thing.
Oh yeah, there's all, you know, like it's the whole like lost media search cryptic code type thing. And then of course it was for Bill Cipher too, so you got the reverse messages. But that was just, I went on such a massive rabbit hole of this singular song, which then I found Tally Hall through that. And there's been a bunch of Gravity Falls Tally Hall type content since then too.
Wow. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, from just what you said there, is like, I think that if Neil Cicierega was not like as big of a part of Gravity Falls as he ended up being, like, I have a feeling that Alex probably would have gone towards Tally Hall and for stuff in that sense.
True.
From the sounds of it.
Yeah, especially since both of them were a lot like early internet type music things. I think it helped that Neil had like flash animations, but
yeah, probably that. And also because Emmy Cicierega is also part of the Gravity Falls crew, so family connection there.
For real. Yeah. Note for podcast listeners who may not know this information, Neil Cicierega, also known as Lemon Demon, had worked on some music for Gravity Falls, and then his sister was an animator for it. Small world. Yep. Small world.
Also, another little tidbit, mentioned this in my 20 facts about Gravity Falls videos, like, in the coloring book that's now been sadly discontinued, like, there's a scene, there's like a page where it's like Grunkle Stan's holding a pile of money like a baby, and it's like a super realistic drawing of him. And it turns out that their dad, like Neil and Emmy's dad, was the one who posed for that. Like, they had him wrap around a blanket with a bunch of money in it, and then it was just him holding it like this, and they sketched that as the design for Grunkle Stan.
So oh my gosh, that is beautiful.
So there's a photo of their dad just dressed up as Grunkle Stan doing that.
So Lemon Demon's dad is canonically in Gravity Falls.
Lemon Demon connection to Gravity Falls always.
Oh yeah, I mean more. that one's a pretty straight line, you know.
Yep, just straight there.
It's right there. We have the cut Bill Cipher song. Oh man.
Oh, there's also the Stan like election song that we've ended up refinding that you posted on your channel.
Yes, Stan, he's the man.
And I just recently find out that apparently the entire music video that Neil made for that was just a rip of Richard Nixon's election campaign song.
Oh my gosh.
So it's literally just... So basically Grunkle Stan is the Gravity Falls equivalent of Richard Nixon.
I like how on Rob Cantor's Spotify you have all these like Disney lullabies.
I was gonna mention that it's like on his YouTube channel as well. It's like all like in his video playlist, there's like Disney Channel songs, and then
and we have the Welcome to the Chibiverse.
Oh, he did that too. Wow.
Yeah, he did the song for that. So for the theme song, so there's more of a Gravity Falls Tally Hall type connection of sorts. Sort of.
Which pretty much connects him to almost pretty much every other Disney TV show at that rate.
Oh yeah, like everything.
That sounds like kind of fun. It's like Gravity Falls fans for years have been debating about how connected Gravity Falls and Rick and Morty are, but here we are, Rob Cantor connecting Gravity Falls to the entire world via the Chibiverse.
Real. The true answer all along was Rob Cantor.
He's the key to it all. Oh, but that's pretty funny.
But his Spotify is just like his most played songs are pretty much the lullabies. And then there's this singular one from Not a Trampoline called I'm Gonna Win, which actually was a Tally Hall song that he adopted.
Oh wow. I have a feeling perhaps maybe the reason why that's his most popular song is maybe like parents putting on like songs on Spotify for like their kids, and that's the first result. It's not the actual version, it's just the Rob Cantor version.
got Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. People are like, oh, like maybe there's like these parents who are like, oh, I love all these lullabies. Let's put Rob Cantor's music on a shuffle.
And then the
And they
next thing they
get
know,
jump scared by Shia LaBeouf live.
their kids asking them like, "Why is Shia LaBeouf gonna chase me in the forest?" It's honestly hilarious, just like how out of context it looks. It's just like, oh, like wholesome Disney cartoons, and Shia LaBeouf is a cannibal.
But yeah, you've got Welcome to the Chibiverse, Disney Junior, 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 Disney Junior,
Disney Junior classics,
Disney Junior, Disney Junior,
and then
Shia LaBeouf live, not a trampoline.
Oh, that's like literally at the bottom, and just like the rest just Disney Junior.
Oh yeah, Disney listened to Not a Trampoline and Shia LaBeouf live, and they're like, we need this man. So yeah, we've got some fun different connections here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've apparently learned a lot more about Rob Cantor than I did before this. Now he's not just the Shia LaBeouf guy.
There's so many other the all of the Tally Hall lore just goes so deep, man. But yes, I'm glad to have introduced you to a bit more.
Definitely, it was a lot of fun. Probably gonna go find a Tally Hall iceberg video now.
Oh yes, do it. I know those exist. I don't know if I've watched them all, but they definitely do exist. Before we go, you wanna promote anything? I mean, we already talked about the Alex Hirsch interview. That's pretty cool. You gotta search that. That's GFan.
Interview with Alex Hirsch alongside me. Be sure to also watch my friend Hannah, because they made a really great part of the interview, and they asked Alex a lot of other questions that I didn't ask on my end. It's definitely a two-parter interview, so if you miss the first part, if you miss Hannah's part, you're missing out a huge part of the interview, so be sure to watch that. Get theirs up to 20k views and more beyond mine, so definitely do that. Other than that, I guess the only other thing I gotta promote is that there's going to be more on the Dad GFN channel eventually with, like, I have another video stuff. There's still more parts about the Alex Hirsch interview I'm going to be posting videos for. And then other than that, I got a couple of more Gravity Falls stuff planned. Book of Bill probably is going to give me some more content. And yeah, other than that, so also subscribe to my other channel, Talking to Myself Productions. I'm definitely going to be putting more focus on that soon. So
yes.
Shameless plug there. Also, that one's monetized, so help me make money.
Help HK pay his bills.
Yep, it's not cheap living in Canada anymore. Together we'll raise enough money to escape Emma's phone.
Yay! Wait, no.
Brian definitely told me to plug that.
But yes, so subscribe to That GFan on YouTube. I'll stick it in the podcast link too. I'll stick both of the Alex Hirsch interview links in there too,
thank you so much.
For sure.
Also,
you're welcome.
To any of my viewers, also be sure to keep listening to Emma's podcast. It definitely sounds a lot of fun, and really excited to see what else you get up with here. So,
thank you. Yeah, for anyone who wants to listen to me ramble about a dead band from 2008, let's go. Well, I think that will conclude it. Thank you again.
No problem.
Thank you for listening to Tally Talks. If you'd like to support the show, the best thing you can do is just share it, I guess. If you are interested in talking on the podcast, you can email me at podcast@awesomejedi.com, and then I can see if we can make something work. Oh, and I did want to share one other thing I discovered after recording this. I was looking up the animation studio that Disney hired for Happy Monster Band, and it's Titmouse, which had also been the animator for, like, the intro for Avatar: The Last Airbender, a couple other different shows, but most recently, they're working on Among Us, the series. So that means Tally Hall has a bit more of a connection to Among Us now. Thank you all. Goodbye, and have a good day. By Tally Hall.
Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by The Grind. Today I am joined by Repbit.
I'm Repbit. I make music. I've been making music for maybe like a few years now. I think like the first ever song I ever did was a cover of a SpongeBob song.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Also, I have a band, you know. It's called Of Mice and Mice. You can you can catch us on Instagram as of this recording on @Of Mice and Mice Band. We don't have it, or we have like one thing posted on there. We only made it very recently. We're working on stuff at the moment. Check it out. It's good stuff, I think. Probably, maybe.
So yeah, I know that you had worked on the We Like to Play It All tribute album that the Hidden in the Sand Discord did a while back, I think. Or maybe it was just like an overarching project, but just a bunch of Tally Hall fans came together and did a bunch of different songs, and you were one of the like first 2 tracks in there.
Yes, I was track number 2. Which when I found that out, I was like, I kind of freaked out, but like in a good way. 'Cause you know, look, I live, laugh, love Tally Hall. It has a place in my heart. I think like not even so basically right before I even started working on my song, I did my first ever like piano performance, and it was horrible, right? But I did play the song that made it onto the tribute album.
The Whole World and You.
Yeah. Go like, you know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you got all that stuff, and then I remember I got one of the other people in the in the project who did Time Machine helped do the mixing and mastering for it, and also added in their own little kazoo part to it, which if you like listen to it, you'll probably hear it in the background.
Oh my gosh, beautiful. Yeah, I really like the like chiptune type sound to it as well.
Yes, that's because I think during that time, I had a hyperfixation with chiptune music in general. Like, I think if you were to go through a lot of my like YouTube stuff from around that time, it's all just like chiptune covers. I think of like Lemon Demon and Jack Stauber songs. It was everywhere. That's all I could think about.
Yeah, and some of it was even like Neil Cicierega mashups, I think.
Yes, I did do instrumental recreations of like the mashup stuff, like Space Monkey Mafia, which I'm really proud of of the little solo that I managed to like transcribe.
That's awesome. But yeah, chiptune is definitely just such a fun sound, and hearing covers of songs, it gives me like a bunch of XP, you know. It's very very fun. I really liked you had a cover of Lemons and Pears. I really enjoyed that one.
Oh yeah, actually, I remember with that. So I remember after I did that and The Whole World Is You, I remember like when like Instagram like threads like opened up, right? I think my first post was just like, you know, me like meant like going like, you know, @Andrew Horowitz. Yo, I did these things, and then like he like quoted my thing, going like, "This guy." So he knows I exist.
Yeah. But yeah, are you a big fan of Sketches 3D then?
I live, laugh, love Sketches 3D.
We need the Sketches 3D appreciation. Yeah, I'm just curious because I pretty much know next to nothing about how tribute albums work. What was kind of like for like We Like to Play It All? What did that look like? Like, how did you get involved? What did working on it look like?
Okay, so how I first got involved, at least, was I think it was after the passing of Cos Baldwin, where one of my like online friends like sent me like an invitation to the server, because, and I had never even heard that there was a Discord server for Hidden in the Sand at that time, right? But I was like, oh, this sounds interesting. And then I saw that there was like a cover thing. And since I'd just done my performance, I was just like, oh, what if I make like a proper cover of this? And because no one else really claimed it except for like one person who, I think they were like maybe an actual child. I think they might have been like 12. So how it looked in there though. So basically, if you were working on the stuff, they had like a completely different like a section in the server, like you know like the private channels and stuff. I had my own little one for like my songs, and everyone had their own little thread for like what songs they were working on. And also, but like in that also allowed a lot of room for collaboration. So I got vocals from like a bunch of people for like, the end for like, please don't just laugh and clap right now. This is serious. I'm not delirious. I even got like was it Chonny Jash in that? If you're familiar with him, or if you're not familiar with him, is the guy who does a lot of the Tally Hall mashup. No, not the Tally Hall covers, and also slightly more recently Will Wood covers.
These recreations of these songs.
Yes.
I first heard about him in like 2022. One of my friends sent me a cover. It was like, oh, here's a cover of Be Born. And I was like, respectfully, I'm not entirely sure why someone would want to cover Be Born, but alright. And then I listened to it and I was like, oh! Oh!
we need more Be Born appreciation.
Yeah. But it's just like the total change in tone and lyrics is like, oh man. But yeah, Chonny Jash has definitely made his influence. Even like, I feel like even the Tally Hall stuff has just like gone beyond like the Tally Hall fans. I feel like
yeah, it's
impressive. But that's cool that you're able to get his vocals in there too.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty fun experience. I think I my first initial idea was like just like to resubmit my lemons and pears thing for it, but then I was like, actually, I might just do like a new thing. And then I was gonna help like a couple more people, but then like the deadline happened. But oh my god, what we were gonna do, I'm trying to remember. It's like, it's okay to be a cheese, you know.
The Hey You.
Yeah. We're gonna do Hey You. I still have like a little instrumental like part for that like it was. I think I got right before the we'll open our door, invite you to step in. But I just got to I did get that part. Sorry, but right after the next part where like they go like, you know, hey you, it's fall. I think that's a reason we should change it all. That's where I like stopped doing it because the deadline happened, and I don't know, I had schoolwork because I was in like 10th grade.
Yeah, so you had been working on the Hey You cover, but then just sort of ran out of time, or at least helping with that.
Yeah, I think I was mainly helping with the instrumental part for that. I think this other person was going to be doing the vocals for that. But we were gonna name ourselves Brie Valley because I think it was based off of our favorite cheeses, because of that one lyric. And my favorite cheese is Brie cheese, but I forgot what the name of the other person's cheese was, except for the second word, Valley.
It's okay to be a cheese. So with the we like to play it all, then was there like very specific deadlines then, I'm guessing, so that it didn't take years?
I know they did have like a deadline, right? But it was like, I'm pretty sure it was just that one deadline if I recall correctly. So, you know, there was just like that one like deadline kind of like daunting on you like the closer that it got. But I think I was kind of like, I was chilling with it because with my main song that I did, I was like, I was done maybe like a week or so before the deadline. It must have been like at least like a month or so that they gave us. I know I still have the little like spreadsheet that it was in, you know, of all the songs that were claimed and all the ones that like didn't make it through and all the ones that did. Because like there were like multiple people doing the same songs, right? But then like whichever one, like the mods were like, this one's the better one, we're gonna put this one in. That's why I was like definitely competing with this like 12-year-old child. It's very silly. So I kind of love it for that.
just get the special cut of The Whole World and You somewhere, you know. They do like a anniversary re-release of We Like to Play It All, and that's one of the bonus tracks.
Actually, that I remember I actually had an idea very similar to that, like after I was like, what if we just did like released all the ones that like didn't make it. And I think that would have been really nice. But then again, it is what it is.
Yeah, so there was quite a variety of different people who got to work on the project. So like you mentioned, you know, you had like Chonny, Jash worked on some of the, like providing some of the vocals for The Whole World and You. Did you really get a chance to interact with any of the other artists who were working on covers?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think I've made a good chunk of online friends through that, actually. Like, you know the guy who did, which one was the one? It was Shia LaBeouf.
I don't know how to say that username.
Neither do I. Like, Juck Miff. I'm online, like, I'm friends with him now. I think, like, since that happened. And he's really good. He's, like, great. He can make, like, transcriptions of, like, songs, right? And they're, like, very accurate to the stuff. Like, he did one of, Behold the Future by Lemon Demon. And it sounded almost exactly like the actual song. Oh yeah, also I know Demo Field, who was on he did Lemons and Pears. Oh my, yeah, wait, sorry, it was Daisy Fingers. Oh my goodness. I'm thinking for a second I was thinking of someone else's Lemons and Pears one right there. No, yeah, he did Daisy Fingers. And I remember he added in like little Lemon Demon references within the song.
Oh my gosh. That's beautiful.
Like in the instrumental, he did a little callback to The Only House That's Not on Fire Yet.
I love that song.
Like in a little thing like do 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 do, you know.
Looking at it, looks like Soapstone 2000 did a Lemons and Pears cover.
Yes, yes. And in my opinion, I think that one's better than mine. Mainly because, you know, it had more originality to it, whereas like my Lemons and Pears cover, I remember it was basically just like I tried to make it as close to the actual song, whereas like, you know, they added in, you know, their own little creative liberties to it, which I think that's like, you know, what we kind of need, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why like I kind of like do that now with my newer stuff. If I like whenever I actually get to doing like covers, which I am working on a few. Actually, I know like let's say like for my band, right? We've only like recently started like doing anything, but currently we're in the process of doing a Will Wood cover. That's Enough, Let's Get You Home.
So for that one, are you just kind of like experimenting a little bit beyond the original as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're also like looking for someone who can play any like brass instrument, you know. I've even made like little posters to like put up around like close to where I live, saying it's like looking for a brass player and also a drummer. We do not have a drummer. We have not had a drummer ever like since because like we kind of started making the band like last year, right? But like it hadn't really gone anywhere because we haven't been able to find anyone. But and also like it kind of died. But it's making a revival. It's making a revival. We've got a name. We've got like we've made like a little Instagram page for it. Since we're actually doing stuff, we decided that it's like a good idea to make some social media pages for it. You know.
Nice, but you still are just waiting for Australian Ross Fetterman.
Yes. Basically.
Yeah, best of luck with that though. Yeah, but it is really fun when people are able to just sort of, you know, take a cover and really make it their own. We already talked about Chonny Jash. That's definitely where it's just like taking something and that's like it just becomes a whole new thing there. But it is cool for things like these fan albums and tribute albums where they are able to have that chance to play with things. I like how I like how you mentioned how there's, you know, like a Lemon Demon reference within a song.
Yeah. Oh, actually, here's a little fun fact, right? So, I was listening to like one of like the previous like podcast episodes a little while ago, right? And you're talking about Happy Monster Band. Well, I think I started learning or like teaching myself to sing in falsetto because of London Town.
Oh my gosh.
Because it's like make a little, like, save a biscuit there for me. It was like that part, like, save a biscuit there for me. You know, it was that song where I was like, oh, I gotta like try to do that, and then I started like learning falsetto.
Nice. We're getting the overarching podcast lore.
It's the extended universe.
Yes. But yeah, but that's fun though. Have you been able to like has it just been learning falsetto for the sake of falsetto after Happy Monster Band, or was there like something specific you're hoping to build that for at some point?
Well, it has helped me out with singing in general, right? Because if I like with my just like my chest voice, if I'm like singing notes that my chest voice can't get, I can just switch to my head voice. So now I can hit higher notes. I have a pretty high vocal range, right? I can sing like very very low notes, and I can sing like I'd say pretty high notes with because of my head voice or falsetto.
Thanks to Happy Monster Band.
Thank you, Happy Monster Band. We love you.
And then also, I'm curious as well. What is your history of like being into Tally Hall? So you mentioned, being a big Tally Hall fan. How did that kind of start?
Well, I do know that the first song I'm pretty sure that I listened to, or at least remember listening to, was "Turn the Lights Off." I think I was probably like browsing through YouTube when I was pretty young, right? And then I click on a video and it's like, don't go in there, you'll become one. And I absolutely loved it. But then I completely forgot about it until like a couple years later, where I started listening to Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. And I absolutely love Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum so much. It wasn't until I think maybe 2020 where I listened to Good and Evil. Live, Laugh, Love, Good and Evil as well. It was good stuff. It probably did have it's probably had like a bit of an influence onto how I make my music. That reminds me for like, let's say like with my band, right? Because like when I was making like the posters and all that, we have listed down some influences in which we aim to like take influence from, right? So we got like, Will Wood, Lemon Demon, Tally Hall, Cosmo Sheldrake, Miracle Musical, AJJ, Talking Heads, They Might Be Giant, and Jiraiya.
Those are some great artists there.
There's awesome great artists there, I know. Yeah.
With Good and Evil, like what would you say like is the biggest influence from that for just sort of the work in your band? Is it like vocal type stuff, instrumentation, the vibes?
I'd say maybe a bit of the vibes, right? I think vocally I stem closer to Lemon Demon. At least I'm pretty sure, because whenever I sing, people go like, "Wow, you sound so much like Neil Cicierega," and I'd be like, "Really? Thank you." But also, I guess instrumentally, right? Because we are like obviously aiming to have like a lot of strange instruments played in there as well, to give it a more whimsical kind of vibe. Also to make our music sound more full. I love, like, recently I've been listening to like, let's say, like, tracks from other bands, right, where they just play like a lot of like trumpets and like saxophones and all that. I'm just like, oh, I need that. When we have like the money and also the skill, will definitely be like just finding a bunch of like obscure instruments. I also love like gimmick instruments. I love instruments with a gimmick, right? Like I love like I have like oh my god, I have an automaton. I got like this little kazoo. It's kind of slightly broken.
Yeah, are there any like instruments that you can pick out in Tally Hall as like being something like really unique that you'd want to try doing? Or even like in Miracle Musical too, or anything.
Well, I know I do. I love the use of strings that they do sometimes, right? Because I'm like a very like orchestral person without any of the orchestra, right? I mean, like I love hearing those instruments in music, and I always want to be able to find a way in which I can incorporate it into my own. Even like when they add in like tiny little like music box sounding stuff in there. I love having any of that stuff in my stuff, you know? I don't think I've actually done too many Tally Hall covers though, but like I have done some, and I'm working on some, and I have like a bunch of like unfinished projects. Like there was one time I did I think a Spring and a Storm, right? And the instrumental was pretty good. It was very synthy, very synthy. It wasn't like as oh my god, it wasn't as like acoustic as the original one. It was just like 300% like synths. At some point I gotta like pick that one back up, especially now that I can actually sing, because I know in my like when I did the cover for Hidden in the Sand, We Like to Play It All. I like that was before I did any sort of vocal training, right? So whenever I listen to it, I'm just like, huh, okay. In fact, actually, you know, a little fun fact. Most of like the vocals that I sung in that cover was just like done in like one take, except for one part where I just like record me saying like a single word and then put it over like one of the other ones because I think I messed up one of the words, and then rather than like record the verse again, I decided I'm gonna record the word again and then like put it in front of that, and it's mostly unnoticeable unless you're looking out for it, because if you're looking for it, like you're gonna know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, listening to it, I wouldn't have noticed. But it gets to be one of those things where it's like, it was something that you only you are cursed with the knowledge of.
Yeah. And now it's not only me who will notice. Yeah. It's great, but I think it was definitely a really fun experience though, nonetheless. I remember I was still doing it like when I was even at school a little bit. Like being at school, I'm pretty sure like I'd be in the library with my headphones on, just like making a little bit of the instrumental track. I remember I also used like samples of like the cat like that meow 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 meow, you know, to go along with that. It was very silly and whimsical. I love just the whimsicalness. I even used a melodica for a part in it, like we were like bam 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 bam, you know, it's all like melodica. And I think my favorite version of the one that I did was probably actually my unmastered one, just because it's like you hear everything, right? Like, well, although like the mastered version is still like great, right? But obviously my baby is the one without the proper mixing done to it.
That's the one on your YouTube, right?
Yeah. The actual one, like the final one, is both on, you know, like the Bandcamp for We Like to Play It All, and also my Spotify. Because I decided to put it up there, I think like not too long after the thing released, just so that like people could hear it on Spotify. I don't know.
You had mentioned of like wanting to do some more Tally Hall covers in the future. What are some ones that you're thinking of?
I do think I would love to finish my cover of Spring in a Storm. It would not take long, to be honest. I'd just have to like record vocals, honestly. It always stops there. I stop whenever I get to actually recording the vocals parts, and then I forget about it. I think one of Ruler of Everything would be a pretty fun go. You know, do you hear the food? Then oh my god, I gotta get out of it. You know, I'll probably have to do a bunch of takes for that part though. Actually, what do you think I should do?
I mean, me personally, I'd love to like see some more covers of like the older demos of stuff too.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that actually does remind me. There was like more recently, I tried doing like a little bit of like a recreation of Pure Imagination, but like the Tally Hall like live performance versions. Oh, good stuff. I don't know if you're aware of Andrew Horowitz like The Whole World Is in My Hands.
oh yeah,
Yeah, I remember I made like a chord sheet for that, and like because like in the 2019 recording at least, like just like a couple of the lyrics are like hard to make out, but like I've just like like written down what I hear. So like if I do one of that, then like I'll see if I can see if there are either other people who have like figured out lyrics to it, or if I'm just gonna have to like see what I can make out and sing that.
well, luckily we should be knowing that more soon.
I did hear that actually. But I think with that also they've also like changed up lyrics in it as well. Because obviously like if you have like a song in your back pocket for like a good amount of time, like you're gonna do
5
some
years.
changing to it,
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could either make like a cover of like the 2019 version, or I could do one of like a new upcoming version that they're doing. I also loved seeing Ross and Andrew performing. Wasn't it like Ross's like first time like in a good long while, right?
Yeah, yeah. He recently did the interview for Hidden in the Sand with Ruby Red, and he was
I've been meaning to
mentioning,
look at that actually.
yeah, it's a great interview. Watch it. Highly recommend. But yeah, but Ross was mentioning that it was like the first time that he had properly played in probably over 5 years. Yeah, so that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Also, yeah. Shout out Ruby. Unrelated, but related to the overall like overarching conversation. About influences from Tally Hall. With my current band, we are taking an influence in the way we present ourselves as well. In fact, like, but like how Tally Hall has their ties, right?
Yes.
Well, what we will be doing is we'll be having our hats. I have like a flamingo bucket hat.
Gosh.
Pretty sure our bassist has a cowboy hat. And our guitarist has, those like old man like sleeper caps, like with the little thing. You're like, me 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 me. They'll have that. I think one of us is having like some top hat. Initially, we were gonna like color code our like general clothing. That idea is still up for grabs though, but like at the moment it's mainly the hats. Although like my main color is like kind of like purplish pink, I guess.
That is very fun.
Yes.
You guys have the very sophisticated headdresses.
Yes. And the sleeper cat,
Yeah. I want to ask your thoughts on Hawaii Part 2.
Hawaii Part 2. I have that on vinyl actually. But I live, laugh, love Hawaii Part 2, again, like it was listed on the little bit of like influences on a little like band poster. But yeah, I absolutely love a lot of the songs. Like Island to Thyself is probably one of my favorites on them. And then I guess like The Mind Electric, or I think I really like Koyam Dip's like Inside the Mind of Simon for that,
Ooh, yes.
Live, Laugh, Love Koyam Dip actually, because I absolutely love Moon Waltz and Pluto and Cell. Those are probably like my favorite three on there.
Get the Bora appreciation.
Bora appreciation. We love you, Bora.
The Mind Electric lore just goes deep, man.
Yes.
You just fall into the lore. You fall into a hole that you couldn't see.
Actually, I can play that on this. Actually, like that.
Do it.
See how the surfs work the ground. The ground. Look at it. And you give it all they've got. And they give it all they've got. And you give it all you've got till you're down. See how the brain plays around. And you fall inside a hole you couldn't see. And you fall inside a hole inside of someone. Help me understand what's going on inside my mind. Doctor, I can't tell if I'm not me. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah.
Let's go.
I performed that live once,
Let's
actually.
go. You did?
I did.
That's cool. Like,
Yes.
was it for like a talent show or something?
Yeah, kind of. So, because with the place that I do, like, my music lessons, I think every year they have about, like, 2 concert performance things. And I've done a Tally Hall song, I've done a Miracle Musical song, and I've done a Will Wood song. And that one was, the Will Wood one was like,
Against the kitchen floor.
Yeah, I did that one. I loved that one. I even did the how he does it in Case I Die, where he's like, I'm down pounding my head, and then like everything stops against the kitchen floor. Yes, I should actually start like releasing a lot of my old stuff, or like touching up on them, do it like mixing them properly, recording vocals, and then just like releasing them out, because there's not much more work on it like that needs to be done, you know.
Yeah, but that would definitely be cool to see. Look for those covers in the future for sure.
Yes.
Well, for kind of wrapping up, you already mentioned the band, but also is there anything else that you'd like to promote? Mention that you're gonna have some more covers out soon, hopefully, or even like any shout outs in general.
Yeah, okay. Shout out to Jaden Walk. Shout out to me. Yep. We will be doing probably more covers soon. And I am still like writing some original music. So hopefully that stuff will be coming out within the next, I don't know, few months, give or take. Hopefully, if we can do this. Yeah, like you might catch us on, I mean, like at the moment you can catch me on YouTube as just like, you know, Repbit. We will be making a Of Mice and Mice YouTube channel probably pretty soon, in which you will probably be expecting to see videos of us working on our projects, some like behind the scenes stuff, I guess, you know. Same goes for the Instagram. It'll be posting mainly the same stuff.
Well, yeah, thanks for joining me here and just being able to talk about music and Tally Hall and just hearing about your work for the We Like to Play It All tribute album for Cause. It was very, very cool to hear more about that as well.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Bye!
Bye!
Thank you for listening to Tally Talks. Please share the show with people you think who would enjoy it. Shout out to Sotries for being my brain cell. If you would like a shout out in an upcoming episode or an animatronics video, check out the links in the description. If you give to help a family in Gaza, I will give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form linked below. Also be sure to listen on Bandcamp to We Like to Play It All, Hits tribute to Tally Hall dedicated to Cos Baldwin. Thanks again for listening and have a good day. By Tally Hall. Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast that ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host Emma, and today's episode is not sponsored by My Plumbing. I'm joined by Peridot Person, and we're going to talk about Sketches 3D.
Yippee!
So if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Peridot Person. I make a bunch of Tally Hall related videos on YouTube. I blew up because I ranked every Tally Hall song. I don't know why it's not a very good video, and my opinions are a little wacky, but I've just been going back and reviewing all the Tally Hall albums, and I just love rambling on about it.
And that one was like every single Tally Hall song, right? Like
Every single one is a stretch.
okay,
I think
but
I did.
most.
Look, I missed a lot. I mean, a lot of demos I didn't do because I was kind of lazy, but I did do a majority of the stuff that's like on Spotify.
Nice.
I did not do any of Rob's Disney Junior work because that would have been a nightmare.
Oh man, you didn't listen to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
I mean, since then I've gone back and listened to all of them, of course.
Okay. Yeah, so something that I wanted to do on this podcast was take a moment to talk about Sketches 3D, which is Andrew
I love
Horowitz's
Sketches 3D.
side album under his name Edu, in this case. It's just a very cozy album to me, and
it's really comforting.
Yeah. And
It's criminally underrated.
Exactly. That's another thing too. It's so underrated and it's very cozy. And especially if you like the Andrew songs in Tally Hall where he's
Definitely
singing that. This is a great album. But yeah, but what do you love about Sketches 3D?
Well, I don't know why I started hyperfixating on Sketches 3D, but since then I have just fallen in love with it. Everything from Andrew's vocals to just like the themes of the different songs. I mean, last year, I think I was the #1 Edu listener. I had 16,000 minutes listened.
Oh my gosh.
That's about 11 days, so I think I might have a slight issue. But I am the proud owner of a Sketches record. Got that off of Discogs. But it was worth it because it's just such a cozy album. It makes me feel just so like you're warming up by a fire, just having a friend play you some tunes. That's how I interpret it anyway, how I listen to it.
But yes, Sketches 3D vinyl. I hope, since the Sketches 3D CDs have kind of like started being sold again at the concerts Andrew's been doing, I'm hoping that the vinyl will come back again too.
Especially with his new album coming out, I hope it'll put Sketches 3D more in some circulation, so more people may want it, like a higher demand, so we might get another pressing, hopefully. That'd be awesome. Because, I mean, I had to fork over like $300 to get my hands on my copy.
I was lucky I got them before they were gone for like $30 or something.
Oh,
it's
man,
ridiculous to
wow.
see. I mean,
I paid like 100% more.
It's ridiculous to see just with all of the sort of different vinyls that the amounts that they can sell for. Like, I think there was one where it was like, I think the one that was Causes went for like 2,500 USD or something
it's
ridiculous
wild.
like that.
And like some of like the earlier Hawaii Part 2 pressings are going for like unreasonable prices.
It's ridiculous, but at least in the past few years there's been some repressings of things, so it makes me hopeful that at least within the next 5 years it could happen again. Yeah, but shout out to Needle Juice though. They keep us with our supply of Tally Hall stuff at least.
Needle Juice, hit us up with the Sketches repressing, please. Please. I mean, at least it's on Spotify, so we can listen to it there without having to worry about destroying something physically.
Very true. Very true. Because that was the thing. Before it was Sketches 3D, it was Sketches.
And it was just on like a cassette. I've gone back and listened to like the original Sketches on Tally Hall, and like it's nice to hear like the improvement of the mastering and mixing between the two. But I feel like it would be really cool to have a cassette copy of Sketches.
I'm sure they're out there somewhere. I actually haven't looked too deeply into that.
Me neither. I don't know. I feel like if anyone were to have one, it'd be Ruby Red, but I haven't seen anything.
She'll just show up within the month of just like 5 of them somehow.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The fact that we're getting both Sketches and more, I mean, not Sketches. The fact we're getting both more Edu and Kojum Dip is very exciting for me. Like,
they're like the two polar opposites of the Tally Hall world, but we are getting them.
because Tally Hall kind of just falls upon the spectrum of Edu to Kojum Tip.
Yeah, everything's basically between those two. It's hard to believe like a song like Hummingbird is in the same universe as like Cell and
Yeah.
Forlom. I was thrilled to hear that Andrew and Bora played Moonwaltz live though, because that might
Yes!
be that must have been magical to be there.
Oh my gosh, that's just the piano is so beautiful in that, and it was cool to see like Andrew playing that as well. Since I know like Bora plays
know.
it, but it's like it's just very
The
very
collaboration was
exciting.
so cool.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Just recently, the Tally Hall community has just been being fed. Like they're playing together
Real.
again for the first time in years. It's incredible.
It just makes me so happy to just see like all of these recordings and pictures of people like freaking out. It's like they're playing Tally Hall songs again. Like
Exactly.
people are hearing Tally Hall songs live in 2024. That's wild.
What a world we live in.
Yeah.
I'm as happy as I am to hear the Tally Hall songs live. I do love hearing the Sketches songs because
Yes.
they're really good.
Yes.
I know some people don't like the sound of Andrew's vocals on that album, but I just find them so comforting.
Same. I think it's just like all of his style just really shines in that album. And
Definitely.
it's not everyone's cup of tea, and that's okay, but for those who are
Yeah.
willing to take the cup of tea, it's really good.
Yeah. Very pleasant.
Which is your favorite song on there, or favorites?
Oh!
If you had to choose a favorite child.
Oh, this is impossible. This is an impossible question that you've asked, but probably either Hummingbird or At the End. I love just the whole piano bit and Hummingbird's beautiful. And At the End, I think, has some of my favorite vocals by Andrew. Both are beautiful in their own right. The entire album's great, but those two are probably my favorites. What about you?
I really like Lemons and Pears, personally.
It's a classic.
Miss Melody, that one I went to like listen to the album for the first time, and then I ended up just looping Miss Melody like 30 times.
It's an earworm.
But yeah, but all of them are really cozy. I just like the Rainbow Connection cover too.
Oh my gosh, it's a
find
great
it-
way to close the album.
Yeah, and it's very perfect too. You got Kermit Green, Andrew Green,
I never made that connection.
the Rainbow Connection.
The Rainbow Connection. Whoa.
It's a nice album. I also really like Hey. I like all of the songs for different
They're all
ones.
great.
Yeah.
The only one that I might not be a massive fan of is Daisy Fingers, but that one's not. I still like it. It's just
Yeah.
like if there was one that I would have to skip, it would be that one.
Mhm.
But other than that, they're all just fantastic. Hey You's awesome. Even Nowhere Else. I hear people not liking Nowhere Else, but I think it has a great aesthetic to it.
Yeah. All of them are just really fun, and they all stand out in their own different ways. While not being like huge like standouts either. I don't know how to like
Right.
properly describe that. Like they all work together and they're all cozy.
Yeah. And yet they can work as a standalone.
Yeah. And I'm guessing you've probably listened to the like additional tracks before as well?
Yes. A lot of people really like Grandpa's Hiding. I cannot bring myself to like Grandpa's Hiding. I don't know why. Just something about the vocals. It doesn't really click with me.
Mm.
But Tomorrow and Today, oh my God. Tomorrow and Today might be my favorite Edu song, actually, now that I think about it.
I
It's
love
really
Tomorrow and Today as well. And
The
it like
chorus is so bombastic. I love it.
yeah. And it's just cool to me too, because that one was like priorly a good and evil song.
Yeah. I would have loved to hear that on Good and Evil.
Yeah.
Replace that with like Out in the Twilight.
No, out of the twilight. Hey, no. I mean, I understand it's not for everyone.
No, I would
also
have
just,
loved to have heard that. Oh, no.
Yeah, like if we had just like some Good and Evil extended version, one day,
Yeah,
guys.
the deluxe edition.
The deluxe edition. We get Tomorrow and Today.
Yes,
We get all of
please.
the other ones that have just
Get
kind
black
of...
people, white people.
Exactly. Speaking of like two spectrums of different styles of song.
Oh my
almost.
God. You've got Andrew doing beautiful piano bits and beautiful lyricism, and black people, white people.
Tally Hall is great. It's so broad. We love that. We love that for music.
So silly.
But yeah, but Tomorrow and Today is so good. It's just, yeah, that one is like probably like the most underrated one because
No, it definitely is. I hear no one talking about it. I think you're the first person who has ever started a conversation with me about Tomorrow and Today because so good.
I think that one I've listened most like standalone too. Because there's some site somewhere, it's just like some really random spot where it was part of some album compilation, but you could download it for free. It was
Right.
also a bonus track for Sketches 3D.
I think like the Kickstarter backers could
Yeah.
get that.
You can also legally download it somewhere. Don't remember where. I feel like it was all in a different language too, but you could
Yeah.
legally obtain it for free and listen to it.
I think I
yeah.
just downloaded it from Tally All and then put that on the local files, and now I just listen to it on Spotify.
Real shout out to Taliel.
Tally All doing the hard work. Keep up the good work.
Keep up the good work reference.
Yes. We need to keep up the good work season 3.
Real one day. Hopefully maybe
day.
maybe when
Maybe.
the album drops.
You never know.
You
Ooh, yeah.
never know. Yeah. Also, keep up the good work. I just love the skits and also just the piano track behind it. It's just like the piano track is just so happy. Makes me
It
feel like
is.
things are gonna be okay.
Yeah. I thought that was gonna be like I had seen those clips on the Tally Hall YouTube channel, and then I watched the Tally Hall internet show, and I just kept waiting for them to show up, but they weren't on there. They were just their own little skits. But I feel like that's just a good little series that he did, and I'm glad that he's kind of continuing that message.
Yeah.
I bought a cameo from Andrew for my friend's birthday last year, and he said, "Keep up the good work" at the end of that.
Oh
So
my gosh.
it's just kind of his little catchphrase now.
That's
So
awesome.
I love that.
Soon we'll get to see him banging out the tunes.
Yes.
Sonic Lunch.
Andrew banging out the tunes. Cannot wait.
Which song would you like to see Andrew perform the most? Like Tally Hall or Sketches?
I mean, I'd love to see you live. I know he did that in his last, not the last show, one of the shows he did you live. I am the #1 you defender. Like I was in a group chat and we were like ranking all the good and evil songs, and everyone was putting you at the lowest, and I was like,
That's so
what?
sad.
It's so good.
It's so cozy. Just because it's
Exactly.
not Turn the Lights Off doesn't mean it's not good.
I say you is overturn the lights off any day. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I don't know. I just love Andrew's work.
Oh, I see the image you sent of the say hello to your top artist, Edu. You're a top 0.001% fan and you spent 16,664 minutes together.
I listened to a little bit of Edu last year.
You know, I feel like I've listened to a lot of Tally Hall in my time, but I feel like I haven't even listened to that much Tally Hall the amount you've listened to Edu. So that is really impressive.
I have a slight issue, I think. Or maybe it's just really good. I'm sure I'll stream the next album as much as I've streamed Sketches 3D.
Oh my gosh, yes. Have you listened to some of the songs for that yet?
Yes, I've been listening to all the live show stuff. I think he's played 5 new songs so far.
I think that sounds about
believe.
right, yeah.
So we got Good Morning, Mr. Butterfly, Monsters, Fishes, Worlds in My Head, and Someone Will Be There.
I really like Worlds in My Head from what I've heard so far. I know that's the one that has also existed the longest so far, but
It's really good though.
yeah,
He's definitely put a lot of polish into that.
yeah. I also really like Illicit Ghost's like vocals complimenting Andrew's.
Definitely. I think that's they're collabing together for the album, so she'll be on the record. But I've been really digging all of them. I'm really excited to hear like a fully recorded and mastered version.
Yes.
And that's not very far away now. What do you say?
I
This
know.
fall?
This fall.
Yeah.
According to Mr. Matthew of Tree Town Sound.
That sneaky. I don't even know what to believe anymore. But if what he says is true, then it should come out this fall.
How many minutes do you think you'll listen to Edu this
year?
Yeah, this year.
Oh boy. That's a great question. probably not as much as last year because now I've gotten obsessed with Will Wood and
Let's
other artists, but I will definitely listen to my fair share of sketches this year. Maybe only 5,000 minutes this time.
only 5,000.
Yeah. Let's keep it reasonable. A lot of people tell me that I look like Bora, and I guess that's kind of true. But that's what I get associated with a lot.
Maybe it's the hair. You guys will have
It's
like the
probably
matching
the hair.
hairdos, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I went as this is kind of weird because it's like an actual person, but I went as Bora for Halloween last year.
But it fits, it fits.
It fits. I couldn't exactly do Andrew. I do not have the hair for that.
Did you get like were you getting like the orange tie fit?
Yeah, I got the black pants, white button up, black vest, orange tie. It was lovely. I was a little surprised because I went out and I was about to like wrap up and then I saw 5 figures cresting the horizon, all in matching ties, and I realized it was a separate group who had dressed up as Tally Hall.
Oh my gosh.
And we just kind of freaked out when we saw each other. It was a grand old time.
That is awesome. The beauty of just sort of seeing Tally Hall become more popular in the past few years is now people know what I'm talking about.
It's not some niche hyperfixation anymore.
Right. Like I remember just like the like concerned stares of like explaining ruler of everything, but now it's like, oh, it's a meme, guys, it's fine. Oh, I think I've heard that before.
I feel like I was introduced to Tally Hall because of Ruler of Everything, but I also want to say that it was because of my friend because he played Banana Man.
Oh my god.
To me. I'm not sure which came first though. I'd like to say it was Banana Man though.
Do you see him? Do you see
Maybe.
the Banana Man?
I might. Hopping over on the White Hot Sands. I do not like Banana Man. I feel so bad because everyone else likes it. I do not like Banana Man.
It's just ridiculous.
It's really silly and it's fun, but I don't know.
Yeah. You know, that's fair. When there's other things out there, you're like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of almost like if the Gobble Chicken song also made it onto an album, but then I also realized Mucka Blukka's there. So
Mucka Blukka's there.
Yeah.
It's basically on there. I mean, I was about to say, like, and Andrew's writing is so much more reasonable, but then I remembered he wrote Good Day and Taken for a Ride. Those are a little
Did he do Two
kooky.
Of as well?
He did do Two Of, and I find that really funny. I think I saw in like Hidden in the Sand that he like doesn't like that song, but made it on the album anyway.
It's just another one of the goofy, very goofy.
Yeah.
I love
Marvin's is all over the place.
Exactly. I love the quote unquote like music video for 2 Of.
It's just like a road trip, and then right at the very end.
And then they just die midway through the song. It's great. It's great.
They're so silly.
Yeah. I love just how all over the place Marvin's is. In some senses, good and evil still is, but at least it's a bit more like
Good and evil has
tied together.
more of like a central theme.
Right.
I like the overall like kind of medieval-y sound to it.
Yeah.
It's a lot more reasonable of an album. That's something you could play to someone's grandma and they wouldn't absolutely hate it.
Yeah, they'd only be like, why are we talking about cannibals right now?
Yeah, maybe that one. Maybe we skip that one.
I played The Mind Electric to my grandma, but I was because I was playing it for myself and I thought she was asleep.
Oh my.
So she's like, this has some really interesting instrumentation. And I was like, oh no, she's awake. And it's still like good part way through just like the half, like the reverse. Portion.
No.
Cool.
That would have been crazy. I think if I played The Mind Electric to anyone over the age of 60, they might explode. But that's why I like Andrew's stuff, because it's a little more reasonable than, like, for example, Joe Hawley's writing.
Joe Hawley moment.
Joe Hawley.
You look at the Wikipedia. Or not the Wikipedia. There's just the wiki. It's not Wikipedia.
Yes.
It's hiddeninthesand.com.
Hiddeninthesand.com. The ultimate Tally Hall fan headquarters.
Real. I noticed for the studio album it has the label BKLYN Records. Do you know, is that like Andrew's thing or is that a different record company?
I think that's a different record company. I forget what pressed it, but it was some smaller company that pressed it. I'm not sure exactly who the label is, but I assume that the next one is going to be under Andrew's own label.
Yeah, that would
because
make sense.
he has like all the like the chill Caterpillar stuff now.
Yeah, I tried searching the label and it just pulled me up with the Brooklyn Public Library. So
I don't think that's a music label.
Yeah. I also love how just on the wiki entry, it's like, oh, as of March 26, 2021, Andrew said that he sold out of the CD and vinyls forever. However, unsigned versions were sold in 2023 and 2024. So
Okay, so they are not gone forever. Who knows? Maybe we'll get more records.
we just gotta get the like subliminal messaging. Be like, oh man,
Yes.
this would sound so good on a vinyl, Andrew.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew, wouldn't it be so awesome if I could listen to this on a large disc with a needle?
It's interesting. I also see on the Kickstarter, I guess maybe if I had noticed it before, I forgot, but there was a limited edition T-shirt.
Yes. I almost bought the shirts. It went on sale, but it was like a lot of money, and it wasn't my size anyway, but part of me was just really wanting the shirt. But it's a neat design. Also on the Kickstarter, he like almost sold his Tally Hall keyboard and his like first acoustic guitar. None of those sold, but like that was one of like the tiers that you could buy.
Oh.
He just give you his Tally Hall touring keyboard.
I remember seeing the video of him like showing off the keyboard, and I guess I just
Yeah.
assumed it had been sold.
No, it did not sell because I think that was like 2,500.
Oh dang. Oh yeah, I see it where it has the all gone. All the tiers are gone.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad that didn't sell because that's like an important thing.
Yeah.
I get it that he had to do what he had to do to get the album pressed, but
Right. But it is cool that it did happen, and hopefully it'll
Yes.
happen again.
hope so. Hey, Andrew, if you have another spare keyboard, the one I have kind of sucks, so just saying.
Do you play piano then?
I try. Yeah, when I do like my little music streams, I either play ukulele or piano.
Oh nice, that's
I'm
right.
I'm kind of good at piano, I'd like to think. I mean, I mainly just try to learn Will Wood songs,
That's
but
a very like a very high tier to start aiming
yeah.
for.
But I mean, once I got that down, the other things were kind of easy. So I want to do like a cover of You,
Yes.
Whole World New. I could definitely do that. And I don't know, maybe just anything off the sketches I'd love to do a cover of.
I also noticed you have two of the Tally Hall Youtooz in the background there.
Yes, I have Rob and Andrew, my prized possessions.
Beautiful.
I would have gotten all of them if I had money, but did not.
I salute everyone's paychecks who got all 5.
It's impressive. I know Youtooz is planning on doing more Tally Hall stuff. So I would love to get a Bora plushie. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But I love which one's Rob? There we go. I love Rob Cantor's receding hairline.
Oh my gosh. Just pulling. I like how you can. Oh, he looks bald.
He is. He's lovely.
That's
Fun
a
little
nice
bonus
feature for the
Yeah.
plushie. You get to do the receding
Yeah.
hairline simulator.
It'll be accurate in like 20 years.
Be like the I forget if it was a skit or part of the Tally Hall internet show where it's just like the birthday scenes. Oh no, it was part of the internet show.
Yeah, I think that was the first episode with like the gradually creepier birthdays.
Right, yeah.
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 They all got old and then they became eyes and then plant creatures and then I don't know. It was crazy. I need to watch the internet show again. It's been a while.
Same. I'm hoping to do that for the podcast at some point.
Yeah, that'd be a great episode.
Does Andrew Plushie also have a receding hairline, or is that different?
He's really only got the little thing here,
Oh,
and you can't really fiddle with that much.
yeah.
But I think Joe can also do that. I'm not sure.
Ah.
If I had the other ones, I would experiment, but I do not.
Yep, this could be a question for the listeners. Does Joe Hawley Youtooz have a receding hairline?
Answer in the comments. We need to know.
This is some important research questions.
Dire.
You've mentioned like your YouTube and then doing a few covers.
Yes.
Like what are your current Tally Hall projects kind of looking like?
Right now I'm in the middle of editing a Good and Evil review where I just go in depth into the album and make some, I think, fairly hot takes about some of the songs. But I want to do that, just go in depth onto all the albums, even the side projects. I've been working on and off on a very long Sketches 3D video for some time, so I want to do that. Also, I've had like an idea for a Tally Hall movie for about 2 years.
Ooh.
I finished the script for it about a year ago, and I've made some preparations to film it this summer. So I'm hoping to do that, just like a fun little fan film.
That's awesome.
Who knows, maybe some special guests will appear.
Hmm.
But yeah, me and my friends were just gonna go down to Michigan, film some stuff for a few days. It's gonna be cool, I hope.
Nice.
The idea is that we're trying to get the band back together through some obscene means, but ultimately we head down to Michigan and try to hunt them down. We ultimately fail, but it's a lot of antics occur on the way.
Are you gonna go to some of the different locations from like the internet show and
Yeah,
other skits?
I'm definitely gonna go to the Marvins. There's like a famous poster of the band like marching through a graveyard. We're gonna go to that graveyard. All sorts of other fun stuff. So I don't know, it's just kind of a tribute to the band. And I definitely want to record more covers, but I can't really do instrumentation very well, so I just rip the instrumentals and sing over them really. But I'm working to do more of that stuff.
Yeah, and that's still a cool place to start, in my opinion. You know, if you're doing a bunch of the like side projects, any chance you're getting like an analysis video on Youtooz?
Oh, I have feelings about Youtooz. I did a live stream where I actually listened to every Tally Hall song and like did a tier list. The Youtooz are interesting. They're certainly something. Some of them are better than others, for sure. I would not choose to listen to them. Maybe I'll touch on them in my sketches video.
Yeah,
But
true.
yeah,
15 seconds of Youtooz.
15 seconds of Etudes, yeah. Very brief. Yeah, then I'll go over all of the Disney Junior songs.
Oh yes. Cause Andrew helped with those too.
What?
Yeah, he's credited for like helping with some of the arrangements.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Wow. Oh my God, I'm a fake fan. No.
But yeah, you'll like go to the credits and it's just like Rob Cantor, Andrew Horowitz. You're like, wow, Tally Hall.
Man. That's now, I believe 4 of the 5 members of Tally Hall have been involved with Disney Junior now.
Oh,
Because Zubin, Rob, and Joe were on Happy Monster Band. And now Andrew with the Disney Junior. Wow, that's crazy.
yeah. I want to say Ross was still involved with the songwriting, but I could be wrong, or at least the composition stuff.
That'd be cool. Just Ross drumming for Happy Monster Band.
Oh yeah.
But I love seeing him just having fun on stage at the live shows.
Yes.
It's cool to see him back at drumming.
Percussion, like the percussion with the Edu songs has also been cool to hear. So
Definitely. It's different, but I like it.
yeah.
It's a nice change.
Yeah, it's like a fun trio to have. And even
Yeah.
then still like Bora and Andrew are a cool duo.
Definitely.
Hope Ross can make it to Sonic Lunch too.
Me too.
So
I would love to meet him. I'd love to meet all of them. I just wanted to
Same.
see them live. That'd be incredible.
It's exciting.
Definitely. Good times to be a Tally Hall fan.
Oh yeah. Do you have any other thoughts for like the upcoming Edu content? We kind of touched on that already, but
Yeah. I don't know. I just am excited to hear recorded versions of the live stuff because it's really good.
oh yeah.
And just excited to get new Tally Hall content in general. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, I have, like, listened to every single ounce of media that this band has to offer. I need more.
And this fandom will find things that have
We will find
pre-existed.
things. I'm sure
Dig them
there's
up.
still demos that we haven't found yet.
Right. But even that, it's just like it's just impressive. Like people finding things. It's like
It's really
man,
cool.
it is cool. Keeps us going.
In these
Like the
trying
Hidden in the
times.
Sand YouTube channels, just mastering like these discovered like recordings from old concerts. It's like wow.
It's so cool. I love just watching all the old stuff.
Yeah.
Wish I could have been there. I'm actually super jealous because one of my friends, they were 3, but they actually saw Tally Hall live because they grew up in Ann Arbor. But I don't know. That's
I mean, that's like a
I'm
cool
jealous.
bragging, right? But that's something where they probably don't remember that.
They totally do not remember it. But it's still neat.
That's awesome, though. Thank you for doing this with me. If you want to like plug your YouTube, where can people find you? Where can people get content?
I am just Peridot person on YouTube. I have a Discord server. I don't really have any socials. I post the letter H on Twitter once a year at Yearly H. That's really the 2 things I have.
Is it like a specific time each year, or?
It was just kind of like dumb luck for the first 3 years, and I was like, you know what, I'm making this a thing. So now January 1st every year I do it. I'm up to my 5th H.
Let's go.
It's very, very dumb. I put a lot more effort into what I do. I'm Peridot person.
Yeah, thank you again for joining.
Thank you so
me.
much. I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, glad to have you.
Thank you for listening to Tally Talks. Please share this show with people you think would like it. If you would like a shout out in an upcoming episode or in an animatronics video, check out the links in the description. If you give to help a family in Gaza, I will give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form. Check out Peridot Person's YouTube channel and take care. Have a good day. By Tally Hall.
Back in the ancient days of 2014, on December 13th, or the date 12/13/14, an official video game to Hawaii Part 2 was released. Only a select few seem to know about it, and the official download of the game no longer exists. Are there hidden mysteries? Clues in the game to understanding the lore behind Hawaii Part 2? I don't know, man. Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by the hit game Among Us. No, not really. I wish they would sponsor me, though. I'm joined by Supper Toad Productions, and we're going to talk about Labyrinth the game.
Hi, everybody. I'm Supper Toad Productions. Well, spelt Supper Toad Productions, pronounced Super Toad Productions. I'm an indie game developer / interviewer. I interview other indie game devs and voice actors.
So, in your case, what's kind of your history with Tally Hall? How do you sort of know this sphere of the internet, I guess?
So it all leads back to 2018, I believe. 2018, 2019. Before 2020. My dad shows me the Shia LaBeouf live thing. And I believe I'd watched, what was it? Happy Monster Band with my grandma once.
Let's go.
So I kind of have a little bit of history with them, in a weird roundabout way. But I'd say I kind of got into them in 2020, was it? Or 2021, whenever the cassettes were released. Somebody had recommended it for me, Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. And I had asked for the cassette for Christmas. I got 2 copies, because 2 people got me the same thing. I gave one to my friend, and I kind of treat the one I have as like a good luck charm, because I picked it.
Nice, and was it just kind of just from there in 2020 or 2021, whenever that was, and like finding just all of the sort of different things of the Tally Hall community?
Yep, I had listened to Good Day and what was the other one? Welcome to Tally Hall on a repeat throughout my entire summer of 2021 and 2. And I kind of just dipped my toes in and didn't even listen to the entirety of Marvin's. Then I listened to the rest of them, like, this is fire. Yeah, and then I listened to Hawaii Part 2 and Joe Hawley, and some of Good and Evil, but Good and Evil is not my kind of thing. So...
And that's all right.
I've not listened to much of Andrews besides his album. Rob stuff, one of the songs that was a old Tally Hall song that he rewrote.
I'm gonna
I love that one.
So when it comes to Labyrinth, I was pleasantly surprised to know that you knew what the video game was, and since you had mentioned video games are kind of your thing, I was excited to find another Tally Hall fan to talk about this with. How did you kind of stumble across it? Was it like on YouTube? Did someone mention it?
So my friend Talking Coat, he's a music artist who's heavily inspired by a lot of Tally Hall, but specifically Joe Hawley's stuff in Hawaii Part 2. Check out his Bandcamp. He's amazing. So he mentioned the video game, and I'm like, that sounds kind of cool. So I look for a download, can't find it anywhere. Do a little bit of research into the company that made it, and I'm like, this is weird. Because, like, somebody would have had to pay for them to make the game, I feel like. Because they weren't just I feel like they might have just been a nobody studio, but from what I've heard, they still do make games to this day. I think. So I play the game, I download it, and I start mashing my WASD keys, being like, why can't I move? And then I press the arrow keys, and I'm like, oh dear God, why do I have to move with the arrow keys? And I do like 3 hours of research trying to figure out how to get the WASD keys working. There's no way to remap your buttons in the game, at least that I know of. Maybe it's hidden somewhere, hidden in the sand. So my roundabout weird way of doing it, this is how I experienced the game, was it was installing it onto my Steam Deck, and editing it, so like going into the Steam settings so that the Windows version of the game ran on Linux, and I switched my controller things to work kind of correctly. It was buggy, and and then I just played it with the arrow keys, and I was like, I can't deal with the weird reverse controls. I've seen another game do that, and I'm not a fan of that control scheme.
Yeah, that's fair. But it is so interesting, like what you were mentioning with the studio. It's like, this just kind of evaporated from existence a few years ago for this video game, and like, I don't know, maybe not a whole lot of people even have heard of that studio before. And it's just like, it's just so fascinating. And the other thing too is like with this video game, it was kind of teased by like the Miracle Musical Twitter. Early 2014, they like put like 12, 13, 14, and then they just deleted the tweet. And then like 4 or 5 months later, we have the music video came out, and then the game dropped. And it is interesting, because if you watch the music video, it's like, hey, play the game here. Doesn't work anymore. It just evaporated.
I don't know how long the game actually is, because there's no playthroughs of it on YouTube.
Actually.
Is there?
Yeah, there are. Someone has attempted a few speedruns, but the controls and the mechanics of the game do get a little frustrating after a while. If the way how I've played the game so far is I'll just wander around at things and be like, man, this looks cool. And then I get stuck in a level for an hour, but I barely noticed because I was like, man, look at that sprite.
It's clearly inspired by like the old Zelda games, which I don't like the Zelda games. So it's like completely, but Labyrinth it's an amazing song. So weird Miracle Musical song, because it's not sang by it's sang by somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is. And the music video is amazing. I love it. Not to be a jerk, but they show at the end of the music video, or in the middle, somebody playing on a Game Boy when the game itself clearly is not a Game Boy game. It is clearly like a SNES or a Sega Genesis game, because it's colored and the colors are clearly like fleshed out. Like, it's not an NES game. It's a Super Nintendo game. It's not a Game Boy game. They should have at least stayed semi-accurate, because I don't know what they're called. I think they're called Super Boys, and they're like handheld SNESs. They should. I don't know if those existed in 2014. They might have been. I've heard of them, but they should have just done that. They're not official Nintendo products, but they're a fan made thing. And if we want to be lore accurate, they could have done that. But
yeah, that's something that's like, yeah, I'm not that deep into the video game lore that I would not pick up on that. I'd be like, oh, that's cool. She's playing the game, which is Labyrinth, in the music video. It's just something where it just gets to bug you specifically.
Yeah. Another thing regarding Tally Hall and video games is Joe Hawley has so many samples from video games, like Punch Out, Mario, like just the most random samples, and I love it.
Yes, you can definitely tell that Joe likes video games.
Yeah.
I do find it just really fascinating too, just Labyrinth on Hawaii Part 2, kind of as you mentioned, like, it really is very different from the rest of the album. Yet, in my opinion, it still definitely works. It has those skeletons of the Mind Electric repurposed in it. But it's just so bizarre that you have this track that doesn't have any of the Tally Hall members. It's a rapping type track. And then it also, like, this whole video game itself is just so bizarre that you have all these sort of pieces and you're like, it's so interesting this is in here. I'm not complaining, but why?
I think in a weird way, Labyrinth is 100% a, like, fits in, like, the whole way. It might seem off listening to it out of context, but when you listen to it the whole way through, it just feels like another song from the same album. My personal theory about Labyrinth, at least what it means, is it's obvious. I feel like it's kind of obvious, and I'm not going to go too into it, but I feel like the dude we see in the Labyrinth music video is supposed to represent the main character, rather than being a separate person.
On that, it is interesting because this is like one of our kind of, in the Hawaii Part 2 music videos where we actually have like human characters going through a plot. And it's really interesting because in the music video, there's like kind of our main character guy going through all of these different battles. And then partway through, there's like this pink-haired girl who he's trying to rescue. And then it ends off just really depressing at the end, where it's like they end up, not being together. We don't know entirely what happens, but it doesn't work out. But have you seen the ending for the video game?
No, actually, I have not. I don't have the dedication to beat that game.
That's fair.
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, what's interesting is with the ending for the video game, is it ends almost like Dance Dance Revolution style of pressing keys in a specific order after defeating all the monsters, and that's what frees the girl. And the two of them, the main character and the pink-haired girl, who I see the Scott Pilgrim behind you, all of the books there. I'm like, oh, it's Ramona. It's probably the hair dye video game themes, something like that. But the main character and the like other main girl, they end up sailing off in a boat together, and that's how the game ends after she's rescued.
Yeah, how long is the game? Do you know?
What I've seen as the speedruns on YouTube is between like 15 to 20 minutes.
I am so stupid. How have I not beaten the game yet?
But it is kind of solving the different puzzles, and then also if you take the time to walk around the different rooms. I've only probably gone through about 4 levels of the game myself. But there's like the space station level 7 room where when you destroy all of the furniture, in just there's like I think it's in the skeleton bar where you destroy all the furniture that it takes you get the opportunity to go to space station level 7, and that's where there's just a bunch of skeletons making Tally Hall references. But yeah, there's just so many random things like that where like, oh, there's another room where it has like this whole like foresty area you have to get through, and it's just kind of, if you take the time for like kind of getting into all of these odd side quests, there is more to do, but getting from the game start to finish, I have seen people doing it in, 15 minutes, but knowing how the game works.
Yeah. I 100% am gonna go back and try it again.
Another thing I will note that's just super cool about the game itself is it uses all of these, like, chiptune style covers of Hawaii Part 2 songs.
Yeah, and those are in their own album, correct?
Correct. So Hawaii Party, I think that's how you would say it in that one. We got Hawaii Part 2, Hawaii Part 2, Part 2, and Hawaii Party. That one has all of the chiptune songs that they used for the Labyrinth game. And so depending on which level of the map you're in, you get to hear the different songs kind of themed to different areas. Yeah. Did you also notice when installing that Labyrinth was spelled wrong?
Is it really? Let me check. Yes, it is. Why? Do you think that's just because Tally All and somebody misspelt it?
According to the wiki, that's how the install is.
That's weird.
So
That's crazy.
Yeah. Wait, let me pull up the exact phrasing here.
I wonder if that's intentional. I wonder if it's like a cipher for something.
Maybe.
Because on the packaging for the, was it the vinyl or the CD for Hawaii Part 2? There was like, what do you call it? Like, you can't see it, like marker. That's invisible marker. Like, you can't see it without a black light.
Oh, invisible ink.
Yeah, that was on all the CD bags.
Got sidetracked. I was looking up the trivia for the game. So yeah, so this is what it says on Hidden in the Sand. The installer, as well as the game's executable itself, misspell the word labyrinth as labyrinth. So I realized reading this out loud, instead of Labyrynth, it's Labryntھ. It's flipped around the Y and it's missing an I. And then for some unknown reason, it's also followed by a underscore 24, making the full executable title Labyrinth 24. But it is cool though. We got the icon for it is the
shape.
Rectangular. Yeah. The shape, the rainbow, it's the thing. Dude, it still is like just playing the whole thing. It's like, oh my gosh, it's the thing. Like you hear all of the soundtracks and you're like, it's the thing. Although the gameplay is very buggy and kind of painful. Apparently there's this glitch where if you walk into a pit, you just die permanently and you have to start the game all the way over again.
I hate games with permadeath.
I think, is it at the intro screen of Labyrinth where it says it was made with Unity, or am I thinking of something else?
Probably. If it's made in Unity, it usually has a little watermark at the beginning. I'm not too familiar with Unity, but I've had to use it for one project.
Curious, I don't know if that has anything to do with the naming conventions either, if it just adds the 24 at the end. But who knows? What's interesting is there were like sort of two versions of the game. There was the first version that came out, and then there was another kind of bug fix, quotation marks, bug fix version of the game that also made it playable on a Mac. So I don't know if there's a difference between the names. I don't have that information.
The Mac version probably just, if I don't know how they distributed the game at the time, but they might have had the Mac and the Windows versions as different installs, and that might have something to do with it. So they probably just quickly, oh, this is actually my theory. So they exported the Mac version, and it was just labyrinth.exe or whatever, labyrinthinstaller.exe or whatever. And then they were going to export the Windows build into the same folder, and it was like, ooh, you can't do this. It has the same name, so they just quickly slapped on the 24 for whatever reason. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows? I like how we're just overanalyzing
the 24.
What could potentially just be a typo.
I guarantee you it's just the build number. That's all it is. But, gotta look into it. Maybe it's teasing a third Tally Hall album. We don't know.
Yeah, it's 2024, guys.
I don't know. It might mean something. You know, everything has to mean something. Possibly. We don't know. But I feel like if it actually did mean something, they would have still had the game up for download.
Maybe they still would have had Miracle Musical vinyls available. So who knows?
Maybe this is hinting at a repress.
Yes.
A game from 2014. We're hinting at the repress.
You know, I think we've cracked the code here. But yeah, were you able to kind of look around at the different maps much at all, or was it just kind of raging at the key setup and then calling it good?
Raging at the key setup and calling it quits. But the art's good. Somebody put effort into that.
Yeah, and it is really cool because from the music video you do have these kind of like overlapping areas of like the things that happen in the music video. You get to kind of explore those rooms yourself. What is interesting is according to the Hidden in the Sand wiki, there's the Sea of Regrets, which you see in the music video, but it actually doesn't appear in the game. But it's never mind, it does appear in the game, but it's not finished.
It's like because you had mentioned that there was a lot of unfinished textures and such in the files.
Yes, so it is actually something where you can get to the Sea of Regrets, but when you go to try playing in the area, it's just really glitchy, apparently. But that is one of the things where it's like, oh, that was in the music video. You kind of have these like vague characters appearing in the music video, and they're also in the video game. But it is fascinating to me that the music video ends with just sort of this ending where it's like, you know, the two lovers are parted, you know, parting of two lovers, why part two? They're separated, but then in the video game, you kind of have this chance to get the good ending, I guess.
Yeah.
And they sail off. I guess in your opinion, do you feel like there's the potential that the game itself kind of hints to a potential plot for Hawaii Part 2?
Yeah, like 100% confirms a lot of the fan theories. I'm pretty sure we can take most, like, the general consensus about what it's about is like confirmed. But I definitely think, at least from what I've seen of Joe speaking, I feel like he's the kind of guy that would want you to interpret his work in whatever way makes you enjoy it the most. So I don't really think there is, besides the basic plot, I don't really think that there's much behind. I feel like Joe and the other members definitely did have an intended plot, and there's definitely a real plot there. But I think, at least by the way I gather, by the way they talk about it, they, like, as long as you're enjoying it, you can think of it however you want. That's the vibe I get, at least. But maybe there is some deep-seated lore hidden in the game that I have no clue about and you don't know about, or...
But we still get to talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
It's just something where it's like, it's so obscure, so maybe this will bring awareness to someone who will get to understand more than we do.
Who actually knows, like, what, like, yeah.
But it's just one of those things where I've always found it so fascinating. It's, like, so underground in a way. But yeah, but I feel like you put things really well, of just kind of discussions of a plot or something. And so it is definitely cool to hear the fan theories, but it is definitely one of those things where I feel like it's purposeful that they lead it up to interpretation, but it is cool that, like, this game kind of takes the sort of different themes and makes it into video game type plot.
Yeah. I'd love to see a fully fleshed out Tally Hall video game.
Dude,
one day.
That would be so cool. Have you heard there's like just random audio out there of the Tally Hall members congratulating you for finishing a game? It was someone found it or stems or discovered it or something. I will have to look this up again later. But there's just audio of like the Tally Hall members clapping, like, yo, you did it, you beat the game. And it's just, we don't know what it's for.
If I was to guess, do you know what time period it's from?
Probably like 2009. I think it's Marvin's era. But I could be wrong.
I'm 100% guessing is that it's for a Tally Hall internet show skit that got cut. The only reason, like, do you know where it was found?
I would have to, I'm gonna look that up right now. I'm going to...
Because if it was found in, like, the Labyrinth game files, it probably just didn't have time to get implemented.
Right, yeah, it wasn't related
but...
to Labyrinth. Let me find...
Because in 2000, I really doubt that they had any plans for making a Tally Hall game in 2009.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't big enough for a Tally Hall game in 2009. Maybe they were. I wasn't alive. Well, I was alive in 2009, but I wasn't listening to Tally Hall in 2009.
Okay, I found it. It's from 2007.
Because the reason why I say I don't think they were planning a game, it's because indie games were so difficult to make. Like, we don't have the resources that we have today to make games.
Right.
That they didn't exist in 2007.
It's true. Unless it was like a Flash type game. I don't know.
Yeah, actually, now that you bring it up, Flash games, Newgrounds stuff would be easy to do.
Here.
Or not easy, I'm not discrediting.
Here, just...
Newgrounds devs. I just listened to that. I really wonder if it is, from, like, for the Tally Hall internet show, because it sounds it has the same audio mixing style, which I don't know if you've noticed, but it's like a Tally Hall internet show, kind of like the audio mixing is extremely unique for some reason. I wonder if it's just whoever does is it Bora who does the mixing all the time, or?
I feel like for the internet show, that might have been Joe.
Because it seems like whoever does it has a constant, like, audio mixing style that they do.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, maybe in some alternate universe in 2008 with the re-release of Marvin's, we also got a Tally Hall, like, Flash video game.
Yeah, probably would have ended up becoming Lost Media.
Yeah, so actually, here's the theory. The 24 and Labyrinth 24 executable file is actually hinting that the Tally Hall video game is coming out this year.
I mean, I'm not going to say much, but I may or may not have made full 3D models of Ross's drum and other things for a project I'm working on. It's not like a full-on Tally Hall game. I don't have permission from anybody, but I do want to add the members as a little Easter egg.
Oh yeah, there are some, like, video games out there that have Tally Hall references in them, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh yeah, because Ross is in Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. Or L.A. Noire, right? He's in some Rockstar published game.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember that now that you mention it. Okay, I think the game was called Borderlands.
There's a Tally Hall reference in Borderlands. That's insane.
Oh, it's a Spring and a Storm reference.
That's crazy. I was unaware of that. And for a big AAA game, that's a weird reference to make. Were they really that big?
I don't know. Maybe there was just someone who was that big of a Tally Hall fan and just threw that in there.
Because that's weird. Like, that specific line, too.
Mr. Moon, tell us about this guy. But yeah, you get all the Tally Hall video game connections. It goes deep. And, like, Labyrinth itself. It's just so interesting because it's like the Labyrinth video game, there's just apparently a multitude of unused rooms and sprites, and it just is like, man, there's so much details out there that you just don't know.
Tully Hall Battle Royale.
Oh yeah, that's the game that's coming out this year. Yeah, so I guess overall with the design of Labyrinth, it is really interesting as all the different rooms and levels, but yeah, you've mentioned not being a fan of the controls. I guess if you were to kind of redesign or kind of reimagine this game, what would be some ideas of how you'd go about that, being like a game developer yourself?
Besides the graphics, we're starting from scratch. We're starting from the beginning. Still top-down art style and everything, but roguelike, like Binding of Isaac, but Labyrinth. But the way it works is it's a roguelike. I don't know if you're familiar with those, but it's a game where if you die, the game's over. There's no save feature in the game. It's just take out as much enemies as you can until you die, essentially. So that kind of thing. Vampire Survivors is another roguelike. So we do a roguelike kind of thing. Keep the same stages and maybe have an end. Like, you have to walk around, defeat enemies. Just like no puzzles. Just get rid of the puzzles and the exploration. Tell me exactly what I need to do. I need to be held through everything. Like, literally everything. Which, as a game designer, makes me kind of sad to say. That I need to be walked through every game I play. I need somebody sitting there holding my hand telling me exactly what to do. Because I cannot figure out puzzles on my own. Unless it's like Mario. I can do Mario just fine. I can do most games just fine. But if it's stuff like Zelda or an open world game, I am stupid. I have no clue what I'm doing. If there's an objective menu or something, I don't know how to use it. I'm bad at open world games or games that don't tell you what to do. Games that don't have a very clear point for where to go. So, yeah.
So eliminating the puzzle side of things and focusing more of like moving forward and whatever the story is and defeating monsters.
Oh, and fix the controls. And if the controls can't be fixed, we give up. Give up, yeah. Because I feel like I could do the puzzles if the controls weren't like that.
That's fair. That is fair. Yeah, so you're probably busy with a lot of your own type of projects, dedicate designing, redesigning Labyrinth, and, doesn't necessarily have to be. It's still really cool that it does exist, but we could definitely see how it could be improved. But kind of what has that process been like for you personally of going through designing games?
So what really inspired me, I've always wanted to make games. I feel like every person who's played games has had a desire to make a game of their own. Whether they go into it, try and fail, get into it, try and succeed, or just never get into it. I feel like everybody who plays games has had a thought, maybe I could make a game. I have had that thought. It's like a persisting nightmare. Not nightmare, dream. Persisting thought about making games since I was, I would say, probably about 4 years old, when I played Banjo-Kazooie for the first time. But I kind of just was like, always kind of wanted to make games. And then, I think it was last year, a YouTuber, Unique Geese, made a remake of Garten of Banban in a week with no game development experience. And I'm like, I actually do have some game development experience. Because I made a few Scratch games. That's as far as it went, really, as of, over the past few years, making Scratch games and weird things in Scratch that don't really count as... I don't even know what you call half of the stuff I made in Scratch. But, so I saw that Unique Geese remade Garten of Banban in a week with no programming. And I'm like, I want to make games in a week with no programming. So I have my dad's not bad laptop, but not good laptop per se. Screen's falling apart. Yeah, it's not a very good laptop at all. So I kind of just, decide, I'm gonna do something with this. I install Unreal Engine on the laptop. It's the game engine that Fortnite is made in, Garden of Banban's made in, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. A ton of games are made in it. Not very good for making 2D games, so I couldn't really do the Labyrinth thing. I could, just a little difficult. So I use Unreal Engine to make my games, and I kind of, after barely being able to run it on my dad's laptop, I just kind of gave up on making games until around January of this year when I bought myself a computer. Good one. And I've been working on 2 different projects simultaneously for about since January. One of them is super far along and will probably have a demo by the end of this year. One of them is being worked on just kind of hard to make because I actually have to pay my employees for that one because I do not have art skills. So, yeah. Definitely. And I have made other non-game stuff, like I made a Friday Night Funkin' mod in 2022 that my little sister designed the character for, and I had people doing music for it. It was for a game jam, mod jam kind of thing. Turtle Pals Tapes set it up. 2022. So that's something that you can play that I made. That's actually out and ready.
Nice.
It's not amazing, but ton of fun. At least making it. Stressful, made it in a week. Really cool though, and very difficult. So, yeah, that's kind of how I got into game development, what I'm doing now. My YouTube channel will be linked in the description if you guys are watching on YouTube. I don't know how that'll work on Spotify. Just search up Supper Toad Productions on YouTube. I might not pop up, and it might pop up an autocorrect to Super Toad Productions. You're just going to want to keep fighting with YouTube and do Supper Toad Productions. And you'll get to me. You'll find me.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining me today and just being able to talk about just video games and Tally Hall, I guess, and contemplating Labyrinth. The game, that is. Thank you so much again for joining me for Tally Talks. I appreciated just getting your insight on the different things. Fun to have someone on the game dev side of stuff. So I appreciate it. Thanks for listening to Tally Talks. This episode came out just a little bit later than I was planning, as I ended up having some Treetown sound-related news that I reported on first, which can be found on Emmatronics. But thank you for your patience. Please share the show with people you think would like it. If you'd like to shout out in an upcoming episode or in an Emmatronics video, check out the links in the description. If you give to help a family in Gaza, I will give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form. If you have any comments to share or would like to ask about being a guest on the podcast, please email me at podcast@awesomejedi.com. Thank you, and have a good day. By Tally Hall. Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by a cardboard box. I'm joined by Melody McKinley, and we're going to talk about the recent Edu and Friends Tour.
Hi, I'm Melody, and I'm known for doing some Tally Hall things on YouTube and TikTok and Twitter. I did an interview with Andrew. I think that's what most people know me for, but, you know, as we said, I also went to all 3 of the shows, and I have a video on that I released recently, and yeah.
And if I remember correctly, did you go to the concert in November as well?
I did, yeah. So I technically went to all 4, and if you're counting Sonic Launch, all 5, so yeah. Me and Ruby were the only ones to go to all 4, so it was damaging to my wallet, but it's okay.
You know,
it's
totally
worth it for Andrew.
That's part of how I started getting connected to the Tally Hall fandom again, was I check the Hidden in the Sand website every once in a while, even if I'm not really looking anywhere else, and I saw an article, I was like, they did what? In November? I didn't know this.
Yeah. And funny story, I'm usually 3 hours away from New York, but I was in Ann Arbor at the time, and then Andrew posted, I think the day that I got there, he was like, by the way, guys, I'm doing a show, and I was like, bro. So, but yeah, and so I caught my trip to Ann Arbor short, and then I drove 10 10 hours back, and then slept, and then went straight to New York the next day.
That is some true dedication.
Which is crazy. Anything for Andrew. Anything for Tally Hall. I mean, like, this is the only thing that, like, Tally Hall has ever done since I've ever been into them, so couldn't miss it.
Yeah, yeah. And just also, like, Edu songs live is also really cool.
Yes, dude! Dude, it was. Oh my gosh, hearing, like, Miss Melody and, what was the other one he did? Well, he did Hey You in the recent ones. That was really cool. I wish he did Daisy Fingers as my favorite, but maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
I loved hearing all the new stuff, and hearing it so many times, like, got me used to it, and, like, yeah, I can't wait for the new album to come out. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so good. I'm so confident.
Same. It's really exciting.
Yeah.
With the first concert, were you, like, because you mentioned Ruby was there, were there sort of some other Tally Hall fans you were able to meet there? What was sort of their reactions to seeing Bora?
Yeah, it was so funny because there was always a group of Tally Hall fans right dead center front. So we were all just, like, in a huddle, like, woo! And, yeah, because it was every single time except for Boston, either me or Ruby got VIP so we could have early access. But also, I love Jukebox the Ghost as well, so I got to meet them, and that was so cool. Yeah, so we got to be in the front, and then, like, everyone kind of, like, found us and, like, hung out. So, yeah, it was really cool getting to, like, talk to Tally Hall fans in person. And it was very surreal that some of them knew me. It was like, I follow you. And I'm like, what? Yeah, it was just so nice. Like, and everyone is so nice in person. And just, like, felt like a little community at each show. It was great. I don't know if, like, people at that show were, like, also fans of Tally Hall, but, like, it seemed like the general audience was, like, super excited. That was really cool.
Yeah, it's just so fun to just have these special guests showing up.
I know, and it's a surprise every time, and then Matthew does his teasing as he usually does. Yep.
Everyone is well familiar with that by now, I feel like.
Who's it gonna be? Yeah. Who's it gonna be? I don't know, but I do know, but I don't know. Yeah, Matthew's such a nice guy. I've had the opportunity to, I think, visit his show twice, and he's just awesome. He's so nice, and yeah, I mean, like, it's always a pleasure to talk to him. And he let me sign the wall that everyone who's been on the radio show, like, who's a musical guest gets to sign the wall, and he let me sign it, and I of course signed it right next to the Tally Hall signature.
Very nice.
But yeah, he's just so awesome, and yeah, I think he gets a lot of hate, but I think he's a good guy. Yeah, he just loves to troll us. I think he's taken a break for now. He's kind of toned it down, but I'm very positive that it will come back up again, probably near Sonic Launch.
How was that show with just also Ross appearing too?
Yeah, that was really cool. I love Andrew and I love his music, but adding the drums it just filled something that wasn't there before in the New York and the DC show. Like, oh my gosh, take it for a ride live. Oh my God. It's just so magical to hear in person. And, like, just watching Ross, like, do his thing back there is so cool. It's definitely one of my favorite parts. Yeah, crazy. Because it was like Andrew came out, well, for the Chicago show, he had the girl come out first. Her name's Emily. And then Andrew came out, and then Bora came out, and then 2 songs after that, Ross came out. And he was, like, very discreet about it. He just, like snuck up to the drums.
Like, hey, wait a minute.
I was like, wait, I see you. Yeah, I see you. I see you over there.
I really like that it's tied with the Jukebox That Ghost shows. I don't know all of the Jukebox That Ghost discography. I'm not as deep as in with the Tally Hall fandom, but that was a similar, like, 2021, 2022 is kind of a lot of similar playlists I made was Tally Hall and also Jukebox The Ghost in it.
Yeah, dude. Like, Jukebox The Ghost is, like, Tally Hall's my all-time favorite, but, like, Jukebox The Ghost is my current favorite band. Oh my gosh, they are so good. I'm so in love with them. Their music is amazing. Anyone who's listening should check them out. Definitely, especially Let Live and Let Go. That's their first record.
And that's the one that starts with the song called Good Day as well, right? Or is that the...
Yeah. Yeah, they talked about it on their podcast. They mentioned it, and Ben was like, I don't think it was conscious, but if it was, I owe Andrew an apology. Ugh, yeah, so good. And they're so talented too. Like, dude, they played Let Live and Let Ghost in DC. That was like, I had the time of my life at that show. It was so good. And like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna see them live from now on. They're so amazing.
Out of all of the new songs that you've heard performed live, which one do you think is your favorite new Edu song so far?
This is an underrated one, but I would say Fishes. I love the groove and just like, it just sounds good. Obviously, but like, I don't know. Yeah, that one's just, I like the vibe of it. I also like, I don't know what it's called, but it's the one with the kalimba, and it has Andrew's backing vocals that are like, ba, 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 ba. I don't know. Oh, I think it's Monsters, actually.
Oh!
I've gotten the pleasure to hear them a few times, so.
Oh, yes. And then you get the full, like, in-person quality.
Oh, yeah. Like, there's just something about hearing any music live that's just magical. I really enjoyed all three in different ways. Like, the Chicago one was, like, I had to travel the furthest. I flew to Detroit for that, and then my friend picked me up. But yeah, I got to go to that show with my best friend. That was her first concert ever.
Oh, wow.
And that was the first one where I got to meet Ross. And then the DC one, I mean, like, I got to hear Let Live and Let Ghosts live, and that was super cool. And I got to meet Jukebox the Ghost and talk to Andrew after. I got to talk to them after every show, but just, you know, always getting to talk to Andrew is such a pleasure. And then Boston was just kind of the last one, so it was like kind of not emotional, but it just like had that feeling of like, let's give it our all. But yeah, so they are just super special, and like, this is just like, you know, that's something that I will like tell people about forever. It's just such a cool story and such an amazing experience, and I'm so glad that I got to do all of this.
Tally Hall live in 2023 and 24. It's wild.
Literally, like, what world are we living in? Wild. Yeah, I cannot wait for Sonic Lunch.
For real. Like, that'll be fun, because then I feel like there's probably going to be even more of, like, a gathering of Tally Hall fans there by this point.
Oh, yeah. Like, dude, everyone and their mom is going, apparently.
Yeah. That's the plan.
I think someone's coming from Brazil. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, what?
That's impressive. I was just about to say, I'm like, I feel bad for the Tally Hall fans outside the US, but that's
I know, right? Yeah.
That's some dedication for someone to come from Brazil, though. That is impressive.
I know. It really is. I don't think I could do that. Luckily, I'm a 10-hour drive. It's, you know, it's a little lengthy, but it's not the worst. You know, you definitely could be further. So.
Real quick, before we jump into your interactions with the Tally Hall members that you got the chance to meet, how long have you been a fan of the band? How did you first kind of find them, and what made you just be attached?
Well, I think it actually started with Hawaii Part 2. I was into a game called Sally Face. I'm not sure if you've heard of that game.
I have heard of it. I haven't played it, but
yeah. Yeah, I've seen like people play it. That's like kind of how I know. But there was an animatic of Sally Face to the Mind Electric, and I was like, what is this song? It's so good. So I checked out the whole album, and I actually didn't like it at first. It was too much for me, but then I came back a year later, I think around 2022, and then I was like, I don't know what I was on before, this is the best thing ever. And then, you know, through research, of course, I found Tally Hall, and then I just, you know, I just fell in love. They're amazing. And I've been in it ever since, so since early 2022.
That's awesome. And now you get to be here. You get to have this chance of like impacting people yourself, and them being like, oh wow, it's the person.
It's really crazy thinking about like when I first got into Tally Hall and where I am now, like having like met some of the members and like, you know, a lot of people from this fandom know me, and it's just so cool. I'm pretty proud of myself for getting here. It's a very cool thing, you know.
Yeah, and it's cool. I'm not super involved in the overarching Tally Hall fandom outside of kind of what I'm doing here, but it was something where it's like, oh, I'd been aware of your stuff too. So I was like, it always makes me cool. I just like lurk in different places and like, this is cool.
Yeah, that's so cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I really like your stuff too. I've followed you for a while, and I really like this podcast. I think it's very well done, very professional.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you want to talk about how it was meeting people now.
Yeah. So, okay, I'll start with, actually, I'll quickly go over New York first, because that was the first one. Andrew actually knew that I was going to be there because I told him. I was like, I'm coming from Ann Arbor, even though I'm not from there. I was there, and now I'm here. And so me and my friend who went with me just happened to be in the lobby after Andrew's set when he just walked out, and I was like, and then he recognized me, and he was like, oh my gosh, you've come a long way. Hi, I'm Andrew. Oh, it was so crazy. And then he took the time out of his day to like talk to me and get to know me and stuff, just for like 15 minutes, but still, he came out in the lobby to like see his friends who came to see him, but it just meant a lot to me that he took the time to talk to me, especially, you know, when he wanted to talk to his friends, you know. He's just very nice. And yeah, so Chicago, I wanted to see Jukebox, but then Ruby was out in the lobby and was like, texted me, was like, hey, the tallies are out here, you should come. And I was like, and I just turned around. I was like, oh, sorry, Jukebox, I'll see you next time. But yeah, so and then we ran into Bora right away, right at the door, or the entrance to the lobby. He was just kind of standing there talking to someone, and we talked to him for a little bit. His he's very soft spoken, which isn't something I would like expect from him, but he's very like he talks at this level, and keep in mind there's like a whole concert going on behind, so you can't really understand what he's saying, and it's a little bit awkward. So like it was really funny because we would have like a group of people like around like whatever member, and then whenever Bora spoke, everyone just went and just like leaned in like, huh? But yeah, Bora was so cool to talk to. He's like, and we told him, like, everyone was telling him how cool he was, and he was like, you're too kind, you're too kind. Yeah, it was just, you know, and it's so cool that, like, you could just ask them anything, and it's such, like, a casual thing. And then Ross, I was scared to go up to Ross for some reason, because, like, I mean, he was the only one I haven't met at that point, but, you know, he was just super nice, like they all are. And, yeah, the one thing from that interaction is that I have a drumstick from him. Yeah. And it's signed and everything, and it was used in the show, and I don't know, it's my prized possession. I think Ruby was in the middle of asking for one, and I just walked into the conversation, and he was like, oh, I have more than one if you want one, and I was like, yes. Yeah. So that was crazy. And then he just ran off and then came back, and like, oh, it was just so cool. I also have a pic from Bora. I have two, actually. Yeah, I have it in the frame.
Well, let's go.
I'm sad for all the people that are listening. Yeah, you're just gonna have to imagine it.
It's a beautiful collage of all of the different concert memorabilia.
Yeah, actually, if we could go through this really quick. So I will explain it for everyone who can't see it. But so we have the picture from Chicago with just everyone who came to see, and then, you know, the three of them and Emily. Then the Bora pic. Then this is a sticker from Jukebox the Ghost. And this is a picture I took. And I actually gave one of these to Andrew, and he was like, oh my gosh, thank you! This is a crazy story. In DC, Ruby had asked if Andrew had any Party Boobytrap CDs laying around, and so he got one for her, but then he was like, I actually brought 2, and I got one for you, and I was like,
oh!
Yeah, so, like, another prized possession of mine.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then, this is a set list from Jukebox That Goes. Tommy handed it to me personally, no big deal. And he also gave me a lyric thing that he wrote down. And then this is from Andrew, and it's really funny. This is the most iconic set list of the night. He threw a few out, but he put this one into a paper airplane and tried to shoot it in one direction, and then it totally, like, and it, like, vetoed right to me. And I was like, when I grabbed it. But yeah, and then I was like, you have to sign this. And then he did. But yeah, and then so I have a jukebox ticket from Boston that was in there that that's a story I'm gonna save for a little bit later, because it's the biggest flex in my opinion. But yeah, that's all the memorabilia I have, but it's just so crazy. Like, not even to just experience it, but like actually have things to, you know, have from it. It's just so cool.
Yeah, and then you get to just be able to stare at it, or just be able to, like, point at it and be like, whoa,
Yeah, literally.
that was wild!
Yeah. What? Yeah. It's just, yeah, I get to look at it every day and be like, remember when this happened? Oh, I was just gonna say, something that Bora did, not specifically to me, but this girl printed out like a drawing of him. I think there was 2, one to give to him and then one for her to keep. And then she was like, oh, I want you to sign the one that I'm gonna keep. And he was like, oh, only if you sign the one I'm gonna keep.
Aww.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
That's amazing.
Oh, it's so cute. It's very exciting to hear about Bora's new album. That, like, I mean, that wasn't out. Like, he didn't talk about it. Like, the only reason why it's out is because he told us, and then we talked about it. Yeah, that's crazy news, and I'm so excited for that. And he said that he's planning on doing shows with it, with the boater costume.
Let's go.
He said he was like, I think he said, like, I had one, but it broke. I'm like, how do you break a mask? But, like, okay. Yeah, I think he's like, I'm thinking of getting one custom made. So yeah, super exciting. I don't know, like, what it all entails, but I'm pretty sure Kojin Dip's making a comeback, which is awesome.
It's cool to see, because I know that the second album has been in the works for a long time too, so I'm sure that'll just be,
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll be like a cool step for all of the band as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Andrew is also planning on doing live shows for his album, which is just so exciting because that means more opportunities to see him.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good time to be a Tally Hall fan.
I know.
Got a lot of stuff to look forward to. Okay, I guess I'll talk about the story. It's really not that big of a deal, but it also is in a way. So, I was at the DC show, and we were all kind of like talking with Andrew and everything, and I think me and Ruby were kind of like just having conversation, and he was like, "Oh, are you gonna make it to Boston?" And I was like, "I can't, it's sold out." And he was like, "Oh, I can get you on the list." Yeah, he was just like, and he said that and then immediately moved on, and I was like, wait. Backtrack. So he did, and he got me on the list. For those of you who don't know, it's like a guest list where you basically just go up to the box office and say your name, and then you get let in. So, like, that is like the biggest flex of my life. He is so nice for doing that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy.
You need to be on the Andrew guest list.
Literally. The feeling that I got just like getting to walk up to the box office and be like, actually, I'm on the guest list. Yeah. And then she was like, okay, what's your name? And I was like, Melody McGinley. And then she was like, okay, and then gave me the tickets, and that was it. And I was like, I didn't have to pay a cent for this. Yeah, it was awesome. Like, so cool. And yeah, it's just such an honor. I have no idea why he did that, but like, I'm so glad that he did. That's just like so awesome. He's just so generous for doing that. And just, you know, he's just so generous in general. You know, he's so nice to everyone.
Yeah, and I remember too from like the Ross interview that Ruby did of just like Ross mentioning too of just how cool it is to see all of these fans and dedicated people. So I'm sure Andrew appreciates it a lot on his side too.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope that in some way like we mean at least 1% of what he means to us. But yeah, I think that he does appreciate us. I mean, like when he knew that I cut my trip in Ann Arbor short to come see him in November, I could tell that he was very appreciative, and he I think it's in my car, but he signed my CD. I didn't even have to ask him. He was like, "Oh, you want me to sign?" He just pulled out a Sharpie. He was like, and then it said, "Melody, thank you. I appreciate you" on it. So just yeah, it's just so nice.
Cool. What would be like the ideal Sonic lunch experience for you? Like what would be kind of what you would hope for?
I think the lineup, probably, like if I could pick 3. Oh wait, I don't know.
I want Bora to do Moon Waltz again, at least personally.
Yeah, I don't think that he's gonna be there to play. He said that. Unfortunately, I know. People want him to go so bad. I begged him. I took one for the team, and I like begged him so hard to come and watch. And he was like, okay, maybe. And I was like, no, you need to come. And he was like, what if I'm not in town? And I was like, be in town then. He lives in Detroit, come on. Yeah. I was like, I will personally do a backflip for you if you come. And he was like, hopefully safely on a trampoline and with pillows. I was like, sure, whatever.
On a real trampoline.
Yeah. Not on a trampoline. Yeah. Not a not trampoline. Oh, I was just gonna say I'm also planning on doing a vlog for a Sonic lunch. I'm not sure if you watched the last one, but I already have some ideas. I was actually thinking of if I'm driving, I don't know if I'm driving or flying, but if I'm driving, I think I'm gonna bring some of my instruments and do a kind of sing-along thing and play Tally Hall, and anyone can come and sing.
Oh, that would be so cool. Yeah, but it's cool that you have sort of your own instruments and just being able to do music type stuff. Do you have plans for that in the future?
Yes, I have an album coming out later this year, which is super exciting for me to, you know, finally be saying, because it's been such a dream of mine forever. I mean, my parents are musicians, so I kind of just was raised being in love with music and kind of knowing that music was my thing. So, being able to just even say the words, I have an album coming out, is crazy, and I'm just so excited for it. I'm really proud of these songs, and I've put snippets out here and there. I have one on Twitter that you could go dig for, and I do live streams on TikTok sometimes, and people seem to like it, which is such an honor, because it's hard to get people's attention with music that they don't already know. And with my music not even being out yet and people showing their support already, it just, like, means the world. So, yeah.
That's awesome. Like, I am a music enjoyer. I like hearing when people are working on music, because you just get to tell your own story, and then people get to kind of absorb that and make their own meanings out of it, too. Yeah. And music is just such, like, a magical thing. I think kind of everyone feels that way. Yeah, if you want updates on that, I will definitely post it on Twitter, which my Twitter is mostly used for Tally Hall stuff, but I will be posting about it on Twitter, and I also definitely will
post about it on YouTube as well. So,
yes. How can we find you? How can we find your stuff?
So just Melody McGinley on pretty much all platforms. Yeah, my TikTok account for Tally Hall stuff is mels.second.acc for account. Not super active on there. I would do Twitter and YouTube, but yeah, and I have a ton of vlogs relating to Tally Hall and some just just because I like posting on YouTube that you can check out. I have, my vlog of going to all 3 shows. I'm very proud of that one, and I am definitely going to be vlogging the Sonic launch experience, which is I'm just so excited for that video already. It's gonna be so cool. But yeah, I do have a lot of Tally Hall stuff on my YouTube channel that you can check out. I did a Keep Up the Good Work video a while ago.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, so you can check me out there if you feel so inclined, and I appreciate it if you do.
Yeah, be looking forward to just sort of the new video content, and then also looking forward to new music. Always very exciting.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Yay!
It'll be cool to look forward to that.
Yeah, it's really always so nice to hear about, that some, people are excited for something that you're doing. It's just an amazing feeling, so I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, and thank you for joining me for this too, for recording. It's pretty cool. It just makes me really excited, and I appreciate you reaching out for it.
Of course, yeah, thank you so much for having me on this. Seriously, this is so cool that I'm doing this. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you for listening to Tally Talks. Please share the show with people you think would like it. By the way, tallytalks.com is coming very soon. If you'd like a shout out in an upcoming episode, on the website, or in an animatronics video, check out the links in the description. If you'd give to help a family in Gaza, I will give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form. If you have any comments to share or would like to ask about being a guest on the podcast, please email podcast@awesomejedi.com, also noted in the description. Anyways, thank you for listening and have a good day. Bye, Tally Hall. Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by Windex. No, it is not Gatorade. I am joined by Ruby Red, and we'll be talking about Tally Hall's first EP titled Party Boobytrap.
Oh, hi, I'm Ruby Red. I've been making the rounds in the community as someone who's been finding and archiving all this media and, going to the shows, getting all the content in order. Thank you for having me on. It's an absolute honor, especially to be able to talk about a topic that's so close to my heart because of how much involvement I've had specifically with this EP in recent times. It's a joy, really. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining me as well. Yeah, just excited to talk about it. And it's been cool just being able to see all of your collecting, archiving, and just the stuff you've been doing for Hidden in the Sand. It's just been nice to have an active person just gathering these things for the community and working with others for it too. So I appreciate that as well.
Oh, thank you. It's my pride and joy. It's something I pride myself in doing. It's a great source of joy for me, and it's nice to know that something I'm doing, just sitting here on my computer for hours at a time, it has an impact. It doesn't make me feel like I'm wasting my time on just a silly dream. It's coming to life in front of me, and, having the privilege to be the one to archive everything, I'm truly grateful for it. I really am, and I'm looking forward to hopefully bringing everything public, as in hopefully putting it on display somewhere so that it's not just mine, it's the world's. This is for the world. This isn't for me. This isn't just for it. It's for everybody.
Yeah, I know it's just been with all of the news lately and just hearing all these different things between the live shows and kind of these discoveries, finding these ancient copies of the EPs, that it's just been really meaningful for a lot of people too. And it's entertaining. I feel like just about every podcast episode, someone between us, myself and whoever I'm talking to, we end up mentioning this Ruby Red person. We seem to talk about her a lot.
Yeah, admittedly, that's an interesting feeling. Never expected to have any level of notoriety on that front, but it's it's touching. It really is. And I remember when, like, I would first see news and be like, whoa, this is amazing. Now to be the one in the driver's seat, to be the one with the steering wheel, it's different. It's like having a cold bucket of water poured on your head when you're least expecting it. But afterwards, it feels really refreshing, and that's kind of the best way I can describe it. And well, I'm just happy. I'm overall happy to be in the spot that I'm in. So thank you, everybody. But yeah, Party Boobytrap. It's a thing that exists. And for a long, long time, we didn't really know much about it. There was a track list uploaded, I want to say it was between 2006 and 2009. Like, we first knew about it when the band decided that they wanted to use Party Boobytrap as a name, and it was recorded and burned onto CDs in 2003 to 2004. But surprisingly, we didn't really have any. Like, no one really knew about them. Like the CDs. We did get a track listing eventually, but then for like 10, 12 years, we had nothing. There was nothing. And then in 2019, I want to say, when all the fundraisers were being done for Hits founder Cos Baldwin, may he rest in peace, Andrew Horowitz put up a bundle, which included complete demos, I believe a Pingra EP, Green Tie, a Good Day demo disc, another mystery disc, and then a white sleeve insert copy of Party Boobytrap. It was in a white envelope with a little white square or rectangular, it was a piece of paper, it wasn't a sticker. And then on the disc, just, you could see the words Tally Hall or Party Boobytrap, and it was in a very minimalistic font. It was quite literally as basic as a demo disc can get. And that was the first image we had of it forever. And to this day, that copy of Party Boobytrap remains in private hands. We don't know who owns it. But Andrew was able to send, I believe it was an MP3 rip or a WAV rip to Tally All founders, Tapioca Tundra and Not Fire. And that's what we had up until a couple months ago. That's all we knew about it. But then on May 8th, I'm sorry, let's go back to April 27th, 2024, when I was in Chicago with Melody, and we were at the show, and afterwards I got to speak to Andrew, I got to speak to Ross, and I got to speak to Bora. And when I talked to each of them, I asked one thing of each of them. I asked Bora for a Bora shirt from the internet show, which, to his knowledge, he has 5 of them. I asked Ross for a black top Hawaii Part 2 demo CD, which he had one, and he did not want to give it up. And then I asked Andrew, said, if you have a copy of Party Boobytrap, let me know, I'd like to buy it off of you. And, you know, that's what started this whole thing, because Andrew knew what I was doing, he had seen it before, and he's like, he said he was shocked, and he's like, I'm gonna have to start surprising you now, because you've surprised me time and time again. So it ended at that. And I didn't think much of it. I honestly didn't expect it to go anywhere. But on May 8th, 2024, in Washington, D.C., after the excellent performance done by both Andrew Horowitz and Alyssa Ghost, as well as Jukebox the Ghost, we had our chance to meet Andrew on the balcony area. And me and Melody were first in line, and went up to him. And he remembered us from last time. But he said, I have something for you, and he, like, slipped back into a back room area, and he came out with a little manila envelope, kind of like a traditional shipping envelope, and he reached into it, and he said that he had found this disc. It was sitting at the bottom of his closet. He pulled out Party Boobytrap, and not the same one as the one we knew about. This was a different one. It had the same track list, but it had a different disc design. So this was completely new media that we were sitting on. He also gave Melody a copy since he had 2 of them, and then he presented me also with a Natural Ketchup DVD. And, you know, I think I have not felt the way I'd felt in that moment since New York City when he had signed my Pingra EP and, you know, we took a picture together. Like, I could not stand up straight. because here's something that no one, not Kaz, not any of the longtime collectors, everyone was looking for this thing, and here it was, right in front of me, and it was mine. And I think I remember that I called the Hits mods. I was like, you guys aren't going to believe this. And so we had a little impromptu listening party in my car, and it was great. And I ended up driving back the 3-hour drive from DC to Pennsylvania. And the first thing I did when I got home, I didn't tell my mom about the show. I just immediately went to my room, and I started ripping Party Boobytrap, and I started scanning it. I think me and Haley spent 2 hours just immediately scanning it, getting it all ready. And then she had made these like little pieces of art to go behind the uploads, and it was public in the highest quality we have it for the first time. And it's great. It was really something to just hear it like from my car speakers coming from ACD. It was amazing. And you know, it was in my hands. It's like Indiana Jones when he picks up the chalice and it's like the right one. It's like absolutely crazy.
And just the dedication of just immediately running so that way, like, everyone else can be able to hear it for the first time too. Like, it was just probably sitting somewhere in Andrew's room for who knows how long. I
was so exhausted. I had actually bought a monster on the way home for this occasion, and yes, I bought the ruby red monster. That's the one I bought. I think I chugged it, and I was like, alright, let's get to work. And I don't think I went to sleep till 4 or 5 in the morning. And keep in mind, I had left my house to go to DC at 11 in the morning the night before, so I was still going. I was running on pure excitement. And yeah, now it's available. And it was available up until that time. Now, we're still looking for a version of it that has what we believe to be a cover of 1-1 from Super Mario Brothers. Because longtime Tally Hall fan Blue Yoshi had found a webpage that said Party Boobytrap, and then you could get Party Boobytrap plus 1-1. We still don't know what 1-1 is, and we want to find it. It's not on this copy of the disc, unfortunately. So there's still an ongoing hunt for that.
Because it was like such early Tally Hall days. It was like for their like first shows, right? So there's only probably like couple, or maybe a bit more, like couple dozen, maybe, who knows.
I'm willing to bet, I don't think these were burnt on demand. I think a set number of them were, but we do know there's a sound clip of them performing 1-1 though. We know that's a thing. So after that, it was public, and you know, we found Party Boobytrap, we found a new version of it, had the same track listing, we thought all was well, and that more of these were out there. And, you know, case closed, right? No. Case has just been opened. So, I want to say it was about a week or 2 ago. I was presented with an old comment from an old forum from a man named Seth. And he was commenting about, I don't know what it was on, but he was like, yeah, I saw your first shows in 02 and 03, and I still have the little forward song sampler you gave me. You know, keep in touch, thank you. So I went to find this guy to, you know, see what footage he had. And I was certain that the 4-song sampler he had was selections from the upcoming Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum, which is another demo disc that they sent to radio stations, you know, whatever. Because he had listed 4 of the songs that are on that, and then he sends a picture. And that's not what it is. It's Party Boobytrap. But it's different than the other 2 that we had. This one had color on it. This one had the infamous little silhouettes of the 5 guys, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. The layout was a bit different, and it had a different track list. It was Party Boobytrap, but they took away Stationary Love and they replaced it with Banana Man.
Sorry.
And that threw us all into a little bit... It's alright. No, because we got so confused. Why is Banana Man on Party Boobytrap when the track list we've had since 2006 had Stationary Love? So that led us to believe that copies of Party Boobytrap were burned more personally. Like, they didn't burn, say, 100 and take 20 to each live show. I think they burnt 20 for this show, 20 for this show, just as an example. So that brings us from one Party Boobytrap for nearly 20 years to now 3 more of them being found in exactly 31 days. We have 3 of them. 1 with a new track list, 2 with new artwork. And we think that the one Andrew sold in 2019 is the first iteration, then my and Melody's copies are the second iteration, and then the newest found one is the third iteration. So we're getting all this new info on something that was lost media for essentially the entirety of the band's career. And it's incredible, really.
I think for me, there's the part of me, like, from giggling earlier, it's just, like, Stationary Love and Banana Man are such, like, opposite ends of the, like, Marvin's era, or, you know, leading up to Marvin's selection of Tally Hall songs, so I find that greatly entertaining, but I can see them kind of as them pushing closer to maybe getting ready to release Marvin's, like, let's get sillier with this.
That definitely makes sense. Because the original track listing, you had Good Day and Ruler of Everything as your more crazy end of the spectrum, and then you had Greener and Stationary Love as your, like, more sane songs, like, more radio-friendly. But, yeah, I can see them, like, pushing, as getting closer to Marvin's, they do things like make it sillier. And that's what they did with the Welcome to Tally Hall EP, which, despite how much Party Boobytrap content we've been getting, we still don't even have a picture of the Welcome to Tally Hall EP. We just have that track list. And I asked Ross, and he didn't have one. We're pretty sure that one of the other guys has them. I just gotta talk to him. So then that one had all the sillier songs. Like, I think that had an early version of Welcome to Tally Hall and To Love, and a couple others. I think Banana Man might have been on that one as well. I don't remember. It's been a while. We had a lead on someone who claimed to have it, but it's in a storage unit and they don't want to go look for it. And I'm like, I will come clean out your storage unit. Just let me find this disc. But still is yet to be lost, however. But until then, I could not be more elated at all the Party Boobytrap content that we have.
I know.
Also realized recently that's a palindrome, which I think is really unique, and thinking back, it was definitely intentional on their end. If they wanted to name the band Party Boobytrap, it's starting to make more sense why they chose it. It's definitely on the sillier end of things.
Yeah.
All the early Tally Hall, lore, stories, it's all really interesting because it went from being one thing to just a vastly different thing. Like, you think of them in 2002 at the Freeze building to having them make something like Good and Evil. It's like that pipeline is nothing short of incredible. Making that jump, from the early, even as early as Rob's first band, Source, and then Listed Black, and then trying to find their roots with Tally Hall, Party Boobytrap 540, whatever you may call them. Just watching that development, I can't imagine what it must have been like to watch that in real time, because I know Kaz was one of the people that got to see that in real time, and having that early interaction with the band definitely went a long way, especially on his part. Definitely was a sight to see, because you had these 3 guys, Andrew, Rob, and Zubin, who had known each other early on, and then you bring on Joe, who at the time is mostly screenwriter. He's doing more commercial work, screen work, stuff with Anonymous and Sargasm. So to watch him go from, mainly doing stuff with visuals, and now he's doing songs, which is an audio-based thing. And then you also had Rob, who initially went to college for, sciences, and he's now a musician full-time for the Mouse. Oh. So it's definitely, the evolution is nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, hearing things like the different interviews and podcasts Ross has done of how that just sort of impacted his life too. Even going back to the medical field of just how, the music impacts so many people listening to it, but also helps like with the band and kind of figuring out their next steps from there. And I find that really interesting.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the same boat there. Very much so. It's strange how initially it literally started out as they were doing a favor for a friend at the Freeze building, which we might actually have another recording of that coming soon. I think our friend Seth might have or be able to lead me to a recording of that, and a 2003 recording at a dance marathon in Michigan. A lot of the early stuff they did sounds very akin to what other indie bands do at the beginning of their careers. They take whatever they can get, whether it be in a normal setting or in the strangest of places. And they kind of took that and ran with it. Like 2003 and 2004 Tally Hall is definitely, well, not as well documented as it probably should be. We have enough to go off of. And then, leading up to the Pingree School. I think the Pingree School performance is really the start of, when everything went up. But I think the Pingree School performance is my favorite pre-Quack Media related Tally Hall event. I love the Pingree EP a lot. I jam out to it frequently. It's definitely like that turning point, because, they had a lot of people show up. They had Cause had went all the way out there, and they I know Rob still feels very fondly about that. I actually know that Cause was invited back to Andrew's house, and they had a little an after party after the Pingree School performance.
Like, man, Cause has been just such an essential part, like, for so much of the journey. It's cool, but also it's like, man, just imagine, like, you go all the way to see this band, and they're like, hey, come over and hang out with us.
Yeah, and they had known Cause before then, because I was given these shipping envelopes that are dated February 1st and February 6th, 2005, and they're to Cause from Tally Hall from 420 South Division Street. And even as early on as then, they had their number one fan, and I'm sure Cause was a big fan in 2004, back in the Complete Demos days. I'm kind of curious how they distributed Complete Demos, if they did it in places other than live performances, because they sold that in their chinchilla shirts at most 2004 live performances. And I think during 2004 they were still workshopping everything from Party Boobytrap and the Welcome to Tally Hall EP. I think they had done stuff with Break It Down, Time Machine. I think around that time Joe had begun doing some of the what would now become Hawaii Part 2 stuff, as well as just the covers and such. But I think they meshed that all into Complete Demos, and I want to say that they tried to sell it in stores. I know Cause's mom has a copy of Complete Demos, which I think is very sweet. It's Complete Demos is a good project. I don't listen to it enough.
I think it's pretty cool, because I think that was also kind of when they were starting to put their, like, putting those tracks online as well. Like, I think they were doing it a bit beforehand, because that was part of how Cause got connected, but I think that was kind of some of the early, like, internet following, too.
Oh,
right?
Certainly. The internet played a huge part. We all know Banana Man getting, like, 2 million views on Albino Black Sheep. The internet was, like, one of their biggest building blocks. They had made the website as early... I think the website was made in 2003. On the web archive, they at least have a 2004 copy of the website. It's very primitive, but the internet definitely took them to new heights, and they continue to do that all throughout, because, the internet, they obviously had the internet show, the Bora logs, they used the internet to their advantage, and not many people at the time were really doing that. And I can't help but commend them for that. I think it's ingenious that they took that step, and they just went with it. They, not just the internet, they used all sources. They did, they did their live stuff, they did traditional music, they had help just from all sources of media, because all of them came from those different backgrounds. So they had the knowledge to do it. And I think that's incredible. And thank God Andrew got the scholarship money for Good Day, or else we wouldn't have Tally Hall anymore. Because, you know, their talent was recognized in those early days, and well, look at where they are now. 5 million monthly listeners, and a whirlwind of a new generation of fans.
I think just definitely the fact that they had spread out to so many different outlets for sharing their music, like that's how we're able to like form even more of like the community around Tally Hall now, is they invested so much into the internet at this time where it maybe wasn't what everyone else is doing. So in this age, everyone gets to like still be able to enjoy all of that, which is really awesome.
Definitely. And you know, without Tally Hall, we also wouldn't have access to Toy Orchestra or Kojim Dip. Both of those would be largely lost, I would think. So, and all three of those really tied together in those early times, because I think Kojim Dip was 2005, maybe had its roots in 2004, but yeah, that all really tied together to make the early Tally Hall that we know. You know, the ones who made Party Boobytrap, which they recorded in an attic and edited with, I believe, Final Cut Pro, a video editing software, and Joe did all that. So thank goodness for Joe being so heavily involved with the screenplay, because without Joe Hawley, there would be no Party Boobytrap. I mean, without Tally Hall, there wouldn't be any Party Boobytrap, but Joe Hawley kind of was the backbone to that, because he was the one who lent the recording space, and he's the one who, like, formatted it all together. And then he wrote Ruler of Everything as the little cherry on top of that. The most popular song, I would guess, off of... Probably the most popular song off of Marvin's, honestly, if we don't count Hidden in the Sand. Yeah, and then eventually they got signed by Quack. And, you know, the early Quack days are also really nice to talk about. Because, you know, they were also getting involved in those, the educational videos. Oh, those are always fun to watch. It's like, imagine you're casually learning Spanish. Oh, wait, that's Rob Cantor and Joe Hawley. I tell you what, that if I had seen that in my class, I think I would have had a little bit of an overreaction. But yeah, there's lots going on in the early days of Tally Hall, and they worked hard. I mean, especially after Steve had left. I believe Steve Gallagher had recorded the drums on Party Boobytrap. Because I remember Ross didn't really join until 2004.
Okay.
But even then, now Steve Gallagher is off in Argentina, I believe. He's a software developer. And, you know, then they got Ross, and, you know, they still worked. They had helped him take apart his drums the one time, and, you know, that all those early experiences. And now they're, I guess you could say global sensation. I mean, it's a shame not everyone knows Tally Hall, but...
Right, but definitely a lot more
you know,
recently, which is pretty cool to see.
I would dare to say that they are bigger now than they were when they were at their peak, but when they were at their peak, they still had a lot of fans in, you know, 2008 to 2010.
Yeah.
They had, I mean, they sold out of the Good and Evil pre-orders in 11 minutes, I believe.
Oh, man.
500 pre-orders, and I believe it was 6 to 11 minutes. I had got that from a Redditor. Like, they were big then. Like, they worked, and they got their dream. And it worked for them. And it's all in part, it all started with Party Boobytrap. It's where it all comes back. It keeps coming back and coming back.
And coming back.
And to things like that.
I think for me, something that I've found so interesting with, like, even the earliest days of Tally Hall, like, back when they still had Steve, like, some of the concepts that they might have had that really didn't, you know, evolve into the Tally Hall internet show later, but I'm trying to think, prior to finding this, like, the most recent artwork for the Party Boobytrap, that most recent discovery, is, like, the numbering of, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Had that been kind of shown before?
We had never seen that before. That was new. And They were always humorous. They always loved a good joke.
I think it's entertaining because my first thought upon seeing that was like, oh, it's because Ross joined, right? And then I'm like, wait, no, this is Steve era.
Yeah, I think they were just joking around. I think they're just natural sense of humor, and like incorporating humor and whimsiness into their work really set them apart from everything else at the time.
Yeah.
There weren't too many other bands like doing that, like trying to go for that. Like you may have had stuff like They Might Be Giants, OK Go, Weezer, you know, delving into that not traditional rock that all kind of leaned into some of the whimsy, but also serious. And like, but I think Tally Hall did it better than most of them. No offense, Weezer fans.
Something I remember finding once, and it like had me going on Tally Hall forums, was like they have their broad jam page of like from that early pre-Quack era, and I remember there being like 6 of those, you know, like cartoony type shaped of just the like the body and the heads, and there was one with like there was all the 5 Tally tie colors, and then there was the other one where it's just some person with a white bow tie. And I remember I was like, who is this person? Because that was the other thing, was like for the strange numbering of that album art. I'm like, was this some other concept that just got dropped? But I remember there was this really old forum post on Hidden in the Sand where Kaz was like, I don't think it means anything. I think they're just being silly.
I'm inclined to agree. However, knowing some of them, it's got to have a deeper purpose. I should really have asked that to one of them, but I'm sure I'll get my chance to ask again. I know they incorporated it onto one of their shirts.
Oh.
It had an X over it. It was the anti-tally, is what it was called. And, you know, I'm jealous. I want that shirt really badly, because I love the concept of the little guy with the X on it. It's like, what did he do? Who is this? Who's this mystery individual?
I think I remember seeing a forum post, also like from like that really early era from Kaz, where he's like, I don't know who the anti-tally is. I think it's kind of silly, like kind of ridiculous. So I'm just curious, like, man, who knows how much like lore from just these early days there is. I feel like it would be very entertaining if we could learn more.
Well, we can certainly try. I mean, in my mind, I think the anti-tally is now Steve Gallagher. Personally.
Yeah, it's been wild just with all of these discoveries recently, for sure. Like, even if Tally Hall isn't making music as a band together anymore, it's still like, wow, all of this history and things that maybe we still just haven't learned about until now, like not publicly available until now, like that's awesome. There's so much other exciting stuff too with all of these projects that the different members are working on, but it's also just really, really unique and cool that there's still all of this archiving going on, and it's like, you know, new old media to be very normal about.
Oh yeah, exactly. The archivist community works very hard. We are still always messaging people, emailing people, you know.
I feel like every week there's something new that has been uncovered.
That's my piece on Party Boobytrap. Thanks again for having me on.
Yeah. I think there was one more thing. I was gonna pull up the picture of it again. For the potential third variation. I had this thought, but I was curious if you had a thought on it. On the CD design itself, there's like this like gray 2/3 circle at the bottom, and then it kind of lines up with the center of the CD. I kind of thought like, oh, I wonder if that's kind of like an outline, like another person as well.
Yes.
Similar in shapes to the other ones.
I do know what you're saying. That was brought to my attention as well. It's a neat little Easter egg. I think that honestly could be number 5. It's the secret tally, which makes me wonder if the other tally was maybe an inside joke. Maybe there was no other tally. I think they were just joking, oh, secret 6th member of Tally Hall.
That's just Bora now, guys. No.
Yeah, it's just Bora. Everyone knows that.
But yeah, but it is such fun. Just, I mean, the early ones, not necessarily album art. It's just kind of telling you it's on there, which is good too. But I am always just entertained with sort of the variations of album art that came out after that we've seen. It's been pretty cool. They're all so unique.
I love variations of everything. Like anything that has variants, like yes, more of that, please. That explains why I own 20 copies of the same record. Because I love colors, shapes, designs. They're so pretty.
All of the Marvins. Yeah, thank you so much for joining me. It's just fun to talk about, and yeah, hoping we can learn more as time goes on about kind of the early time periods. And yeah, it's just really exciting to see. What are some ways that people can keep up with what you're doing in other archival projects?
Yeah, the team's always working on stuff. The Hidden in the Sam team is working on getting our own podcast off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, the three of us we're always up to something. So if something comes out, you'll hear it from us first. I promise that the moment things become public, I will be rushing to post about it and make it world-class news. We'll find more. I can almost assure you that we will find more now that we know some more people. Now that, I guess, as Haley says, I have the magic touch. Because people seem to respond to me. So hopefully that means more people respond and we get more info. I think as recent as 2 days ago, I got a lead on someone who has the don't not listen to Tally Hall shirt, and that's an early 2004 shirt.
Let's go.
That's an early 2004 shirt that I know Kaz had. So that's some more early media that will hopefully have a nice scan-up soon. It's something new is always being uncovered, whether it's as early as Party Boobytrap or as late as stuff like Sketches or Sketches, Joe Hawley, all the new stuff. There's content everywhere, and there's gonna be more content when Andrew and Bora do their albums, shows, Sonic Lunch.
Yes.
Cannot begin to express how excited I am to go to Sonic Lunch. Getting to see Matthew, getting to see the guys again. But seeing all the fans, I just know like 50 to 100 people who are guaranteed going. It's gonna be like, it's a giant fan meetup.
Oh yes.
And it's gonna be reminiscent of those last few concerts, specifically the 2011 TallyCon, where they all were together. Like, it makes me think of, hopefully something like that will happen. Like, all of us being joyous about this one thing. I'm very excited to go.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great time.
It's just gonna be really, really special. I feel like it's gonna be awesome.
Absolutely.
For the upcoming Hidden in the Sand podcast, are you able to sort of talk about what the beginning of that's going to look like? I think you guys have mentioned that a little bit.
Well, I had teased that we were working on that. That's me and Haley's sort of baby. Like, we've been like putting in the work. We're trying to go for weekly uploads where 1 week it's an interview and then 1 week it's a topic. We just did our interview with Court Jones. We have a planned interview with Frankie Cordero, the whole world new music video maker.
Oh, nice.
We have a big list of contacts. We've only contacted a few people. Zach Craftsman left me on scene. Thank you, Zach Craftsman, for that. I guess we won't be talking about Listed Black then. But yeah, we're sort of gonna try and make it this big thing, and we got a lot of ideas. Me and Haley are working very hard. That Court Jones interview went off without a hitch. Great man. That will be out hopefully soon. Hits is also going to be uploading some never-before-seen 2011 concert footage from the Grand Rapids, Michigan Good and Evil show that was given to me. Very happy about that. There's always, like I said, there's always stuff to be found. Thank goodness people had recording cameras back then, because we have all this. I think there might be some other behind-the-scenes stuff, but I honestly can't remember. There's always so much to think about. There's always something to do, something to upload, something to tease, something to be secretive about. But it's exciting. I wouldn't trade it for the world. When you're sitting back and you see this thing that you've helped to create, I can't help but feel immense pride and joy in something that I've been a part of. And I've had people say, "Oh, you're just like the new Cos Baldwin." I'm like, well, there is no new Cos Baldwin. Cos Baldwin is Cos Baldwin. There's no one that can replace him. There will never be another man like Cos. He was the beacon of the community for the longest time, and he walked so I and many others could run. And without his hard work and without his dedication, this podcast might not be happening. I would not be in this community. So I owe a very large amount of gratitude towards Cos Baldwin and his family, because it's with his vision that we are able to carry out what we do. So I will always think fondly and remember him for all that he has done.
It's been definitely, yeah, with all of his work that he's put in place, just being able to have all of these things growing beyond his time, and that's been just a beautiful thing to see. And it's cool that you get to be kind of part of this next era, getting to carry the torch forward and just keep positively impacting just so much of the community and finding all of these things. Like, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we all wish he was here to see what we have done, but, well, I got some sort of closure as his family and close friends I have met with. Some of them have all said that they think Cos would be very proud of me, and that almost made me cry hearing that. Just hearing about who Cos was outside of Tally Hall, and, knowing that he would be very proud of all that I have done. And yes, as you said, carrying the torch, because, I guess I'm sort of in that position where people look to me for the information, like they used to look to Cos for the information. So I like to believe I'm doing him proud, and if not him, everyone else, because it's never been about me, in my eyes.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for joining me here for recording the podcast.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Yeah, I am definitely looking forward to all of the new hits, content. And yeah, best of luck with your podcast thing. I'm very excited to listen, excited to hear more about the artwork too for like Marvin's from Court Jones. It's really, really exciting.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. It's been a joy, a pleasure, and an absolute honor to be able to just straight ramble about something I'm so passionate about.
Heck yeah.
Thank you for listening to Tally Talks. Please share the show with people you think who would like it, other Tally Hall fans, etc., and check out tallytalks.com. Also, look out for the new Hits podcast, and read the entirety of hiddeninthesand.com. Very highly recommended. If you would like a shout out in an upcoming episode or in an Emmatronics video, check out the links in the description. If you give to help a family in Gaza, I will give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form. Or you could also comment in the YouTube video if you're watching there. Either way works. Just let me know. If you have any thoughts to share or would like to ask about being a guest on the podcast, please email podcast@awesomejedi.com. With all that said, thank you for listening and have a good day. By Tally Hall.
Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by sleeping. I'm joined by Tally Ball, and today we're going to be talking about the sun. The sun? The sun.
Hi, I'm Tal. If you know me, it's from the YouTube channel Tally Ball, where I talk about Tally Hall, analysis of songs, and also talk about the news.
Tal has a video on the channel about Fate of the Stars, and the theory behind it, conversation with the gods, talks about some of the differences between usage of, like, sun, S-O-N, S-U-N, and
theme.
Reference, but tying that theme to Fate of the Stars, which I thought was really cool, and I also love good and evil, so I just really wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, good and evil in my opinion, Good and Evil is the better album because it has the best concepts. But then again, a lot of the concepts in Good and Evil are actually kind of hidden in Marvin's as well. Like Spring and a Storm and Rule of Everything. A lot of that is kind of a crossover. So it is very cool to see the crossover.
Yeah, overall, what are some of the like themes you feel like are carrying between the two?
Well, first of all, like the stars and the sun. That's definitely a big thing in Rule of Everything and Spring and a Storm. I did a video specifically about why Juno shot at the sun, and that kind of includes the same kind of themes. And I think there's definitely a big thing with Tally Hall about valuing the creation of the universe and giving it to the stars as opposed to giving it to like a god. And I think that's something that they've maintained the whole way throughout, which is just more obvious in Good and Evil.
I feel like even that kind of carries into Hawaii Part 2 a bit.
Oh, for sure, yeah. No, there's definitely a whole like otherworldly thing that isn't quite religion in Hawaii Part 2. There's loads you can go into about Hawaii Part 2. I'm yet to do it in actual videos, but I will.
Soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the first time the sun versus sun usage stuck out to me was actually with Be Born.
Oh, really? I didn't think about that. Yeah, that makes sense.
It was like, oh, that's so clever. Because it's like, step out to the sun, you're 6 inches away from being one. And it's like,
you know what? I never noticed that. See, that's what I'm saying. There's so much crossover. Good and Evil. Marvins.
But it is, especially I feel like Spring in a Storm. I mean, definitely Rule of Everything too, but Spring in a Storm is like the one that has like the most hand in hand with Good and Evil overall.
I mean, Spring in a Storm is about loads of things. I've wanted to make a video about it for a while because it's like one of my favorite Tally Hall songs, Under Fate of the Stars. But there's no like, you can't really talk about one thing with it. So I'm going to use it in a few different videos. Like I used it in the Rule of Everything one that I did, the one about Juno. And I've also got a video about Mr. Moon coming up, which I'm obviously going to talk about Spring in a Storm in. Which I'm very excited to do that, because that's got loads of other concepts. But yeah, Spring in a Storm is like, it's about a lot of things, but one of them is definitely like the creation of the universe. And it's just cool how it all ties together, because you wouldn't really expect it, especially with them being on different albums.
Right. And all of the albums just definitely having different feels to them, which is why some people prefer Marvin's over Good and Evil.
Yeah.
But it is just so interesting for all of the kind of carrying over between them.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to elaborate a bit for if there's people who haven't seen your Fate of the Stars video about kind of the overall theory you've got going there.
Okay, so yeah, the overall theory, and I think I like all these theories as well, is I always check like other people's theories first. I always check Genius, I always check Reddit, but generally it's like I stitch together a few of the things that I like and then roll with it from that. So it's not necessarily like a new theory, I don't think, but it's definitely more expanded on than I've seen it before. But yeah, the whole theory is that Fate of the Stars is a song about a person who's meant to represent humanity, and he's like trying to get to the afterlife, but the sun isn't letting him, and the sun is like meant to be like a representation of God. And so the whole thing is like there's this cycle of the human trying to get to the afterlife and the sun saying, no, you can't do that. And the more I thought about it as well, the more I realized like maybe I should have put it in this video, but it ties into the rest of the album too, because the whole idea is that the sun isn't letting this human get to the afterlife because there's too much there beyond it, and it would like break the human basically. Like the what's the line? I forgot the line. Through and which all the senses are lost to absurd. That's the whole like. It's basically saying if you manage to go through this, you're gonna lose yourself in the forevermore. And I also like that as well because the whole Fate of the Stars thing is that it's like a cycle of this going through this whole rigmarole of trying to get there and then failing and then getting their memory reset every time and then trying to go again. And it's kind of like a conversation. That's what it is, a back and forth. But at the same time, that kind of Fate of the Stars represents the entirety of good and evil in that kind of cyclical nature. Like if you think about Fate of the Stars as not like cycles within itself, but at the end of a cycle, where it's like at the end of, okay, you're not allowed to go to the afterlife because you can't know these things, and then you go back to the start of the album, it's like the first song is Never Meant to Know. And Never Meant to Know opens like talking about like the world and the earth and life on earth, because that's kind of what we are meant to stay at as people, and the sun is stopping us from going and seeing more. And then it's like immediately after that it's And again, where it talks about the love of the sun. And I think that's kind of where I realized as well that it's like, oh, this is talking about the same thing, because I noticed from like Fate of the Stars that there's a thing about the sun and then a thing about, you know, the sun being the human sun, being the sun's son, because that's the whole thing with religion. It's like you're the son of God or whatever. But I never really tied it in until I went through the whole song and then realized it kind of loops all the way back around.
Yeah, and especially like Spring in a Storm with the emphasis that like you came from the stars type thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, the son of the sun. I was like,
oh yeah.
yes.
And Spring in a Storm is also a lot about cycles. It's about like the cycle of life and death, and then it's about like the water cycle and everything. You know, all the rain came down the same. It's like these themes are all the way throughout, and they're just kind of more pronounced in Good and Evil. I mean, even the song right after "And" is "You and Me," which I think could definitely be applied to talking about the same characters in Fate of the Stars. Because what, you and me divine a circular design? I mean, come on. There's nothing more divine than a god, and the whole conversation is a circular design. Like, it's kind of the whole album is meant to be one long string of theories, and they were kind of there in Marvin's, and Good and Evil just said, okay, let's just make this the whole album.
Yeah. Something else that I find cool, like kind of with you pointing out, like if you listen through Fate of the Stars, then go back to Never Meant to Know, is it almost feels like, you know, never meant to know you're waking up, you know, and Fate of the Stars definitely feels like it's nighttime.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
So
it's like,
it's always that like, you know, the morning and night cycle too.
Yeah, exactly. It's every cycle. I mean, there was going to be a song on it called Night and Light, to be fair. So
Yeah,
and like, I think if I were to look into it more, I would find cycles everywhere. And I think a lot of people gather like a kind of like a love relationship theme from a lot of the songs as well, which I think is very fair. But I think there's lots of different kind of relationships that you can apply those songs to. It would be interesting to go through them all.
Yeah. With that pointed out, I remembered another one of the songs that would have been on Good and Evil, but ended up not making it, was the Tomorrow and Today.
Yeah.
From Edu, too. It's like, oh man, that one's also sort of a bit of a cycle. I mean, more of just things keep happening.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that I love about Tally Hall as well, is because, don't get me wrong, I think a lot of the things that I bring up, especially when I tie the two albums together, it like a lot of it will be coincidence, but I don't think all of it can be coincidence.
Right.
So it's like it's hard to tell what is and what isn't. But like the Love of the Sun thing, that can't be a coincidence, because there's literally no other reason for it to be on "and." Like there's that line means nothing without Fate of the Stars. So I don't think that's a coincidence, but there's definitely some of it that's a coincidence. But then again, maybe, you know, Freudian slip, maybe it's just all subconscious in Tally Hall's mind, and they just kind of didn't mean to include all these ideas, but they did.
There's some things we are never meant to know, you know?
I know, that's how it is.
But thinking of it too, it's like, yeah, then also with the themes in Hawaii Part 2 as well, you know, there's like different mentions of like, oh yeah, children born of one emotion, you know, Mind Electric, Father Your Honor.
Yeah.
You know, like, and then also just lots of star symbolism there too.
And White Ball, Mr. Moon, it's kind of the same kind of thing. A lot of it, and I guess in Mr. Moon as well, like it's, you know, it's kids talking to the moon. So mentioning that, like, you know, it's kind of like kids are meant to represent the start of life, and it's like there's a cycle of life and there's a cycle of the moon as well. The moon goes through its own cycle. It's like everything's a cycle, and I guess there is definitely a lot. Personally, I think Hawaii Part 2 is also a cycle. Well, I mean, it kind of starts on the same kind of melody that it ends on. Introduction to the Snow and Dream Suite in C Major are like, they have the same thing going there. Especially because the lyrics are kind of flipped. Like, Introduction to the Snow doesn't talk about snow, but Dream Suite in C Major, the opening is talking about the snow. It's like, that's kind of where the loop comes back around and crosses over and ties a knot in the end. And I've got a million theories about Hawaii Part 2 that I think some people have mentioned, most of which I haven't seen people mention, and also some that people just clearly don't agree with. But I have got a full video planned. I'm going to tackle the entirety of Hawaii Part 2 in one video, at least an overview, and then maybe make more where I go into it a little bit more. But there's definitely a lot of questions about Hawaii Part 2 that I think could be answered if we just looked into it a little bit more.
True. For me, man, if there's anything with the Mind Electric, that's my primary obsession.
Yeah. No, I was saying the Mind Electric is the one where, like, as I'm writing the script, that's the one where I've kind of got the least to say about, because a lot of it is very mumbled and jumbled. So I would love a hand.
I remember something that I found really interesting, just from you know, the Hidden in the Sand Wikipedia. It's just like reading that like so many different pages over and over again. But for me, it was like, I remember it was like, okay, so the Fate of the Stars' original name was Mind Control. Does this have an association with the Mind Electric? And yeah, no, maybe some themes there, some instrumentation.
Yeah.
But I remember then, like, watching your video of, like, oh, like a mind being reset, kind of like Mind Control. Like, no way.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of things about the Mind Electric that's... Because, you know, the whole thing about Hawaii Part 2 is like, oh, Simon's schizophrenic. Like, that's the whole thing. And, like, obviously, you kind of just run with that, because that's what everybody says. But when I when I look at the album, and I look at, like, okay, Murders, it's like, I don't really see the part where it's schizophrenia, personally. I don't see that. And there's also the other side where it's like, oh, he was like, framed in the murder or whatever, in Murders. And it's like, then he went and got electroshock therapy, and then that made him crazy. And it's like... I also don't think that makes any sense, because, like, at the end of the song, I mean, the last line of the song is whether electric... No, never you ponder whether electric calming if you look at it right, which is basically saying, okay, now you don't need to wonder about whether electric can calm you or not, because it just did. So it's kind of like, at the end of the song, no matter what, at the end of the song, he's not crazy anymore. And so I feel like he has to start as crazy for that to be a thing. And, yeah, I mean, there's lots to be said about it, and that's why I'm making a video.
Yeah. I will definitely be looking forward to that. I love Hawaii Part 2.
Same. It's honestly my favorite. I like it more than Tally Hall. I'm not, you know, like, it's definitely, it's like, I'm pretty sure it's my number 1 listened to album of all time. I'm like their number 8. I've got stats.fm for Spotify,
nice.
and I'm their number 8 listener.
Let's go.
So, number 3 for Island to Thyself.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Get that Isle to Myself fan representation.
Oh yeah, I love that song. It's so good.
Yeah, I guess thinking about that, like, how did you first find Tally Hall / Miracle Musical?
Well, see, like, when I think really far back, it's probably just The Rule of Everything. Like, I hear all these stories of people who's like, oh, I listened to Banana Man when I was like, I remember Shia LaBeouf. I do remember that from, like, when I was, you know, in primary school or whatever. But I don't think I ever even watched the video. So I think I got introduced to it through The Rule of Everything, because my first distinct memory of, like, singing a Tally Hall song was when I was in the park at, like, must have been like 4 or 5 years ago, with my friends, and I started singing The Rule of Everything, and my friend Tyler, who, like, people from the channel will probably know, was like, hey, is that The Rule of Everything? And I was like, yes, that is The Rule of Everything. And then from that point onwards, it was like, okay, we're going to be the Tally Hall friends now. Like, and so now, it doesn't matter where we go, we are the two that know Tally Hall.
Nice. Got the lore. But yeah, but kind of knowing it for a while then.
Yeah, and I've known them for a while. I think Hawaii Part 2, I knew about Hawaii Part 2 because I joined the Tally Hall subreddit at whatever point in time, and people were talking about Dream Suite in C Major, and and to be honest with you, I went to listen to the song, and I listened to the whole album, and I was like, Dream Suite in C Major, I'm not really, like, this isn't, why is everyone talking about this so much? I'm happy just listening to Island to Thyself, so I did. I kind of just listened to Island to Thyself for a while, and then the rest of the album started to grow on me. I feel like everybody goes through phases of liking Miracle Musical, like, it always starts with Dream Suite in C Major is the best, and then you get into the Mind Electric, and it's like, oh my god, the Mind Electric is the best song ever. And then, like, and then you think you mature out of that, and you're like, oh, everyone talks about the Mind Electric. I like this random song, like Island to Thyself, or, I like Space Station Level 7. And then you loop back around to, like, no, the Mind Electric is just a good song. And I think that's where it lies.
And then it's just, everything's so interconnected, too. So even if you start, like, getting obsessed with one thing, then you, like, still find yourself back to the Mind Electric or Dream Suite. Like,
always. And I love it, too, as well, because, like, the album, like, when you listen to the album, they're all completely different genres in a way. A lot of it is completely different, but it's the same album, like, and it's the same. Even if it's not the same musical style, it's still the same style. And it's crazy how just because it was made by the same people and they made it so well, you can make one person like all these genres when they wouldn't like them in any other song. I really like that. I think that's cool.
Yeah. It's just kind of being able to combine it all together as well. Like, yeah, it's really nice. It's really fun. I was like, for me, it was, I got into the Mind Electric, and then I listened through the whole album, and I just adored the entire album.
Yeah.
There's been the case where, like, I've heard a lot of stories of people where it's like, oh yeah, they had one song and the rest grew on them or something, but for me, it's just like, I listened to the whole thing the whole way through, and I was like, I'm in love with this.
Oh yeah.
This is the only thing I will listen to ever.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an experience. It was a period of my life, like 6 months, where I would just put it on and go to sleep. And I would just listen to the whole album every night, and it never got old. Not once.
Yeah, I still do that with Good and Evil. I use Good and Evil to fall asleep.
That's fair, that's fair. I definitely don't feel like I listen to as much Tally Hall, because, like, there's not many Miracle Musical songs on my playlists, so because I just listen to the whole album. But, like, there are Tally Hall songs on my playlist, so obviously when they come up, I listen to them. But because I always listen to the entire album of Hawaii Part 2, I always get much more minutes listened to Hawaii Part 2 than I do, like, Good and Evil or whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. They all very much belong together.
Yeah, you
while,
you
the
have
other
to listen
one-
to them together. you can't not. Listening to, like, it's like listening to the start of Taken for a Ride. It's like something feels missing.
Right.
Like
Right.
it's like oh, something wasn't there before. And it got to a point with that for the Rule of Everything for me as well. It's like I want to hear 13 first.
13.
Where is it?
You have to-
Yeah.
Makes me think of the other video. It's so weird that Spotify only displays it as like a few thousand
Yeah, it's like
plays on 13. Like
4,500. I tried to cheat that too. I was like, I've cracked the code. It has to be 30 seconds, so therefore I'm going to listen to it on repeat for an hour. Because like, you know, maybe no one listens to it 3 times in a row, because why the hell would you do that? And I did that, and nope, no different. When I check, it's weird because I'll check my Spotify stats, and it'll say this song appeared 50 times in your last 50 streams, but you've never listened to it before. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I've listened to it before, and I think you know that. So yeah, apparently I've never listened to 13.
man, so sad.
And I think 13 is definitely a good addition. I don't know how people got those minutes in it too. It's like, okay, 4,500 people have listened to it, but how? How did they do it? Weird.
Yeah, if it's not picking up for anyone else.
Yeah.
So interesting. So interesting. It'll be a mystery.
Yeah, maybe it
Tally
needs-
Hall unsolved.
Maybe it needs 24 straight hours listening to it. Maybe that's my next video.
Yes.
Just put 13 on straight for 24 hours. I would lose my mind, probably.
You're like, oh man, this just like minor key version of like the grandfather clock chime is like you'll after the 24 hours you'll just never be able to hear a clock again.
No.
Like
It's like, when is Rule of Everything going to start? Come on now. Please let me
it
go.
was just shy and it just didn't want to show up.
No, it got stage fright and just left. Just didn't tell anyone.
Yeah, I'm curious if you want to elaborate on your video about Ruler of Everything too. You know,
Okay, sure.
Shout out
well,
the sun.
Well, okay, first of all, everyone's seen Mark But Evil's video about the Rule of Everything. You know, the Rule of Everything is a song about time, and that's great. And so I was like, okay, I can't make a video about the Rule of Everything alone. So I thought, so what else is there for me to talk about? So I was like, okay, what about Juno? Why did Juno shoot at the sun? And the kind of, I guess, the start of that is, okay, why was Juno shooting at anything in the first place? It's because he was mad. I mean, come on. And that is kind of the Rule of Everything part. So if you haven't seen Mark But Evil's video titled The Rule of Everything is a Song About Time, watch that one first. I basically summarized that in the first few minutes of my video, but you should definitely watch the full thing. But the whole thing is, okay, Juno is this, like, kind of fake person, essentially, and he thinks he's better than he is, and he's all, you know, all talk. And then time comes down and basically humbles him, and the whole idea is time is the king of everything. It's above everything. It's above the sun, and it reaches everywhere, all at the same time. And then it kind of shows Juno the truth and opens his eyes, and Juno doesn't like that very much because, you know, it makes him, like, cry about himself. That's the whole, you're making me cry, this is the way that I am. And towards the end of the song, he kind of accepts time's words, and that's essentially why he's mad. He's annoyed that his eyes have been opened to everything, and he's no longer just this happy, ignorant guy. And then there's the other part is, okay, why did he shoot at the sun? And that part is from Spring and a Storm and Fate of the Stars. The whole idea of, okay, the sun is the creator, and so if you can't reach time, then you got to reach the next best thing. And I saw this great comment. Hold on, I'm going to try and find it. I saw this great comment someone left about another theory about why he shot at the sun. Yeah, someone also mentioned this thing where it's like, it could also be like a kind of shoot for the stars kind of thing, where it's like, as opposed to just Juno accepting, like, the words of time and then, like, kind of succumbing to it, it's like, okay, I'm going to try and fight back. Like, I'm going to try and fight back against my creator, because that's, kind of what is happening in Fate of the Stars too. It's like you're trying to push back, even if they don't know it, you're trying to push back against the sun, and I think that's cool.
Yep. Juno tries to push back against time. Doesn't work. He gets humbled.
Nope, does not work. He tries to trick him. Look at me. I've got a wonderful wife. I've got a powerful job. And then Time's like, no, and he goes, oh yeah, she does criticize me a lot, actually. Yeah. I also love the bit where it's like, where Time says, detective, undercover, brotherhood, objective, a scam. It's like, Time's kind of like, I like the detective part, because it's like Time saying, oh yeah, obviously. Like, it's like a sarcastic, I like the idea of a sarcastic Time. I think that's quite funny.
I think something interesting with the two versions of Sun, something I've noticed is sometimes when I've tried showing ruler of everything to people, or like my sister, I remember like they mishear the beginning line. They're like, why did he shoot his son?
Right, okay,
Like-
got you. No. I mean, it does repeat it 3 times, to be fair.
Yeah, but I remember that being another thing too, of like the two usages. It's like, wait, what?
Tally Hall definitely like bringing that up. They definitely do. And there's definitely going to be more. I'm sure if you looked into it, the more you looked into it, the more you'd find it, without a doubt. And another thing I liked about the fact that Juno was, shooting at the sun because the sun created it, but it was really Time's fault. I like that too, because like the whole idea of Spring and a Storm is that the sun kind of can't do anything about it, because the sun, I think I said the line in that I said in the video, is the sun's not conscious, it's simply a creator, and it will create until nothing is left to create. Like, that's the whole kind of thing. It's not an entity, it's just doing what it knows it has to be doing. And it's not going to stop doing that. I mean, like, that's why it doesn't budge against the human in Fate of the Stars, because it knows what it has to do. That's the fate, it's written in the stars, and it has to follow that. Even if it is the star and it controls the fates, it can't change what it controls. It controls everything. And I think that's why I like the line, create until nothing is left to create, because it's kind of like, yeah, that's how the universe is going to go, isn't it? Stars aren't just going to stop burning and making new elements or whatever, not new elements, or, forming elements until there's literally nothing left, left to create. And that's kind of the ultimate end of the universe. No matter which way you think it's going to go, it'll end with nothing left.
Tally ball description moment.
Create until nothing is left to create. It's a good line.
Yes. There's so many good lines.
So many good
the
lines.
Tally Hall related stuff.
Yeah. Like, pretend to recrown the creation is also a good one. Because the whole idea of that is, again, Tally Hall kind of saying, yeah, there's all these religious gods, but in reality, the true creator is the stars and our sun. I mean, it's the only reason we're alive is because of the sun. Well, not the only reason, but if it wasn't there, we wouldn't be here either. It's like, if the stars weren't here, the planet we're standing on wouldn't be here. And it's like, it's almost like a scientific switch on religion. And I think that's really cool, because it has all the same ideas. It has the same, I mean, like, people worship the sun. People have always worshipped the sun. We rely upon the sun for its light. I mean, like, when you think of a description of God, you kind of think a lot of similarities with the sun, like, when you really think about it. And I think that's a really good observation, and I think that's really cool that Tally Hall picked up on that and thought it was a good thing to include in the song. But yeah, pretend to recrown the creation is kind of Tally Hall saying, criticizing people for crowning God as the creator of the universe, when in this song they seem to think that it should go back to the universe. It should go to the stars that created it, as opposed to giving it to a religious god. And I think I like that.
Yeah, or thinking that you can like somehow puzzle together things all on your own, I guess, too. Or being like, oh yeah, I know exactly how this all works.
Yeah, it's also like just going against like oh, the reason that we've crowned this as giving it to a god is because we think it's something that we can't see, but it's right in the sky. Like, it's the most obvious thing, like that big burning ball that we see literally every day, which is also like part of Fate of the Stars. It's like you see it every day. You're always talking to the sun in reality. I just think that's something like when you listen to Tally Hall and you listen to Banana Man, and it's like, yeah, they make songs like that, sure, but there is deep ideas behind some of their stuff, and they can have good ideas. And I think that is the main thing that's kept me hooked on Tally Hall. Like, I love the music, but there's something that I always think the lyrics of a song transcend the music in every way. Like, and all the albums that I love have good lyrics, no matter what.
Yeah. I am curious too, like with because you've mentioned like things with like Mr. Moon, but then also the sun. Do you feel like there's an association with sort of those two characters?
I think it's definitely an association, because there is obviously a like if you bought the Good and Evil CD, there's a Mr. Moon there, but there's also a Mr. Sun. That's a thing. And yeah, I will go into it more in my video, which I have had it scripted for a while, but I'm not yet releasing it because I'm hoping to release something else with it. Which I'm hoping will be really, really cool, and it should be ready to go fairly soon. So we'll see about that. But I definitely think there's association between the ideas of the sun and the moon. In the sense that, like, neither of them really, like, they both represent different things. I don't think that Mr. Moon is a god in the way that the sun is, but I think they definitely have different roles to play. And it like, that's the thing as well, a lot of people don't really realise, like, Mr. Moon is in quite a few songs. He's in Spring in a Storm, but he's also in, like, Go to Bed. Sorry, not Go to Bed, Bring Her Along, my bad. He's in Joe Hawley's Bring Her Along, and he's in, like, Moon Moths has Mr. Moon speaking in it, which people don't really realise. But the Wise Woman Said I'm Alive part, if you listen really closely, you can hear Mr. Moon in the background, and Joe Hawley is credited in the credits, and Mr. Moon is just like a pitch down Joe Hawley. And so that whole part as well ties in a lot to Spring in a Storm, and that whole part is talking about like a conversation between the planets as opposed to a conversation between like a planet and a human. And yeah, there's a whole lot to go into, but it is really interesting, and it does continue all the way throughout any Tally Hall song you look at, and that's why I don't think it could all be coincidence. I really don't.
Yeah, and then we've got Hawaii Part 2 with White Ball.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The
moon is everywhere. The moon is in Tally Hall. The moon is in Joe Hawley. The moon is in Hawaii Part 2, and the moon is in Kojum Dip. It's like it literally doesn't end. It's so cool.
That is the fun part of just everything. It's like it's all so interconnected.
Yeah.
Like there's all these independent projects, but you can still trace everything to each other.
You can still feel that it's the same artist with the same intentions.
Yeah.
And I think that's why there's such a big crossover, because by no means is the music similar. Like, I mean, like you've got Kojum Dip on one end with like heavier like music, and then like you've got like White Ball on the other side, and it's like, but they've such a big crossover audience. Like, think about like Sketches 3D compared to Kojum Dip. It's like that's like it doesn't get much more different than that, but yet the crossover is still there because the art itself kind of transcends that music, and I think that is why so many albums have like crossover of audiences, because it's not necessarily the sound of the music, but it's the intentions of the music and it's the messages of the music, and that's why I love music more than any other art form. Like, I'm sure like people who are into like paintings will see the same kind of thing, but for me it's just always been music.
Yeah. The music you can listen to anytime.
Exactly. You don't need to walk into school, eating. I literally listen to music all the time. I checked my Spotify stats, and this is including time spent sleeping. I spent a third of my last month listening to music, which is wild. That's kind of like crazy. Yeah.
That is very impressive.
Yeah, I don't know about impressive. It's just because I do it in the background all the time. Like you said, like it's such an easy art form to enjoy.
Is Island to Thyself like your most listened to Tally Hall related song, or is it?
I think I would check Spotify stats, but Spotify stats does it based on like minutes listened, so it's probably like Dream Suite and C Major, because I listen to the whole album all the time, and you know, Mind Electric and Dream Suite are just the longest ones. Yeah, so the top 2 tracks for my last 4 weeks is the Mind Electric and Dream Suite and C Major. But that's because it's based on minutes listened. If I go to Lifetime. My top lifetime streams is 10 Hawaii Part 2 songs, then Fate of the Stars, and then Shonda Lullaby. So yeah. Island to Thyself, 968 streams.
Oh my goodness.
Which it's only beaten by Labyrinth with 1,108. But to be fair, I love Labyrinth. Labyrinth is a really good song. And Labyrinth is a really good song that's easy to listen to outside of a playlist as well. Just like Island to Thyself.
Yeah.
I also don't like all the people who say Labyrinth doesn't deserve to be on the album because it doesn't fit. Oh, just you wait, guys. Just you wait till I drop my video and you realize that that's the whole point. The point is it's not meant to fit. Yeah. I mean, I like in the Fate of the Stars video, there's the line where it like contrasts like human biology with like like, I don't know, tech or whatever, and it doesn't make any sense, and it completely breaks the structure of the song. And for the background, when I was explaining that, I used the music video of Labyrinth, because I think Labyrinth is meant to do the exact same thing. The whole point is, like, this is meant to break the structure of the album. It's meant to be a completely different character, because he's just lost part of himself. You know, he's went and got electroshock therapy, and it's cured his insanity, and now he's lost part of himself. So let's do that in a song.
Yeah,
yeah.
Especially with the, like, 8-bit and music video type thing.
Yeah.
The, like, you know, electric machinery versus the electricity of a human, I guess. Those type of two themes. And I know that that's kind of, I think what's mentioned for, like, the theme of the trap as well is kind of the whole, like...
a lot of the trap is kind of a similar kind of... And I also think trap is a lot about growing up too, which is, of course, going back into the cycle of life. But I'd love to do a video on the trap. Actually, somebody's, like, sent me a DM on Discord, and they were like, hey, I just made a video kind of about the trap. I'm not going to upload it yet, but I thought I'd share it with you. And it was actually pretty good. So the only reason that I haven't done a video on the trap yet, because I was waiting to see if they would upload that one. I don't think they have yet. So if they don't, then I'm going to snap it up and make a video on it. But yeah, because I don't want to hog, like, everyone who can do like when Marketable Evil made this Rule of Everything video, I don't want to make a Rule of Everything video because I don't want to compete with that. But I don't want other people to feel the same about my things, which is why I kind of try and keep mine fairly limited to, like, my own beliefs. And I hope that people can do their own thing as well if they wanted to. Like, I'm not here to like take over all of the Tally Hall theories. I'm kind of here to start people doing it. I want more people to make, you know, Tally Hall YouTube isn't really that big, and where it is big, it's not big with, like, Tally Hall analysis, really. Like, the biggest Tally Hall channels don't really do that until I came along, and that's because I want other people to do it. I want people to start thinking about the music, because, yeah, they've not made content in ages, and that leads to all these, you know, people just making up whatever they can. But it's like, you look at the songs. Don't just look past the songs because, oh, that's all they've made. Look at the songs. There's so much there that you can get.
Yeah, I definitely have appreciated seeing song theories out there again. Because I feel like people have always made, like, a handful of them, but it's more of, like, it's not, like, a dedicated Tally Hall location for that. And then it's wild that there's just so many people watching it, too. That makes me really happy.
Yeah. Okay, to be fair, I think I've exhausted all the best songs. Don't get me wrong, I've still got loads more to say, but I think the excitement will eventually die down, and then we'll be left with the core Tally Hall fans, and that's where I hope people can start making their own things from. Back when, you know, down where there's not as many people left sitting around Tally Hall YouTube, I think especially with all, like, the news going on, it's brought a lot of people into it that, like, they scroll YouTube knowing about Tally Hall, and then they see a Tally Hall video, and that catches their attention. But I think with all the news going on, that's kind of brought all the people in, which I love. I think that's awesome. But it will die down, but I'm hoping to keep as many people as possible.
Yeah. But hey, man, when we get new Edu and new Kojum Dip, new videos, new analysis.
Exactly, like when Tally Hall comes back in 2 months, which is definitely going to happen. When the whole band released their third album, Strangers.
Thanks, Matthew Aldridge.
Yeah.
But for real, though, he does get a lot of credit for this. I do appreciate it. Yeah. It's really bringing everyone back. Everyone gets to go insane together again.
Exactly. Like, I like Matthew Aldridge because he's bringing eyes back to Tally Hall, and sure, it's in, like, a kind of, it's not very honest way, I suppose, because it's all just hype, whatever. But I get it. Like, when I make a video on Tally Hall news, I like to hype things up a bit because it's exciting. You know what I mean? Like, it is just more fun to say this band hasn't done anything in 13 years. Let's go a little bit crazy together. And I think that's cool. Yeah, for sure. Because you've mentioned, like, listening to their, like, knowing of their music for about 4 or 5 years. I don't know if you've been, like, super in depth of fandom the entire time or not, but it was kind of like these past few years we've been getting a lot, which is exciting. Even if they never make, like, new music again, it's like there's so much that we have had, like all of these vinyl repressings, you got the Youtooz, you have all this news of side project things. Like, prior to that, it kind of felt like the space was a little dead, you know? Like, I think a few people are still kind of in that mentality, And I think the audience is kind of split between, like, you know, when I make a video where it's like a fake tweet and then the title is full caps with like 5 exclamation marks. It's like half the people there are like, oh yay, let's get excited together, and the other half are like, stop clickbaiting me. And it's like, okay, I can see both sides of the argument. But we've had nothing for all this time, and now in the last couple of years we're getting things coming. We're allowed to be a bit excited about it, okay?
Yep. You and Matthew just get to be in that boat of like hyping people up, and then other people being like, please
stop it. Yeah. It always shows on Twitter too. Like, I don't use Twitter that much, but like I love seeing the things where I open Twitter and it's just people screaming about Matthew Altruder. It's so funny. It's so funny.
That's like one of the reasons why I check Twitter. The other thing too is Matthew has a lot of things from the history of the days of Tally Hall. Like, I remember you were able to like upload their Misery Fell recording, but there's just been he has so much stuff. Like, he's not just some random guy. He's the random guy. He's been there for a while.
He's mentioned in Hoods in the Woods.
Yeah.
Freetown Sound. Like, come on now. I don't think people give him enough credit. I think everyone's like all caught up in the fact that, oh, he's saying all these things and nothing's really happening. But they're looking past the fact that, like, stuff is happening. Like,
I know.
It's been more accurate than it's ever been. Like, and maybe if... And like, to be fair, like, Matthew Altruder's saying these things, teasing. Like, it's obvious what he thinks, but he's not saying those things. You're just kind of taking those and thinking, Matthew Altruder is saying Tally Hall's going to come back. This is crazy. Why is he being like this? When he's not really saying that. He's just kind of sprinkling the dust everywhere and letting the fandom go wild.
Or he leans into it a whole lot without, like, 100% saying it.
Yeah.
Because that's been something where it's, like, prior years, I was kind of used to him just being like, oh, wow, we're gonna try asking Tally Hall to come to Sonic Lunch again. We're gonna try doing this. You're like, oh, Tally Hall something. And it always being something. We're like, okay, you know, there's potentially something cool, or he's just saying stuff. But this year's like, he's weirdly confident.
He's been bold with it. I just feel like if nothing happens, like, the fandom's gonna go crazy on him. I don't think he can survive. I think, but then again, maybe there's a point where it's like, okay, he's gone too far now. Might as well just roll with it and pray to God that they show up at Sonic Lunch, or pray to God that they do something else. But honestly, either way, I'm very happy with how things are going now. And, like, even if I personally, I do not think we're ever going to get a Tally Hall reunion. We're probably never going to get any more music from Tally Hall, not directly at least. But, like, the members are doing other things. Like, it's not like it's completely silent, you know?
Right.
I'm very excited for the next Kojim Dip album. Very excited.
That's good.
I love Kojim Dip.
And I'm excited for Edu as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I've enjoyed bits of Kojim Dip, but I'm not, like, I haven't been as obsessed yet. Probably just because it takes a bit for me to get more into the, like, metal side of things, I guess.
That's fair. I mean, the first songs everybody gets into is Pluto 134340 and Moonwaltz. Yeah, those are the two. Yeah. But it does grow on you. I do not like that type of music, but it has grown on me a lot, for sure.
And we get Bora.
Yeah, exactly. We get Bora, of course. Oh, I saw this great video of Bora, like, I think it's Bora's only video uploaded on YouTube. And it's him singing Moonwaltz while playing the piano, and it's so beautiful. It's like, I watch that, and it's like, it makes me love the song so much more. It's like the same thing with the Mind Electric, like the demos and stuff for all the Hawaii Part 2 songs. Like, it makes you appreciate the song so much more once you hear where it's come from.
For sure. Yeah, that was me, is like, before I got into Hawaii Part 2, I was listening to just all of the Mind Electric demos over and over again, and I just kind of spiraled into everything else, because I'm like, I need to know more about this. I need to know more.
The island.
Then I remember hearing Labyrinth the first time, and I was like, it's the demo.
Yeah. I love it when you listen to the songs and you can hear all the different components that are put together. It's obviously mainly the Mind Electric and Labyrinth, but yeah. I think my favorite demo... Okay, first of all, Demo 4, obviously. Like, I'm not going to pretend like it's not the best one. It is the best one. But apart from that, my favorite demo is the Island to Thyself demo. Because that one is just so good. I don't know what it is about it, but I absolutely love it. Yeah.
And that one has the extra verse in it too, right?
Yeah. Maybe we'll tangle tomorrow.
The sorrow.
The sorrow, yeah. Also, another thing, side note, I'm like 95% certain that the demo for the Island to Thyself is part of the story of Hawaii Part 2. But yeah, and I'm gonna include that in the video. I don't think many people are gonna love it, but I'm fairly certain that, yeah. I'll leave it at that. I'm fairly certain that it is part of the story.
Yeah, I mean, granted, so many people's understanding of their interpretations of the story for Hawaii Part 2 come from the demos. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this Simon guy, you know?
Exactly. We have, it's got the bare bones of everything, so you gotta look at the bare bones if you want to understand it. Yeah.
Yes, but I love seeing theories and interpretations of Hawaii Part 2.
Same. It's the only things that I ever see from the Broken Musical subreddit. It's like, hey, I had this thought. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Oh, you know what as well? This is something I'm going to mention in my video. What is really, really cool is if you listen to the songs of Hawaii Part 2, and if you open the album, right? I'm talking to the listeners now, whoever's listening. If you open Hawaii Part 2 right now, and you listen to all the songs, and you go through them from start to finish, and you take note of the start of all of them, you'll notice that for the first half of the album, every song starts on an instrumental, and for the second half of the album, every song starts with a vocal. And it splits at the Mind Electric. And then before that, it's all instrumental, and after that, it's all vocals that it starts on. And I think that's very, very... Someone pointed that out. I was like, that is so cool. And there's also a thing that I'm going to go into in the video where it's like the first half of the album kind of takes place during the day, where the second half takes place during the night. And there's so many different like metaphors that are used to differ between daytime and nighttime. And I think that's really, really cool too. And there's definitely these purposeful ideas that are put into it to show a progression of the album that you kind of don't pick up on like immediately, but you can feel it. I don't know, like when you listen to Hawaii Part 2, you just feel it. And I think I would love to try to explain why we feel that. And I think that's what I'm going to try and do, hopefully.
So I guess going with that then, probably feeling a bit more like Variations might be the track 0 still. Because I know sometimes people debate that if it's the
Variations
first track or last track.
I think it's the track 0. To be honest, I think Various on a Cloud is what Joe Hawley takes from Hawaii Part 2, because Joe Hawley has said before he doesn't want to really give what he thinks about Hawaii Part 2 fully, because it's meant to be an album that you can interpret in whatever way you want. That is why it was made. But Joe Hawley, I did think, mention in an interview something about how, because I mean, the event of 9/11 is clearly very important to him. And there's lots, when you really look at Hawaii Part 2, there are actually loads of metaphors for it within the songs. Obviously, there's Various on a Cloud. But I think Various on a Cloud is like, here's the album, and then here's what I take from it. Do whatever you want with the rest of it. And I think that's really quite cool.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool way of looking at it, because sometimes people are like confused, like Joe thinks that the album is about what?
Yeah, but like, no, like the whole point is that you're meant to think whatever you want to think.
Yeah.
Use your mind. You know, use your creativity.
For sure. But yeah, then going back with like Mind Electric being like the center and split. Yeah, I never really noticed how the second half starts off with the vocals. That's really cool. But it is something that I did notice. I'm like, okay, it's the middle on the vinyl. You know, it's the first side ends with the first reverse part of the Mind Electric, and the next part starts with the unreversed thing. Yeah. Another thing I remember discovering too is at that like middle point, there's the reversed voice that says Part 2.
Yeah.
And so it's like, whoa. It's as soon as you like get into that second half of the album, even if it doesn't split exactly down the middle of the Mind Electric, that is the center point.
That is meant to be where the album flips. Because that's that. I mean, ultimately, that's where the main character changes. You know what I mean? So things are gonna change.
Yeah. I love music, man.
I know, same. It's honestly my whole life. Genuinely, I love it so much, and I would love to do videos on other artists too. I know people wouldn't watch them as much, but like, I don't just mean Jack Stauber, Will Wood, Lemon Demon, which don't get me wrong, I'm gonna get to because they make great stuff. But like, I mean, I think my favorite band of all time is Pink Floyd, and I'd love to do Pink Floyd stuff because Pink Floyd is awesome. And actually, I also mentioned Pink Floyd in my Mr. Moon video that I'm going to do, because I'm pretty sure there's a reference to Pink Floyd in Bring Her Along, which I think is cool. But yeah. And there's loads of other bands that I think kind of do the same kind of thing as Tally Hall, where they have these themes underlying all the way through. But because they tackle it in a different way, I kind of want to tackle them in a different way at the same time as well. And, you know, maybe it wouldn't be the best for the people who just like Tally Hall, but I've got to do something else at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, as mentioned, you feel like you've covered a lot of things, and you're wanting to encourage people to keep making their own theories. But there's a whole lot of songs out there in the world.
There's a lot of songs, and there's a lot of good music.
Yeah.
Too much.
What are some of your personal recommendations?
Okay, well, first of all, Dark Side of the Moon is an album I think everyone should listen to, and it's an album that I will make a video on because I love it so much and I love the ideas in it. And sticking with Pink Floyd, I also think the second best album that he's done is Wish You Were Here. Shine On You Crazy Diamond is really quite good. In the same kind of sphere, King Crimson is really good. I have one of their albums. The Court of the Crimson King is what people will know, but I also recommend you listen to In the Wake of Poseidon by King Crimson. And I think if you like that kind of, progressive rock sphere, it takes you down all these... I mean, what I've noticed recently as well, which is like, I've tried to usually stay clear of really popular artists because I find they're usually quite generic because obviously they're popular. But when it comes to ones like Pink Floyd, I've now realized they're popular. These ones are popular because they're good. And that's cool. And I think that's also why Tally Hall's gotten so big recently. It's like people have started to realize that these guys are good. And that's why they're getting popular. I think that's cool.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely would recommend Pink Floyd. 100%. Closing thoughts. Tally Hall's really cool. That's my closing thought. My closing thought is people need to stop trying to make content out of nothing and start trying to make content out of the content. There's so much there to be explored. There's so many different perspectives that you can take. And obviously when I make a video, the interpretations that I take are from my own experience. Everybody has different experiences. And I genuinely really encourage people to try and put their own spin on these songs and take out of it what they feel like they should take out of it. Because that is there's nothing better than that. That's the point of music. And if Tally Hall's not making any more music, you've got all this amazing stuff here that people haven't... I don't think people have explored this music enough yet. I think they're like, oh, this is a good song. Oh, I love Banana Man. Oh, I love The Rule of Everything. They made the funny memes out of it. And it's like, yeah, obviously, that's great. That shows that the music is good. Now let's talk about the lyrics as well. We've had 13 years to sit on why the music's good. Let's take it a little bit further. That's my final note.
Kind of jumping on that, I would also... Something I've thought about and I would love to see more of is people talking about the internet show and the skits and the characters in them, because people talk about the tallies a lot, but there's characters in there. We need more love.
I love the internet show. It's so good. I think everyone should watch it. Obviously a lot of it is outdated, but considering when they made it and how much of it is still really funny, it's so good.
Yes. Yeah, well, thank you for joining me for recording the podcast. I am very glad to just talk about music meetings and other random things.
Thanks for inviting me. And if you do run out of guests at whatever point, I'll just release the Hawaii Part 2 video and then we'll talk about that.
Oh yes.
Thanks for listening to Tally Talks. Be sure to check out Tally Ball on YouTube if you haven't already. If you would like a shout out in an upcoming Tally Talks episode or in an Emma Matronics video, check out the links in the description or visit tallytalks.com. If you give to help a family in Gaza, I will give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form. If you have any comments to share or would like to ask about being a guest on the podcast, please email podcast@awesomejedi.com. Thank you and have a good day. By Tally Hall.
Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by Juice. I'm joined by Sam/Maluez, and we'll be talking about Love of the Sun.
Huh? Oh, I know what that is. You heard them right. My name is Sam, or I guess Maluez, whichever one you prefer. I made Love of the Sun, came up with the idea when I was at least... probably 14 or 15. It's been a long time. I've forgotten the specifics since then, but I've been trying to weave my way through making it slowly and surely, just as the years go by.
And for people who have no idea, what your show is, or even if they don't even know what, Tally Hall is, how is it that you kind of, pitch your show if that situation ever comes up?
That's always a really hard part, because it delves into, an object show combined with the band. But a lot of times when I introduce someone to the show, I don't even tell them it's an object show. I say it's a web series, about objects, because I don't want to get into specifics of what an object show is. Like, oh, have you heard of BFDI? And it's all about this and that. Have you heard of Tally Hall? So usually I just say it's about a web series about a walking charger who died and is navigating the afterlife, which is pretty much what it is. But obviously the name of it, Love of the Sun, I did not make on my own. As well as one of the characters, his name is Michael. He's a pinwheel, but the colors of his pieces are a little familiar if you're a fan of Tally Hall at all. That's like as much as I can say without spoiling the biggest event ever. No, I don't know, I'm making stuff up.
Yeah, there's definitely like itty bitty Tally Hall references sprinkled in there.
Absolutely.
Which I appreciate. I watch everything with subtitles, so I remember there was one spelling of got with the 2 T's, and I was like, ha! I know what that is. Yeah, for me, I saw Love of the Sun like about a week after it came out for the 1A episode. At the end of like 2022, or midway through 2022, my friend shared with me the Moon Waltz animatic from HFJ1. I hadn't seen any object shows before that, but the power of just that animation alone, I watched one, and then I watched BFDI and Insanity, and then I saw Love of the Sun. I was like, no way. Tally Hall. But I really liked just sort of the storytelling aspect it takes, kind of similar to like one for people who've seen that versus the competition style of everything. And then like, yeah, the animation in Love of the Sun is also insane, so it's really, really beautifully done. You have like a whole crew there, right?
Yeah! Yeah, the crew is mainly just people I'm really close with, like really close friends that I've met years ago. Like either through OSC-related manners, object show manners, or Tally Hall. Actually, I don't know if I've met anyone there purely through Tally Hall. I really doubt. I think it's just object people. Because they're all involved with the art and stuff. And usually that's how... That's like... Within object shows, a lot of crews are usually just friends of each other. And so it's really easy for them to just make concepts of art or animations or to write together or all that stuff. That's mainly what I did with everyone there, except I do most of the writing, and I have 3 other friends that usually like touch up the dialogue, or at least just sometimes there's big changes, but I think besides that, that's usually how it goes, and I try to keep it within that space so that I don't have a crew of like 50 people.
Right.
I'm not gonna try and imagine what that would be like, honestly. Horrified.
Yeah, what was kind of like your inspiration, like, or like the combination of you and your crew's inspiration for kind of the design and animation for things? Because there's some parts where it gets to be a little like goofier and more exaggerated, and then combination of like 3D and 2D animation.
I am really happy you actually noticed that. So I think I haven't adopted this mindset until recently, but a big inspiration for, I guess, the different ideas or styles in animation was Smiling Friends. Yes. After I watched that, or like I became a fan, I kind of wanted to adopt a policy that I noticed they kind of have, where the quality of the animation is going to depend on how funny it is. So if a scene would be funnier with like a 2-frame walk cycle of a character running across the screen, then we go for that. But unless it's like serious or something, then I'll try to put my all in. Smiling Friends, it hasn't impacted me until like really recently, like when I was making episode 1C. I was like, oh my god, it's the smartest thing ever. It blah blah blah. I gotta do this now. And so I just tried to implement it as best I could, but I think it worked.
Yeah. I was watching 1C with one of my friends, and that was the thing where both like the expressions and just like different random style changes were really fun.
1C is definitely where the expressions on the characters started to be ramped up, I feel like that's where we kind of actually started to find what we wanted to do with the characters, or like, in terms of drawing them. Just because, another inspiration. So an animator on the team, their name is Sokka. I watched an anime with them like maybe last December, November, called Fooly Cooly, and it was like the animation on that show, like, it drove me insane, and it drove them insane too, and it was definitely a really big inspiration. It helped us make a lot of things in 1C, like the facial expressions being a lot more wacky, the scenes of Pipe Bomb opening his patient center and the scene of them trying to get out of that patient center, they were all definitely a lot more tame before we watched that. Sokka's a really, really good animator. They carried most of 1C. There were so many things that they did, I can't even look through all the camera shots, all the movements, all the... Yeah, I can't even, like, say it in words. They're just really good. And then them combined with the anime we watched, I felt like they were unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, I guess kind of like the first, like, really action-filled scene there in 1C, and just, yeah, all of the camera angles and just the quick cuts between different things of them trying to get out of this shrinking room. Yeah. It was like, oh man, this is really good.
It got me excited because that's what I've been waiting to do with this show. Or that's what I've been wanting to do. Because even episode 2 is gonna be really, like, similar to 1C in terms of, I guess, the action. And it's gonna be, I guess, ramped up. I don't know how to describe it. But it's gonna be very ambitious. A lot of the production on the show involves me learning something new within a program, or learning how to animate something new. It's just seeing how far I can go with something, and if I can make it look good, then I'm gonna keep it. That's like maybe 80% of the production.
And it is very ambitious with the animation. I mean, I already kind of mentioned that already. It's like, it's always very impressive, but it's just, yeah, that definitely is showing. Even with 1A and just the combination of the different, like the 3D animation, the whole intro bit, and then just like, yeah, it's just really impressive. It looks really cool, and yeah, it's exciting that then you're able to kind of keep pushing to try that stuff too.
I think it makes me very happy when I see people talk about, like you said, the different ideas that come within the animation. I don't know how to explain it, but it was just like we were talking about the animation being very experimental. So I get really happy when people kind of notice that and are kind of hooked onto it, because it makes me, I go like, wow, they recognize it. In that voice, I always do that voice in my head whenever someone recognizes it. It's like required.
Yeah, and then there's also like the different hand-drawn bits of like, different exposition, but I just really enjoy seeing that as well. Yeah, just all sorts of different styles. When did you first start kind of like getting into animation?
Oh, that's a good question. I have to think really hard. So I think probably since I was 5 or 6, because at that point I had a Nintendo DSi and I had Flipnote Studio on it, and I would always just, every day I would always just make these random stupid animations. I don't remember what they were about. Like, I didn't even know how to add audio or anything. I would just do like stick figures running and jumping and like high-fiving and all that stuff. And from there it always evolved. I didn't get into the realm of Adobe Animate until I was probably 12 or 11, because that's when season 4 of BFDI came out, and they started like the source files became public, and I didn't even know what that meant. But my friend was like, "Oh my god, we gotta download them. We gotta play around with them and like change everything." I was like, "What? Okay." So we downloaded them, and I just remember like changing the intro, changing all the character assets to like random images I had on my computer, and it was like the funniest thing in my life at the time. And I was like, this is amazing. I gotta learn this program so I can do this forever. And then from there, that's just how, like, I think that primarily is where I got the idea to make my own show. Because within the community of like object shows, it's very common to like make your own show. Like, oh, I want to do this too, but it's very hard to actually uphold it because it's a whole show.
Right.
Like it's very hard to stick to your word. Like, I don't blame people who cancel their shows because it takes a long time.
So like in the case of like Charger Block, is that kind of around the time where he was born, I guess, created?
Oh yeah. Yeah, actually, I made Charger Block in 2018, but it wasn't for a show. It was for a... Okay, this is a whole other subgenre of object things. So, on Discord, there are these things called object camps, and they're... I have no idea if you've heard of it ever or not.
Oh, I've done one, actually. I didn't
Oh
get
my
very
god,
far,
okay,
but...
then... Wow. Okay, I'll just... explain a little bit for like the audience, just a little bit. So it's like a competition held in usually a Discord server. You can sign up as a character of whoever you want, and then the host of the camp will give you a challenge, and then you make like some sort of art of your character doing that challenge. So if the challenge is go buy water at the store, you can like animate your character doing it, or you can do a comic, or I don't know, a puppet show, or you can write it, and then they get scored, and then every round someone gets eliminated. So it's like a competition thing, similar to BFDI and stuff like that. I made Charger Block for a camp a long time ago. It was called Lick Battle, and very few people know what that is nowadays. And I'm like, thank the Lord, because my old entries were like they make me like cringe, they reek of just horridness. But like, just because of that, I was like, I have to save Charger Block from this horrible fate of being stuck to a camp. And so I plucked him out of that realm, and I was like, you're gonna be in my show, okay? You can let's go on in there. You know, actually Crown was made for the same reason. But then I asked their voice actor, Carrie, if I could use Crown in the show, and Carrie was like, okay. I was like, okay. And so I just stole Crown, and I placed them in there too. And that birthed CB and Crown for the show.
I remember you have on your channel some entries for Battle for McDonald's.
Oh yeah! That was another one I did. That was like... I think by then I was already working on Love of the Sun, but I don't really know why I said like, okay, let me just like involve myself with another camp with the main character of Love of the Sun. It'd be funny. Those ones are definitely better, I think. I don't rely on memes as much for those ones as I did Lick Battle. For Lick Battle, it was definitely like, what's funny at the time? What can I use? What image can I put in here? Oh, I know, I'll put Markiplier E meme. That's like really deep fried. And I got first place.
Beautiful.
It really is. Almost cinematic.
Yeah, I remember there's for the Battle for McDonald's one, Charger Block sings Banana Man, and that caught me so off guard. I didn't realize where it was going at first. But I remember that I was having a normal one about that. That was like the most entertaining thing to me.
Okay, that's a good thing to hear. I keep going back and forth on that specific entry. I was like, I either go like, this is horrible, why did I do this? Or I was like, no, this is kind of funny.
It was really funny.
Right now, I think I'm leaning towards, yeah, it's kind of funny. I think the humor comes in me doing the entire song. or like half of the song. I don't remember how much I did.
Yeah, a decent chunk of it. But I just had it like going on in the background while I was doing something, and I just did not realize where it was going because you're also singing the whole instrumental.
Yeah.
And then the lyrics to Banana Man come in, and I was laughing so hard. I was like sharing it to people. I was like,
You gotta see this.
You gotta see this, guys.
This will blow you away.
Oh yeah. That's just me with a new medium. Like, I just go insane, and my friends just get to watch.
I do that a lot too. You gotta see this. Watch this charger sing Banana Man.
Funniest thing I've ever seen.
I think it would be like even funnier if you showed that to a friend who's never heard Tally Hall or anything object related. And I look at it like, what is this? Why are you showing me this?
When kind of like what point in time were you like settling on Love of the Sun as the title for the object show? Like, evidently Tally Hall moment.
Definitely at the peak of my Tally Hall fixation. Like, it was when I got into Tally Hall, that it was like horrid. It was the only thing on my mind for so long. I didn't know what a fixation was until I saw Tally Hall. And I don't know why it hit me like a truck, but it really did. So I guess when I was making the show, or like when I was actually expanding on the concept I had, it was like, okay, it's about like the afterlife, you know? So I feel like the name for it, because it's not heaven or hell. I feel like the name's gonna have to be something kind of mysterious or simple, mysterious. And I was like, and was my favorite song at the time. And I was like, wait, oh my gosh, look at that, the sun. Because I don't know, I feel like the lyric it's treated as a noun, like either a person or a place. I was like, okay, let me just do that. And I'm just not gonna clarify. And I was just say like, oh, it's up to you to do to think which one it is. And that's also when I designed Michael, his gray piece was originally cyan. And I remember specifically a conversation where I was like, what if I made it gray? And a few of my friends were like, if you make it gray, I'm quitting the show. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Because they were big victims to my Tally Hall obsession. So they already knew how bad it got. And then I made it gray anyway. And they're like, oh my god, I think I hate you. I said, that's okay.
We get to be very normal about colors as Tally Hall fans.
Absolutely. You know, my 15-year-old head, whenever I saw like, even if I saw 3 of the 5 colors together or 3 of the 6, like yellow, green, blue, I was like, oh my god! Oh, I love that band! It's definitely died down since then. Honestly, I haven't, like, here's a mini confession, regarding Tally Hall. I haven't really actively listened to them in almost 2 years now. Like, I think their music still, and the band still means a lot to me, but a lot of it came from just me being 15 years old. And then, when I make the show today, I kind of forget that I referenced Tally Hall in it. I forget that, like, I didn't make the name of the show. I was like, oh, oops. And I was like, sometimes I think like, oh no, I'm kind of stuck with this. But most of the time, I'm like, you know, it's fine. It's really not that bad. I can work with this. You know, I got the Tally Hall reference out of the way. Now I can do what I want to do with the show.
And there is definitely an object show fandom overlap with Tally Hall, so you get to bring these people along for the ride and get to do your own thing from there, for sure.
I combine these two, like, spaces, like, hey, you guys like at least one of these things. Okay, now you get to just sit back, watch this now. Here's what I'm gonna do instead.
As you mentioned, the sun is a great word for just describing what the place is. It's like, which spelling of the sun? Great question. Yeah. It worked out well, for sure.
What does that even mean?
Yes.
I'm glad I found that. Honestly, had I been obsessed with any other band at the time, it probably would have been named off of that. It was just Tally Hall that got chosen in my head.
Hey man, Tally Hall does have some great music, as you said, but it is one of those things too. It's like, we get to move on to the next thing, but still have those inspirations, for sure.
Because they definitely, like, I still think of their music very highly. Because I know, like, usually a lot of people, when they move on from music they liked when they were younger, it's like, oh my god, why did I like this? This is horrible. And I think I still enjoy a lot of their stuff. It's just not in my rotation, you know? There's only a few songs where I can say confidently, I was like, this isn't as good as I remember it being. But most of it is like, yeah, this is good. I think my favorite now is probably Fate of the Stars. Like, or at least that was my favorite when I last listened to them. I was like, this is glorious. Holy moly.
I love Fate of the Stars so much.
It's really good. I think it became my favorite when I heard, like, during the last minute their callback to And, because I didn't even notice it at first. I was like, oh my god! Ah! But it was really somber. I didn't know what to think, except I could, like, die peacefully, or something along those lines.
Yeah, Fate of the Stars is just, it's such a masterful song. And that's one where, like, you can visit it in the album or just at any random point, and it's still like, I feel like I'm ascending.
I think what adds to it is, like, I'm pretty sure, like, I could be wrong, it's been a long time, but, like, that's the last, like, studio song that the band recorded.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what, that's a really good send-off. If they never made music again, I would be happy with that being their last song.
I feel that. I feel the same way. Like, I feel like more people need to talk about Fate of the Stars. It's so good.
Yeah, I never really saw discussion of it when I was more active within the space.
But hey, people starting to talk about it a bit more now, so we got that. We got that.
That's good at least.
Got the new generation of the Tally Hall fandom.
That sounds scary.
Yeah, that was definitely me with the, like, 2021 era, was when I was a lot more active in things. So pretty much all of my knowledge that I currently have is just going off of what I remember from 2021.
I'm really grateful for that, because that's exactly where my knowledge ends too.
Yeah.
Because when I thought about this interview, I was like, you know, I know there was going to be also Tally Hall discussion besides the show, but I didn't know what else there was to talk about, like, beyond 21. And I was like, oh my, what if they know, like, a billion more things than I do? So, just knowing we're in the same boat, I think it's a lot better feeling.
Yeah. For me, it was just, like, a lot of the ideas that I've had currently again are just things that I had in 2021 that I did not have the time to do. And so now it's like, okay, finally doing that stuff, observing what's happening now, but also I have, like, this gap of, like, 3 years basically where all these people know all of these things, and I'm like, well, I'll listen, you know.
Yeah. Let's just see what happens.
But yeah, there's definitely, I definitely see a lot of, like, Love of the Sun character, like, profile pictures and comments of things now.
It's so weird to me, like in a good way. And I don't even know how to explain it. It's just such a strange feeling, because you see someone with it. I was like, wait, I made that. Hang on, I did that. It's because it's especially with Charger Block. So, like I said, when I made Charger Block, it was for a camp when I was 12, but also Charger Block was kind of a representation of myself. So he used to definitely be a lot more of me. And then when I made Love of the Sun, I kind of realized, like, if I want CB to be the protagonist of a show, I gotta make him his own character. I gotta remove myself from him. So I was like, okay. Because, you know, when you throw a character into the internet, you're not getting him back. Like, that's like bare minimum knowledge you gotta know. That's why, and I feel like Carrie, Crown's voice actor, did the same thing too. Because it was like, we can't make the show about ourselves, especially when there's gonna be a lot of fans of it, and there's gonna be a lot of people talking about these characters in very, very strange ways. Or usually good ways.
Yeah.
Just gotta look in the right place. But that's why I did that. And I'm glad I did that because CB's a lot more of like, he's very stupid, kind of, honestly. Which I think is good.
I'm still impressed with how many times he's died while, like, only having a short amount of existence since he, like, spawned in.
My favorite thing about that is the contrast between his deaths and Crown's deaths. Because, like, if you saw CB's deaths, you would know, like, Crown's died, like, 3 times total. And CB's died... I lost count myself, like, 840. I just remember I got asked about it once, and the best way I could describe it is, you know, CB's pretty good at living, but he's a lot better at dying. That's just a big skill with him. And I guess Crown is vice versa.
And with Michael, he's been stuck with Charger Buck the entire time. So yeah.
Michael is very, I guess, intolerant of CB, or at least he'll grow to start to be like that. Because right now it's like, okay, you're permanently dead now, so I gotta get used to you. But I'll probably be able to do that. But I feel like it's a case where he'll quickly learn, like, no, I can't do that. This dude is horrible. Why is he my patient? At least Crown and Sean get along.
Yeah, they seem to be homies.
Yeah, they are, definitely.
They definitely have a lot better of a friendship. I like also in one scene of just Charger Block was just like, oh man, all of these other people's patient centers are so much cooler than mine.
Yeah. Like, I didn't want any of them to say it out loud, but I was trying to show that CB is, like, very obviously jealous of everyone else's centers. Because he looks at Crowns, he doesn't even say anything. He just walks around grumbly, and then when they ask to open his center, he's like, oh yeah, mine's way better. Even though, he's lying through his teeth, because they're gonna know in a few seconds that it's not better. But he was just doing it just to seem cooler. Like, yeah, Sean's room is kind of a cardboard box, you know? Mine, but this is where things get good.
I think it was on one of your live streams, I was remembering, like, there's just, like, very few things in that room, but I remember there being, like, a poster, which I think you mentioned was, like, a past character, as well, of the, like, last scene 2018. I was looking for a screenshot of the thing I was talking about, of the, like, that poster in the background.
Yeah. The host of, like, our old show with Carrie. I remember that. I forgot what the name was called. It was something. I think it was something really stupid. I don't even remember.
But able to throw that little reference in there.
Yeah.
I guess with that, like, in that, do you feel like the host is then canon to the Sun, or just more of a reference thing?
Huh. They could be canon. Like, just in some other world they do exist still. I guess I never really actually considered that. Like, maybe they could be if I need to find a reason for them to be canon again, but it was always just intended as a reference. Just in my eyes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, that's another reason why I made CB and Crown their own characters besides just, like, representations of myself, is because, like, I always thought of, like, the fan fictions. I was like, oh no! Oh lord! I've seen a couple. It's mainly just Michael and Sean, and I was like, okay, that's kind of expected, honestly. And they were kind of cute too.
Yeah.
So I didn't really mind. Like the ones with like any involvement in CB and Crown, they're just like standing around or they're talking about something really normal. Like, how was your day, CB? Oh, it was pretty good. That's nice.
They gotta get goofier, I feel like. They're really goofy friends, and people need to, like, capitalize on that more.
I agree. I think we'll start selling, like, stickers of them saying, "We're goofy friends." Just so you know. Just so... Because I feel like too many people are gonna wonder, like, what kind of friends are these guys? You know? They're goofy friends. Don't get it twisted. I try to do like little animated shorts too, because I feel like that helps. There's not a lot, because they're usually just like random audios I find, or like audios from crew members and I playing a game, like the voice actors. I was like, this is funny. I can like animate this, and rake in like 500,000 views. Not really.
Are you planning on doing that more on your YouTube, or is it going to be kind of like on the other socials for now?
No, I'll upload shorts to my YouTube, because I feel like my main worry is that, you know, episode 1 is finally done, but like the whole thing took like a year and a half, and that worries me. I was like, how long is the rest of this show gonna take? I have 12 episodes planned for this series, and I don't want like a year and a half to be in between every episode. So like, realistically, if that happens, like it's not gonna be the end of the world. But it's like, oh well. So that's why I want to do more shorts and streams, so that people don't have to wait with absolutely nothing for that long. Because I know I know how that feels. Being a Telly Hall fan.
Yeah, you know, we'll get the season finale in 2040. It'll be great.
We honestly might. Like, I made a real promise to myself that I'm gonna work on this show until I'm at least 30. And if it's not done by then I'll call it quits. Because I feel like that's a good enough time. So like I have 12 years to make this show happen.
Yeah. Granted, it is, as mentioned earlier, very, very high quality animation, and so it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense for it to be taking a while, but it is so worth it.
Animation is definitely the longest part. Everything else is pretty smooth. Like the writing is done pretty quickly. And then I used to do it where I just gave the voice actors the script and I was like, okay, do your things. But I changed it to where I start making storyboards of the script, so that they're not detailed or anything. They're just like really bad drawings. But that's because the main purpose of the storyboards in Love of the Sun is to just show the voice actors like, or give them a better idea of how they should be acting or saying their lines. And then so I give them that, they give me lines, I make the audio, that's done, animate, background stuff, blah blah blah, edit, that's done. But animating definitely takes the longest. That's always the traffic jam in the production.
Yep, gotta make these little characters move around and stuff, I guess, you know?
I guess.
It just
Jeez.
doesn't automatically happen for you.
I don't know why. I wonder why can't I just yell at the computer enough and then they'll move? I feel like that would make things a lot easier.
I'm thinking with Love of the Sun, and this is something where it's like, oh, if it's too spoiler, you don't have to say it, but with having the 12 episodes, is that all still kind of focusing on the main crew that you have now, or are you hoping to introduce some more characters as well?
I'll say this only here, there's like one more major character that I have planned for the future. That's all. I can't say anything about them except for that, but the main cast is not just the 5 that we saw in episode 1.
Oh yeah, something I did want to ask too, if you are so inclined to answer, is I remember seeing on your Tumblr someone asked if Michael listens to Tally Hall, and if so, what his favorite song would be, and it sounded like he would not survive listening to Tally Hall. But for the other characters, do you feel like any of them would listen to Tally Hall, and if so, if they have favorite songs?
Let me think. I don't think that any of them are particularly familiar with the band. But if I had to say anyone who would listen to it, like upon finding out about the band, it would. That's a good question. That's a maybe Pipe Bomb and Crown, because I don't know. CB Charger Block listens to like a lot of like crap stuff, like maybe Skrillex or something like that, or maybe he likes Daft Punk. I know that much. Crown and Sean are both very like jazzy, I guess. Pipe Bomb, I don't really have anything except for Pipe Bomb, so it could be Pipe Bomb. Michael listens to like. Michael struck me as like someone who is like a Tally Hall hater, but would maybe listen to like Radiohead and other things like that. So, yeah, if anyone would listen to it, I guess it would be Crown and Pipe Bomb. Those are my answers.
Alright.
But I don't know about favorite songs. I haven't thought that far ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, all of the characters are just a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see what happens next, even if a few of them already traumatized by the end of the first episode, just a little bit, maybe.
That's okay. We don't need to worry about them.
They'll be fine. They'll be okay.
Yeah. There's nothing to worry about in there. I'm glad to hear that, like, they're at least somewhat memorable from the first episode. I think that was a mini goal of mine. I didn't want any of them to be, like, insanely forgettable.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, especially with just Michael and Charger Block's interactions. Those were just really fun, and there was just getting to see like the fan art that like immediately spawned was really cool to see. And then also like even if like Crown and Sean weren't as focused in the 1A yet, they still definitely had their spotlight too.
After I made 1A, I realized like Sean literally had like 5 lines total, maybe. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's kind of horrible. And Crown too. I mean, they obviously had more lines, but they weren't super independent, I don't think. So in 1B, that's when I wrote that whole like beginning segment of Michael and Sean. I was like, I want Sean and Michael to have like equal dialogue. I want them to show each other off. And then 1C was like, I want to define Crown a little more. Like, we didn't see it before, but they're kind of snarky and a little naive, honestly. So, like, I think they're a better person in general than CB, but they're still not, like, the greatest to admire.
Still got some growing to do.
Definitely.
Both of them.
A lot of it.
Yeah, but definitely looking forward to see where that goes. But yeah, but I think the goal of memorable characters definitely was reached there, and it makes me excited to see those characters show up in other people's fan arts or animation stuff people make. Like, hey, I know them.
Yeah, I know that. I think it still like drives me crazy. Because it's like someone liked this thing so much to the point where they made their own versions of it. Like with art or like even with humanizations, those are like always insane. I love those. Cuz that's where you really get to see how they interpret the characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are like my favorite ones.
Well, I'm thinking, I don't know if you have any other thoughts or things that you would like to share?
I don't really. I think you kind of said it all for me, honestly. Like that's like with only one episode, there's not a whole lot to talk about, but that'll obviously change.
Yeah, but I appreciate you joining me here for this, and
Yeah,
definitely looking
absolutely.
forward to what's coming next, and definitely appreciating the things put into the first episode as well. So yeah, I appreciate it. I am, very hyped.
Thank you for having me. This was actually really, really fun. I'm really glad I got to be a part of it.
Yippee! Thanks for listening to Tally Talks. I have entirely hijacked this podcast episode because I love Love of the Sun. Watch it if you haven't. This show may be taking up more of my brain space than Tally Hall has in the past year, admittedly. Anyways, hi Tails Eating Nails. You correctly guessed this episode. Congratulations. Also, if you would like a shout out in an upcoming Tally Talks episode or in an Emmatronics video, check out the links in the description or visit tallytalks.com. If you give to help a family in Gaza, I'll give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form. Don't forget to keep sharing ways people can help, If you have any comments to share or would like to ask about being a guest on the podcast, please email podcast@awesomejedi.com. With all that said, thank you and have a good day. By Tally Hall. Welcome to Tally Talks, a podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host Emma, and today's episode is sponsored by... I'm joined by Opal the Thing, and today we're going to talk about Tally Hall and art.
I'm Opal. I make a lot of silly animatics on youtube.com, and a lot of them have to do with Tally Hall music, some way or another. It all circles back. It's a curse.
When did you first get into Tally Hall?
Good question. I think probably like 2018. It was definitely a while ago. I was on Spotify, at like 11 p.m. or whatever, just like middle of night, close enough. And Dream Suite in C major pops up, and I was very confused. And I didn't like it. I was like, what? What is this? What am I listening to? And yeah, I was like, what in the world? And then it spiraled from there. The madness ensued.
When did you reach the point where you're like, oh, I actually like this? Or were you just like scared for a long time and it eventually grew on you?
I think I have to really not like something to like... The things I don't like to listen to at first are the things I absolutely get obsessed over later down the line. Like, maybe like a month later or so. And then, like, it's the finding out about Dream Suite in C major. And then it's, oh, this is a musical. What? But it's not a musical. I'm like, okay. And then I found out about Tally Hall a little bit later. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then, all the branching out. But it was a very slow progression, I'd say. Probably over the course of like a year, not gonna lie. But the brain rot slowly creeped in.
It finds you. It finds you.
It finds you, yeah. No, honestly.
Yeah, I first found your stuff. I was trying to see if I could remember if there's a specific order that I found things, but you made an animatic series of a variety of the songs from Hawaii Part 2 that are all interconnected.
Yeah.
I want to say that I watched them in order. I used to do this thing where I'd like constantly search like different songs and see what would come up for Tally Hall related stuff. I want to say I watched them in order. I could be wrong, but I don't remember like not watching them in order. But you have a storyline going on there. What was like the first inspiration you kind of had for that one where you're like, oh man, I could make OCs do things to this?
Yeah, it was a bit interesting. I was trying to think about it earlier, where it was like, I feel like I had OCs already that were like just disconnected from other like songs that I liked, and just other OCs that are just kind of like doing nothing. that I just kind of like put together with the Hawaii Part 2 plot line that's already kind of there. Because like a lot of the OCs are kind of disconnected from the songs, but then they kind of just like got smushed in there with like all the things that I liked at the time.
Because I definitely would guess that Simon would have been inspired by Inside the Mind of Simon, perhaps, but beyond
for sure. Yeah, fair. No, yeah, that Simon was straightforward. At least that version of him. But the future version of him, I remember, was some like OC concept I have when like a little bit before I found out about, you know, Miracle Musical, Hawaii Part 2, whatever. Let's kind of drag everything in.
That's fun though, because it does seem like overall everything's just so like planned out and connected. Like I'll like look back at comments for people who probably like saw Dream Suite first and then backtracked like, wait, it was all planned from the start.
I feel like a lot of it was. I knew pretty much what songs I was doing. I thought I was going to do a few more, but for the most part, I was like, okay, I'm going to do, you know, these group of songs, whatever. And I had like vague ideas for most of them at the time, which it's fun to like look back at Introduction to the Snow. Like I rewatched it a bit ago. And I was like, oh yeah, it's like I had some of those ideas, but then like some of the things changed entirely. I was like, okay, interesting.
But that's the beauty of art, though. You know, like it gets to grow and change over time.
Oh yeah, no, honestly, it's like the story. I mean, like I've had it probably in my brain since I started listening to music, and then I made my I guess current last thing of that plot line in like last year, pretty much, like spring of 23. So the story has definitely like changed a lot in my mind, but it's very interesting to build upon like some of the concepts that I made when I was like just like some teen, and I was just
It is very impressive though, because that is a lot of like having that much art for that long of songs is very, very impressive, and like being able to show a fleshed out story. I like to be silly and say it's the Miracle Musical movie, because that's what it feels like to me. Even with Spring in a Storm at the end, you know, sure that's Tally Hall, not Miracle Musical, but you got the cast there.
Close enough.
Yeah, exactly. I talked about before on the podcast how it's like, you know, Spring in a Storm and Hawaii Part 2 seem like they share some themes, so it works.
Yeah, no, I like Spring in a Storm. It's like the existentialism, all that. I'm like, yippee, I love that stuff. It's very interesting. Yeah, it kind of fit with the ideas I had going into Miracle Musical. I'm like, okay, she connects. Very fun stuff.
Yeah. Yes, I love all your character designs too. I love Marbles and Simon. They're very
my
fun.
kids. I love them. They're very baby. I know. I miss drawing them, honestly. But yeah, they're very silly.
When did you first get into animating? What was kind of your start there, or even just art in general too?
Oh, I mean, yeah. I watched a lot of animatics on YouTube.com, but I was a bit scared to get into it. Honestly, I mean, I did like a few things like here and there, but I think the Miracle Musical was like that was also during COVID, so I was like, you know, I have a lot more time to do things. But I feel like that was when I first felt more committed and like had an idea with the workflow. And then just got more and more insane with my projects. Because the first, you know, Introduction to the Snow, that took me like 2 days, whatever. And then the next one took me like a week. And then from there, you know, it's like now I spend like a few months on a project. And I like on my typical project. And like a few weeks is like, oh, that was a quick one. That was speedy. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, I guess I started probably on 2017 or so, something like that. That sounds about right. Probably as long as I've been uploading on YouTube. I feel like I've uploaded everything I've animated, maybe? Maybe. Who knows?
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, seeing other people's animatics and things are definitely like such a huge inspiration there too, because it's always like, whoa, these people are making these mini movies from their brains.
Oh yeah, no, it's the coolest thing. Or like that, like animation memes were like such a big thing back then. I was like, oh, I wanted to join them all. I never did. So sad, but it's like just seeing all everyone's like cool characters, whatever.
Yeah,
it's just fun to see like the community of like people coming up with their own like brain stories or whatever. It's very fun.
Yeah, and I think it's such a cool way too of just like being able to share music, because I think that's been like a huge aspect from Tally Hall too. Whereas like people can get into music from like so many different ways, but I think especially when it comes to just like animation and art, that's definitely a huge force that can just like abduct people into music tastes.
No, yeah. That's like part of my goal. Every time I make a video, I'm like, I want to drag people into the music I like. Like I have to do it. I have to drag people into my depths of music taste.
Yes.
Is half the goal.
I definitely enjoy it. I know I'll like listen to some songs more after watching your stuff. I remember it was like, I didn't realize Evil Arrows was Brian Scary for like 2 years or something. And it was like, wait a minute.
No, same. No, the Brian Scary rabbit hole goes so deep. Like now he puts all his stuff on the same Spotify, but before Evil Arrows was like its whole separate thing. But man, I just latched onto that song and then I was like so latched onto Legends Arceus too.
Yes.
Like I gotta do another Brian Scary song, man. I gotta do another Brian Scary animatic. I love his work so much. No fair.
Yes, I know some Tally Hall fans who have definitely an overlap with Brian Scary, but if there's listeners out there who haven't obtained that overlap yet, you know, this is your sign to listen to more Brian Scary.
It's time. Do it now. No, after the podcast. Do it after the podcast. Or else.
Do you have any like favorite Tally Hall or Tally Hall adjacent animations and animatics that you can think of that you're like, whoa, you get to go insane about?
Honestly, I've seen so many ones of Mind Electric that I'm like, dang, what the heck? I've saw one recently of like the Mind Electric that was like Deltarune or something. I've seen like Mind Electric with like every fandom ever, and every single time I'm like, ooh, that's cool. I'm like, Mind Electric is such a universal song for every fandom.
Yeah.
Like I feel like every fandom has its Mind Electric. I'm like, every single time I'm rocking with it. I'm like, yeah, see how the serves like I'm like, yeah, fall inside a hole. I'm like, yeah, no, real.
For me, I've noticed too, there's been so many like mashups of like different Mind Electric demos or like with Labyrinth and stuff as well, where I've been noticing like an influx of animations and animatics, other videos that incorporate that as well. And it's like, whoa, this is wild.
Oh yeah, I think I saw an animatic where they're like combining like a bunch of different like Mind Electric variants into a song. I was like, oh man, that's cool as heck. Like people are doing such cool things with that song nowadays.
Yeah. It makes me happy to see. That's how I got into Tally Hall, was a Mind Electric animatic. So it was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, the artist's bread and butter, the Mind Electric.
Exactly.
I love it though. Mind Electric's great.
Yeah. That's one where you can like just keep going deep with the lore too, trying to understand the song, and then you're like, I don't understand it. Who knows?
Yeah. That's the fun stuff. Like you never really know what's going on. It's just like it's just the rabbit hole, and you're like, okay, chill.
Yeah, such a spark for inspiration though. Because, you know, as mentioned, is it even a fandom if it doesn't have a Mind Electric animatic yet? No.
Exactly. It's like, that should just be like the criteria, like, at that point.
It's impressive, man. Like, There's the Lonely Man's Lazarus, the Mind Electric.
Oh yes!
Fully animated.
Oh my god, that one's so good! Dude, that one makes me go crazy. I've watched it so many times. I'm like, how? Just how? Like, I want to learn Blender so bad because of it. But Blender's hard. But it's like, it's so magical. It's like, oh my gosh, that guy is like such a like, just like so it's like such an expressive like animations, and like I'm like a follower now. I'm like, oh, all these like just so expressive. Like you don't see that all the time. It's so cool.
Right. Yeah. It's just, yeah, it just, you just get to see the stuff people make, and it's like, this is wild. Like, just, I think there's just so much about Tally Hall that like can capture the imagination and with things related to it, and it's like, man.
No, honestly.
The art people make.
It's like just people latch onto the song and they just run wild with it. It's fun to see. It's fun to also do.
Yes, exactly. And then in the like Tally Hall connected sphere of things as well, you definitely have done some stuff with Chonny Jash. Speaking of like taking something big, inspired with it, and just absolutely running with it for like making your own form of art, man, that music,
so cool.
I have to like absorb it very slowly because I just have this thing where I'll listen to a Chonny Jash song and then I like wake up in a cold sweat a month later, and that's the only thing I was listening to the entire time.
That is so real.
But you've made some cool stuff with that. When did you first kind of stumble across that or get inspired to start making some arts?
It was winter of 2022. I was making the Dream Suite in C major animatic, whatever. And that video of the Heart, Mind, Soul, the Mind Electric, whatever, cover kept on showing up on my my YouTube. I was like, why is it 12 minutes long? Like, this regular song's too long already. It's the regular song's 7 minutes with the forward, backward. And I was like, oh man, I don't know. And then eventually it just like went on my YouTube autoplay. And I'd like stopped drawing. I was just like, what the heck am I listening to? It was like very cool. But I was like you. I like slowly got into like different songs and like latched into them. It wasn't until he released Light and Night that I was like, oh my gosh. And I was just like fully like, I was just like, oh my gosh. And I just like flipped the switch in my brain. I was like, I turned evil at that time. Like, that's what did it. It only went downhill from there. But yeah, then I didn't make things until June. So, okay, like there's like, oh, because Light and Night was released in February. So there's like a 4-month gap between me being insane and me making stuff. I eventually did make stuff. I was like, yay. Mucka Blucka of all things. Like, okay, what kind of alternate universe am I in? That I animated Mucka Blucka, oh, a cover of Mucka Blucka, not once but twice. Like, what? Huh? Crazy.
That one has been my favorite one so far, but I think it's just like, it's absolutely insane of a concept, and then just everything about it is also insane, so.
Yes, the chickens. The chickens! Oh, I don't know. I was just like grabbing a bunch of different concepts from the fandom. And yeah, they're so fun to draw. They're so fun and silly to draw. I have a fun time.
Lots of little chickens. My like understanding of Chonny Jash lore for the longest time was like your Mucka Blucka 2 video of the like 15 seconds. And I was like, this chicken is greatly important to the lore.
Oh, yeah, he is. He is. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Hugely important. No, Daryl is absolutely so important to the lore. I mean, like, the other guys, Heart, Mind, Soul, they don't matter.
Yeah.
They don't matter.
They're not the real main character here.
I am very honored that that was your interpretation of the lore. I mean, that's just the correct interpretation at that point.
Because for me, I first heard Chonny Jash when one of my friends sent me on Discord. It was like, cover of Be Born. And I was like, historically, this fandom has not been the greatest fan of Be Born, but I am very curious. And I listened to it expecting Be Born. And I had, like, the most whiplash possible, and I was just instantly hooked. I'm like, I don't know what this guy is doing, but I'm all here for it.
No, honestly. Oh yeah, Be Born's insane. I love that one. It is a very, very nice cover of the song.
Yeah. Like, that's just definitely one of, like, taking your own spin on something. For sure. But that was one where it was like, I heard it in, like, September of 2022 or something, and then it ended up being, like, my top 5 song of the year from looping it.
It's just so powerful.
Yeah.
You were truly born.
Exactly. Yes, and then I saw your Mucka Blucka 2 video, but I think I still really hadn't listened to too much of Chonny Jash beyond that, because I saw the 12 minutes of the Mind Electric, but I'm like, I'm already obsessed with the Mind Electric. I don't know if I can take more yet.
It's like, no, not 3 more Mind Electrics, no!
I've listened to them all, but right now it's been the Soul Eclectic. Like, that's the one. I'll have to, like, break past that one before getting to the rest properly.
Fair. Yeah. Soul Eclectic's fun. I like that one.
Yeah. You got a video of that one as well.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that one was fun to do.
That's one where I'll, like, open it, and you get heart, mind, and soul. They're doing a little spinny animation, and for me, I'm like, I don't know if Opal knows.
They're in the microwave.
I don't know if Opal knows what an animatic is. They're spinning.
Nah, yeah, that's still an animatic. You know what? I just love lying. I just love spreading misinformation. Like, I get so many comments now that are like, that's not an animatic. But what if I was silly? And what if I just wanted to lie? What about that? Let me have fun. I'd rather have people go into a video expecting, like, very limited animation than getting, like, some animation here and there.
Getting just blasted.
Yeah, the jump scare with the microwave spins or whatever.
Can't believe you're microwaving them.
They gotta enter in a microwave. I mean, the microwave electric. It's crazy.
Yeah, but then again, you know, Daryl's a very important figure for Chonny Jash there too, clearly.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some Daryl lore that I just barely understand from other people commenting on things, because I don't know the Chonny Jash fandom at all. But he's someone's chicken? Question mark?
So, okay, jeez. So Daryl is made by, there's one person, their Twitter handle's like Sky Social Climb. And they just come up with the headcanon that Soul has this chicken named Daryl based off of, I'm assuming, like, the Mucka Blucka video. And the whole fandom was like, okay! And we all accepted it. And we're all like, yep, that's true, that's fair. And yeah, now he is beloved, and I'm such a big fan of his. Like, he's just so cool. He truly is the chicken of all time, and I'm like, I'm all here for that.
But yeah, and then jumping into, man, you had your video on the Chonny Jash YouTube.com, and Daryl's in there too.
Yeah, I feel so evil that I was able to hack onto his YouTube channel and post a video. I mean, just posted it on. I'm like, okay, it's incredibly evil. But I'm very honored I was able to quote unquote sneak him in. I was like, and all the other silly things that I didn't think I could get away with, and I just could sneak everything in. I'm like, yippee! I'm so happy about that. It seems like people like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I definitely think so. That was something where it was like I kind of like fell out of touch of keeping track of like who I was subscribed to on YouTube, and then I just started like keep seeing Heart, Mind, and Soul in the Opal art style appearing in places. Like, wait a minute.
They're out here jump scaring you.
I think I know that silly artist person, perhaps. I'm
in your walls.
You are in my walls. There is no escape. My brain rot from 2020 just comes back in full force to haunt me.
Oh yeah, forever. It is a cycle.
But yeah,
no, I feel that.
I finally watched the bidding video the other day because I knew I had to like have my like my limited like Chonny Jash intake so I don't explode and never get anything done ever again. But I finally watched the bidding video and I was like, this is really cool. Like, you get to integrate like all these sort of different styles and fun things, and then they just get to be really silly.
Yeah. I know. I loved making them all silly, and then doing the different costume designs was really fun. I loved how the costumes that I spent like a few days drawing only showed up for like maybe 10 seconds, and that was so fun. But I really loved it. I think the making of that particular animatic was probably my favorite process of everything. It was just really fun to do.
Yeah. It comes across as just like it has like the balance of being like very goofy, but it's still having a progression, and it still feels like connecting with the lyrics and kind of whatever is going on with Chonny Jash lore. You get to feel it, you know.
Oh, I'm glad, because like as silly as I like to be, I still want to be like grounded in like what the lyrics are trying to say, at least to some degree. Like, I don't want to come across as I'm not taking the lyrics seriously or something like that.
Yeah, and I feel like you definitely do a good job of that, but then also balancing to just be like, and then we have Daryl the chicken. Yippee!
Yeah, he's just there. He shows up a lot, and that's fun. I'm proud of him for doing it.
I love Daryl's run cycle when he's running with Soul, and there's like the like different like combination of the like almost like scrapbook style with these pictures in the background. I'm like, he's just running. Yeah. It's very cute. For a little chicken guy. I'm very proud of him.
He's very bouncy.
Yes.
I like to make him as bouncy as possible. He's just a joyous little creature.
Yes. Chickens are great. Chickens need a lot of appreciation. They're very cute. I've babysat chickens for people before. Those were like some of my most joyous days.
You babysat chickens!
Yeah.
That sounds so cute! What the heck?
Oops.
Hey, how do you babysit a chicken, though?
Well, it's technically house sitting, and then chickens are also there, but it's babysitting the chicken.
You have to do like different activities with them, like put on like Cocomelon or something.
Yeah, and then you
keep
teach
them entertained.
You teach them how to sing a little song called Mucka Blucka.
Yeah.
You gotta keep them well educated and informed.
Just kickstart their rap career.
Exactly. But yes, chicken appreciation for real.
Real, yes.
The bidding video is really wild to me, again, because I had seen your channel years and years ago, and then I think I first noticed it on Tumblr, actually, because I follow the Tally Hall tag on Tumblr, And then it started
Oh.
getting invaded with Chonny Jash stuff, and then there's these people like, here's my redraw of Opal the Thing. I was like, huh?
Oh yeah, I okay, I'm not on Tumblr, but I've seen like a few redraws on Twitter, and oh my gosh, every single time I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the coolest thing ever. It's so cool.
It's like,
I'm just like so like, it's so surreal. I'm very honored every time.
it's like this crazy domino effect, because you've got Tally Hall, and that inspires Chonny Jash, and then that inspires like your animations, and then that inspires people to draw things, and it's like it keeps going and going.
No, yeah, that's what's so cool about art. It's just like everyone just kind of inspires each other, and like I don't know, there's like sometimes when I'm like making stuff, I'm like, oh, I'm just like putting it out to a void, but now I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, like we're like bouncing off of each other, and just like everyone's just kind of growing. It's I don't know, it's just a cool thing to see.
Yeah.
It's art on the internet, very fun.
Yeah, and I think just having that opportunities like of just being able to bounce off of other people is so important too, because even if it's one person that you get to bounce back and forth with, like to start, like you're still showing something, and it's not just going to the void.
No, honestly, it's very cool, and just to like see everyone just like growing too, and it's like, yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's very, very wholesome.
Yeah, I think
like-
it's really swag. People gotta keep sharing their art and lifting
Oh,
each other
yeah.
up and getting to be just absolutely normal about things together.
No, exactly. We all get to go insane.
Yes.
Yay!
Yippee!
Yippee!
I am thinking I did meet a Chonny Josh fan in real life like a few months ago, like in March. But again, my only understanding of the lore was from that like 15-second animatic, and I don't think I like asked about Daryl, but if they didn't know, that would have been really interesting conversation.
That would be funny. I mean, I would assume a good amount of Chonny Jash fans know about Daryl, but
Yeah.
I mean, that would be very interesting. Be like, huh? What? Who's that? I only know Heart, Mind, and Soul, and like the Whole or whatever.
Right.
Like, who's this chicken? But that's very cool. You see a Chonny Jash fan in the wild.
Yeah, it was at a Jiraiya concert,
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
which yeah,
The overlap. The overlap there.
Yo. But I remember we were waiting in line to like do a meet and greet with Jiraiya, and I remember they asked Jiraiya if he had listened to Chonny Jash, and Jiraiya was like, "Yeah, I've heard some of Chonny Jash." And we're like,
Yo.
"Whoa."
Insane.
I also remember on your channel you have a animation of Daisy Fingers, and I am glad to see Sketch's 3D appreciation as well.
Yeah. No, that was a very interesting song. I wanted to do the full thing, but the 1 minute I did of that animation, just because I hand colored every frame. Very smart of
man.
me. I hand colored every frame. It was actually really relaxing. I was like, scribble, scribble, scribble. Okay, next one,
good.
scribble, scribble. I'm not smart though. But yeah, Sketches 3D is definitely underrated, I'd say. But yeah, Daisy Fingers, love that song still. It's very nice. I love the carousel. I'm just like a big fan of like clowns and circuses. Yeah, the amazing digital circus. Sorry, my brain rot. Insane right now. But yeah, I always like circusy things. So that song just like kind of struck that nerve.
Yes. I love the like notebook style that you have going too, because you have the scribbly hand-drawn lines, which are, man, that is very impressive. I can imagine that definitely taking a lot of time, but it's really fun. And I feel like even with the 1 minute though, you're able to tell a story here. You make the most of it.
Yeah. I mean, I was able to bring him back though with the Ferris wheel one.
Yes.
And I was able to make the style a lot more practical. And I did hand draw every frame. So what a win there. I mean, it still took me forever, but what a win anyway.
Yeah. That one's also really cute. And that one still has like such a fun combination of different styles and things. I'm like, I am very normal about media, guys.
Yay! Animation's fun like that.
Yes. But yes, you got the Daisy Fingers OCs, you got the Miracle Musical OCs. You got the Pokemon Sillies.
The Pokemon Sillies. I know, it's like everything, like, the majority of my stuff stems from Tally Hall. And then just, like, Pokemon's just there. I'm like, yeah. It's connected somehow. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there are plenty of Pokemon Tally Hall fans out there. I am positive of that fact.
Yeah. No, exactly. No, not a single one. Absolutely zero overlap. Yeah.
I am curious though. This would probably just be totally for me. Do you have names for the Daisy Fingers OCs at all?
Yeah, but the names suck because I don't really like use the names much because I'm never gonna put them into writing. The one with the red hair is Daisy, and the one with the purple hair is Belle. I wonder what that's based off of. But yeah, that's all I've ever made for them. I don't know. I'm very silly with names. I don't really use them much when I'm even thinking about the characters. I'm just like, oh, that one and that one. But I know why names are important at the same time. So, but yeah, those are the names. Yippee!
Those are fun. Those are fun. I think they fit the characters very well, in my opinion. But
okay, fair. Let's go validation.
Yeah, and then I guess when it comes to like Chonny, Jash, you've got the names there for you. You know.
Oh yeah, I know.
You got the silly guys there.
Thank God. I'm like, I don't have to come up with any. That's the fun stuff about. That's the fun part about fan art. Like, all the hard work's already done. I just get to be silly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to worry about all the hard stuff.
Man. And your designs are so fun too, because like there's not really like a necessary design to them, right? It's kind of like taking your interpretation from the music, or am I like totally wrong and there's like canonical versions out there?
So, that's a good question. So, Heart always has a blindfold. That's like his main trait. Mine is, I don't know, I guess his thing is being mechanically, I guess. That's what I see in most like fan designs. I don't really lean into that aspect that much, but I see people give him like robot arms based off of like a headcanon. Oh, and then people give Heart wings based off of just a headcanon and a fandom. But it's just like a lot of it's just like fandom created, to be honest. And then Soul has a trident. That's, I guess, the canon part. But then, you know, he has a lot of different interpretations. So it's like a mix between like things that are canon and then just like things that are widely accepted in the fandom. I refuse to give Heart wings because I'm lazy and I don't want to draw them. But I do like to see all the different fandom interpretations and kind of like work off of that. Yeah, very silly.
Yeah, nice. But yeah, but that was something with the Chonny Josh alarm. Like I can see the guys now on the album art for the album there. I'm like, okay, I can see it. It also took me a ridiculous amount of time to like realize that on the album art, the nail polish is in the Tally Hall colors, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. And I think it shows up in like one of the music videos too. It's very cool. I'm like, very nice attention to detail.
Yeah. And I enjoy like jumping back to Mucka Blucka. The amount of just like callbacks and references to Tally Hall things. It just it makes my brain explode, go crazy, go wild, you know, like it's impressive. But then also sometimes I forget Chonny Jash is tied to Tally Hall at other points too. I'm like, well, how did I get here?
No, honestly, Going off of what you said about Mucka Blucka, the first time I listened to that full song and it ends with a time machine thing, that gave me so much whiplash. I was like, what? Time machine and my Mucka Blucka? Happens more than you think, but what the? Time machine and my Mucka Blucka? What the heck?
The bidding motif in my Mucka Blucka.
The bidding motif in my Mucka Blucka? What do you mean it's not just chicken wraps? That's absolutely so crazy, though. I love all the little details. Oh my, I'm like hitting the mic. I love all the little details. I'm like, hitting the mic. I love them! I love the details!
Yeah, because, for me, it's like, I definitely vibe with it. You know, like, the more, like, electronic music isn't for everyone, but oh my gosh. The amount of just, like, detail and also just, like, callbacks to the source material of things, like, there's so much just creativity with everything, too. It's like,
Oh, yeah. It's very just, like, very detailed, and it's, like, it's crazy. Like, he makes those covers in, like, 3 weeks or something like that. I'm like, what the heck? Music! Absolutely insane. I love when cover artists do that kind of thing, when they just, like, change up, but, like, still, like, you know, obviously have, like, a clear, like, I respect the source material, but, you know, change it up a bit and, like, make it your own. It's just, like, that's cool to see. I know, like, not everyone likes that, but I think it's really honorable when people just, like, make it their own. But, like, also, like, add all the little details, whatever. It's so cool. Music production's crazy. I don't get it at all. I'm just here.
Just here, we listen, we absorb.
We listen. We go, ooh, pretty sound, ooh.
You get to make pretty images to go with it too. You must absorb all of the senses.
And I get other people into the sound. Yippee! And that's like my evil plan.
But yeah, I think just, man, any form of art where you, like, go for the source material, you just get to run with it. That's beautiful. It's like, that's how it goes with, like, your Miracle Musical stuff. Like, being able to do your own thing there, but then you still get callbacks where it's like, no way, Hawaii. There's the symbol guys.
Showed up.
There's a Simon. Whoa.
There's a Simon in my Miracle Musical animatic. It's crazy. I'm like, what? Yeah. So add the little things.
Yes.
Yeah. Lots of inspirations.
Oh yes. I've recently seen too where people have been, like, reanimating different, like, Tally Hall clips as well. Of just, like, the band members being silly. And it's like, I appreciate this.
Oh yeah, I think I saw the map on the natural ketchup skit. Is that kind of like what you're talking about?
Yeah, similar to that, yeah.
Yeah, just the silliness. Gotta respect it.
Oh yes. Man, I'm still just impressed that you did an entire animatic for Dream Suite. That's insane.
Oh yeah, that one was interesting because I wanted that one done by, 12/12. I really tried to just, like, speed run. I was like, yeah, animatic speed run. It's 7 minutes, but that's okay. Like, that'll work. And it took me a little bit longer than, like, the 3 weeks that I thought it would. I was like, oh, that was interesting. But it didn't take that much longer. And I was just like, I don't know, very, very scribbly with it. I was like, I'm not going to color anything too much. There's probably some colored frames, so I'm not going to do too much. So I was able to make it exist by just not being too serious about it, I guess.
Yeah, but it still turned out.
Which is why I canceled it to begin with, because I was like, it's gotta be perfect. It's gotta have, like, perfect animation. That's what my brain was saying. I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop caring, and now it exists. Yay.
Yeah. And I've like known, I've talked to other people who have seen it too, and I was like, whoa!
People saw it? Wait, what?
Whoa!
I thought it was just you 90,000 times. What the heck? What do you mean other people?
That's not me just looping. I mean, I've still looped it a bit.
You probably did, like, 90% of the views, though, right? No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Yeah, but I was talking with some other people who had been on the podcast before, and I'm like, guys, I'm going to talk to this person who made this thing. And someone was like, wait, I've seen that. It's really good.
Oh, perception? People perceive. That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's just having the dedication, like, to be willing to finish it without having to take yourself, like, 100% seriously the entire time. Like, I still say that the tone of the animatic is definitely still serious in ways, I feel like, but it's like, you're able to just create and go silly with your creation, and it exists, and that is beautiful.
Yeah, making things that exist.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yes, but overall, I guess I'll say, like, man, it's always been impressive seeing the stuff that people can make inspired off of Tally Hall and inspired off of all of the things inspired by Tally Hall or adjacent things. But yeah, but your stuff was definitely an important part of my Tally Hall journey, so I appreciate you joining me here for this and just being able to be very normal about music and media and things.
No, honestly. No, I appreciate you having me. And I also appreciate you for watching my things and making all the comments and stuff. It always makes my day so much. I'm like, it makes me so happy.
Glad to hear it. Yes. If people listening, go watch Opal the Thing if you haven't already.
Yeah, like and subscribe for daily videos. Trust me, bro. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Thanks for listening to Tally Talks. Special thanks to It's Furple Guy, Pinkman But Awesome, and Tally Ball for sending super chats last month. If you'd like a shout out in an upcoming Tally Talks episode or in an Emmatronics video, check out the links in the description or visit tallytalks.com. If you give to help a family in Gaza, I will give you a shout out. Just let me know how you'd like to be credited in the Google form. If you have any comments to share or would like to ask about being a guest on the podcast, please email podcast@awesomejedi.com. Thank you for listening, and be sure to have a good day by Tally Hall. Welcome to Tally Talks, the fan podcast to ramble about Tally Hall. I'm your host, Emma, and today's episode is brought to you by It's Furple Guy, the biggest fan. This episode is going to be a bit different, as it's not just a recording, it's a collection of stories. It's August 22nd, 2024 in Ann Arbor, Michigan, the day that many Tally Hall fans have been eagerly waiting for, but maybe not everyone knew about it. Or sometimes people ask me, well, what is Sonic Lunch? Sonic Lunch is a concert series through the summer of local Michigan bands, which are put on by Ann Arbor's radio station 107.1 and the Bank of Ann Arbor. The reason why there's a connection to Tally Hall here is the radio host of Treetown Sound, Matthew Altruda of 107.1, has a strong connection to the band members. Each year he tries to get Tally Hall to play Sonic Lunch, but he has not been successful due to the fact that Tally Hall has not been a band for 13 years. Sometimes he's been able to get solo performers from the members of Tally Hall. And that was the case we thought for this year. Andrew Horowitz was announced to be an opener for Antoine Stanley of Wolfpack, and Matthew did a great job of building the hype for the Tally Hall fandom. Because as time went on, we realized not only would Andrew Horowitz of Tally Hall be there, most likely he would be joined by others. Borak Raja and Ross Fetterman, who are both Tally Hall, basically. The collective fandom hype and hypothesizing of who would be there just kept snowballing, and it was pretty exciting to have not one, not two, but 3 Tally Hall associated members. As mentioned, tons of people were hyped, and in the hours leading up to the Sonic Lunch concert, there was quite the crowd gathering in the outdoor Liberty Plaza. There were fans exchanging bracelets and meeting each other, and just being able to bond over their shared love of Tally Hall.
Hello, My name's Julia. I'm on Twitter as Silly Juice, except it's spelled like Jooce. I am a Tally Hall artist, mostly. That's kind of the whole reason I got Twitter.
Let's go.
Unfortunately. I'm not happy to be there. I have made a Tally Hall card deck. I'm at Sonic Lunch with Emma.
Yippee!
And I've done like a diorama thing and a doodle that people liked. That's, yeah. I don't know what else. My name's Julie. I've got 3 different pitches in my ear. I was born in a hospital that no longer exists. I am from British Columbia, Canada, and I flew all the way out to Ann Arbor as a graduation/birthday gift. So it's all about me.
And you have the amazing like Bora parody shirt.
Yes, I do. You can't see it. Probably if this is vlogged or whatever. It has my name instead. So
and purple.
And it's purple.
Purple tie.
And it's purple because we're all purple ties.
Real.
I didn't want to infringe on anyone at all.
What are you most excited for?
I don't know. Like, just the fact, just being here is pretty cool. The fact I get to see any of them live.
Yeah.
With my mother isn't here right now, but we're both really into Tally Hall. And, you know, it's nice to get to do this before the end of the summer and see people who I've really come to look up to in their musical abilities and have encouraged me to, I guess, unintentionally, involuntarily, encouraged me to pay more attention to the music I listen to. And I don't know, I'm really excited just as a whole. I'm happy to be here. Yippee! I'm happy to see you, Emma.
I'm happy to meet you, Julia, and to see you now.
How are you doing? What are you most excited for, Emma?
I'm just also been excited to be here. Being in Ann Arbor has been pretty surreal.
Yes. I have to agree.
Like, yeah, it's already been fairly surreal so far, but I am excited. Seeing them set up right now is pretty rad.
I mean, it's just tech guys, but tech guys are awesome.
I know. I've been here since 6 a.m.
6 a.m. solid or 6
a.m.?
Dang, I got here at around 7. I left my apartment, my hotel, at 7:45. So,
nice. Yeah, I got up at 4:30.
Yeah. Brought some bracelets, made a bunch of bracelets.
Yippee!
I have 2. I have a Tally Hall and a U one from some lovely people. Shout out Holly and shout out Arbor, who I met in the airport on the way here. I don't know, what else do I talk about?
Yeah, the bracelet you made.
I like the watermelon one. Oh, I did. I almost got one. It's Love of the Sun. It's got a wine charm on it. I was so happy to find this.
It's so good.
I make my own jewelry, so making this was very fun. Making all of the bracelets and such. I don't know. I'm just happy to meet all of these people and be able to put a face to name and have a better visual of who I'm talking to on the internet. It's good to confirm that none of these people are 40-year-old men trying to
This
murder
many
me.
people come here to see 40-year-old men.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a little embarrassing.
Explaining to people why I flew out from California all the way to Ann Arbor, Michigan, where I knew nobody. That was quite the adventure. I would like to say that I got better at answering that question, but it's just so different than what so many people usually expect, I would think. So many other people traveled there too. And so there's a lot of questions like, what is going on? Why are there so many people here? And from all locations around the world, honestly. I think it ultimately comes down to connection, though. Like, you wouldn't do this for a band or for a person that you didn't necessarily connect with. There's a lot of bands where I love the music, but I'm not as deeply connected, where I wouldn't travel this far for just to hear some music, I guess. Tally Hall was such a unique band in the fact that their innovations of, like, having an online presence really paid off. Sounds like it did not pay off in the early 2000s to be creating an internet show and a bunch of skits. But unintentionally it created the, like, perfect YouTube algorithm connection for people to find this band and see all of their silly shenanigans and all of their progress videos from making their album. I found the band during the pandemic, and I know
from that era and onward, there's just been more and more people finding Tally Hall and all of the associated side projects, like Andrew Horowitz's Edu, with Sketches 3D. I love you, Sketches 3D. But with the current state of the internet, people are able to grow connected to this music and to this band in such a unique way during, especially the pandemic, this time of just great isolation. Being able to just watch videos of college students in the early 2000s goofing off and pursuing a career in music when you're kind of stuck at home and don't have that option at all. Like, I think for that had felt freeing in its own weird way. And there's such a unique fandom around Tally Hall as well. Because then, as mentioned, they haven't made new music together for 13 years, but they've spawned so many extra side projects to the point where it's just, you don't have to look far to find connections back to Tally Hall, and I think that just helps connect the fandom even more. You know, got like Rob Cantor's Shia LaBeouf stuff he does for Disney, Hawaii Part 2, and then with us Edu fans being very hyped for this concert, you know. But yeah, I would say this was a very important concert for that, and for kind of all of these piling reasons and ways that people were able to connect in meaningful ways, then being able to connect in person in the outdoors with live music. Like, that's amazing. And the hype just continues to build and build and build in the moments leading up to the concerts. More and more people start showing up. It just gets to the point where it's sort of hard to gauge because people start crowding in closer, and then more people keep coming in. Like, wait, how many people are there? The other unique thing of Tally Hall fans and connection is we all know the songs. There's 2 Tally Hall albums. More side projects, but there's 2 Tally Hall albums, and we better have most of them memorized after this long. We just get to have all of our little singing sessions in the crowd, and that was honestly pretty great. I don't think I've really been to any other concert where people in anticipation just start singing a cappella the songs from the artist. Jasper396 wrote, "A guy next to me in the crowd had genuinely one of the most insane singing voices. He would sing along to the songs or karaoke bits we were doing, and he was fussing amazing. I never complimented him on it, but I should have." Along with the singing, there was just so many outfits. Tally Hall has their ties. There were lots of ties present at that concert. Primarily purple, because purple ties are the Tally Hall audience, the Tally Hall fans. We get to be purple. But then there'd also be outfits with Tally Hall colors, which is what I did. And Lucinda, who's Lady Good and Evil on Twitter, had an incredible cosplay of Miss Melody from the Edu music video for Miss Melody. Aid Theaters 1111 wrote, "My friend put a sign on his back that said, 'I forgot to get a Tally Hall shirt, so I got this instead. Please don't shame me.'" This was definitely the place to be for Tally Hall fans. Everyone's just buzzing for excitement, and people are just kind of setting up and getting ready. But then some of the Tally Hall members started to come over. We had Andrew, and then Bora, and then Ross, and everyone's very ecstatic. Made sure they had a very warm welcome, even if they were coming just to get set up. Then it was time for a sound check, but there's this, at least 100 people gathered by the time that they're doing just their sound check. People pulling out their phones and just being so hyped. I mean, I was hype. I mean, being in the same room, or I guess the same plaza, as someone who music you've listened to for quite a while now and haven't met yet, that's wild. And it was just really cool to see them back and making music, because then, as mentioned, for at least Tally Hall, it's been a long time. So it's exciting to see people do their own thing. Paired Out Person wrote, "There's a point where Andrew was getting up on stage and sound checking with his piano. The guy behind me yelled at him to play a little jig. For reference, we were a few people away from the barricade, but Andrew couldn't quite hear him. Andrew asked what he was asking for, and he repeated himself, with no avail. I was a bit closer, so I yelled to him, "He's asking you to play a little ditty!" I then realized this word would be equally hard to hear and understand, but then Andrew locked eyes with me, and he said the only words he's ever said to my face. What? We eventually gave up, and he went on to play Welcome to Tally Hall, but it was nifty. One of my favorite parts was probably just during the setup, the fact that the audience was absolutely into it. I think it was probably pretty intimidating. I know I would be just having a hard time feeling like I could get set up if even the setup process felt like a mini show, but they did it. They got things ready. 8 Theaters 1111 wrote, I was on the side area so I could see because I'm kind of short, and there was a huge crowd. And Ross walked by and I said, "Hi, Ross!" And he waved back and said hi, blah blah blah. He seemed really nice, honestly. I agree. Honestly, all of the staff and performers there were just absolutely really nice. Honestly, the 5.5 hours from when I got to the plaza to when the show actually began just felt like it flew by. Before we knew it, it was just about time. Matthew started giving some announcements. And I found a cozy spot to sit on the ground at the front barricade right in front of the stage. I ended up hugging the barricade the entire time as I was also holding my phone for recording, and honestly, it was a vibe. Andrew started off his set with Good Morning, Mr. Butterfly, with Illicit Ghost. Illicit Ghost was given a thank you on the album Sketches 3D, and she is heavily involved with Andrew's upcoming album. Her vocals, combined with Andrew's vocals, are pretty awesome. The opening song was primarily her singing it, and this was one that I heard from a Ruby Red recording from a few months back, and I really like the opening. I also feel like for the album I'm getting a bit of naturey magic type vibes, perhaps, and I feel like this ties in with the themes of the upcoming album really well. I have the suspicion this might be the opening track there too. I guess we'll see. Next they played the song Monsters, where this is where Illicit Ghosts and Andrew's vocals really get to shine together. Andrew has this really whispery, calming voice, and Illicit Ghost has a lot more of a combined with that, more of an angelic type voice almost. I don't know, I am not a vocal expert, but it sounds really good. I also like the lyrics here. The fact that the title is Monsters just makes it feel like turn the lights off, really, really chill cousin. Or maybe not even cousin, turn the lights off, really chill, aunt or something. After that song, we had the absolute banger, Fishes. I love Fishes. If Fishes have 1,000 fans, I am one of them. If Fishes has 100 fans, I am one of them. If Fishes has 10 fans, I am one of them. If Fishes has 1 fan, I am that fan. If Fishes have 0 fans, then I'm dead. I love the instrumentation on this, and I love the vocal distortion that Andrew has, and it just is really groovy, and I cannot wait for when this is finished and out on streaming and I can just jam. I also really like Fish, so that could be a huge contributor there. Then, Hey You. It's fall. I think it's the reason we should change it all. I love Hey You. For the one Sketches 3D song that was played, I was jamming. I was so happy. Hey You is such a vibey song. And for August, where it's the tail end of summer, almost fall, it's yeah, this is a perfect song here. I just love Sketches 3D. Such an absolutely cozy album, and I'm really glad that it exists on streaming and vinyl and all of that, instead of being lost to the void of just a handful of cassettes that were passed around. It is near and dear to my heart, and as this was playing, I was having just a disassociative moment, oh my gosh, this is real. all the memories of me getting ready in the morning listening to Sketches 3D like in early 2021 flooding back to me, and I am sitting right here in front of the guy who sung it and made it and all that. Holy mole. Holy mole. But yeah, I was able to get over kind of that, like, initial shock just in time to be blasted with Taken for a Ride. Tally Hall, Taken for a Ride. Taken for a Ride, absolute banger. I love all of the songs that Andrew does vocals for on Tally Hall. I mean, I love, like, Tally Hall, so it's kind of just the same thing. I like Tally Hall. I mean, I like Tally Hall in general, so he could sing anything, and I would be happy. But Taken for a Ride, heck yeah, man. He also had the button to press to play the vocals for Rob, Zubin, and Joe, the tally button. And so you could hear their voices on the chorus, and that was really cool. It was a slightly shortened version of Taken for a Ride without the whole, like, ending part. So instead of having an ending part, I then got blindsided by the third part of Fate of the Stars playing. Fate of the Stars is the best Tally Hall song, and no one can change my mind on that. And the ending part is very special to me. It's absolutely beautiful to hear it live. And I forgot to mention before, Ross and Bora doing such amazing jobs with the instrumentation too. Like, Andrew's doing an incredible job with the piano, he's doing his vocals, but like, Ross is killing it on the drums, like, having the percussion with these different songs, like, it makes the music feel very full. It makes my heart very happy. The Bora's got his guitar as well. Those three combined with the pre-recorded tracks. I don't know what the official term for that is in concerts. But those three together was a nice trio to fill out these songs. And I was crying during Fate of the Stars. Because holy moly, this is real! And this band means so much to me. After that, Andrew lets us know he has a couple of new songs to play, as well as a few other things. And he gets into Worlds in My Head, which I heard apparently might not end up on streaming, and if that is the case, I'll be very sad, because I really like that one. I had listened to it in the concert recordings before, because I want to say Andrew last did a Sonic Lunch in like 2016, or maybe it's 2019. I don't know, it was a bit ago. And he played that one, it was the earlier version. And then we were able to hear the more recent version with the Jukebox the Ghost Concerts. But all that is to say, I love the instrumentation on it, and it just feels very peaceful and kind of like, maybe not otherworldly, but just kind of like being able to just be content with where you're at, floating around, and yeah, you know, I think with the theme of just worlds in my head and kind of retreating into your own space, that could still contribute to feeling a little otherworldly, maybe. Either way, I love that song, too. My problem with trying to provide commentary on songs, though, is just with each song, I'm like, this is an absolute banger! I am jamming so hard, and my heart is full. Worlds in My Head also had an incredible Ross solo. He play it. After that, Illicit Ghost and Andrew did an awesome duet of the song You're All I Need. I think it's You're All I Need to Get By. It's a cover, but they did vocals going back and forth, and I really enjoyed that. That was pretty fun. Andrew noted he wasn't as solid on the words, but I thought it was still a really sweet cover. Then I became emotionally devastated. But in a good way. Someone Will Be There also made me cry. It's such a very sweet song, and Illicit Ghost does an incredible job of the vocals for that too. And for a concert where I'm just feeling all of these connections of just community and being able to see all of these people and see how far all of our stories have gone, like, this is such a perfect closing song for that. Well, almost closing song. Wasn't the end yet. Wasn't the end yet. Because we still had Whole World and You. The classic, for the more popular Tally Hall songs, having the audience singing along was also awesome. Whole World and You and Taken for a Ride are like absolutely perfect ones for that because it feels perfect with the studio recordings as well of having a crowd singing along. But yeah, that was pretty rad. And that was the moment too where I decided to stop sitting on the ground for a moment and look up and around. And there was like hundreds of people. Everywhere was packed. All these incredible outfits, as mentioned earlier, and so many people cheering, being so hyped with the ending, and to the whole mini band of Ross, Andrew, Bora, and Illicit Ghost. Just having a fun way to close out there, like, that was mind-blowing, and also just a lot of fun. Anyways, that's a lot of rambling from me, but that's my little mini play-by-play of Andrew's set and the lead-up for that. Antoine Stanley did an incredible job, too. I'm not as familiar with Wolfpack-type stuff in Antoine's work, but I was jamming. He did such a great job engaging the audience. He played the songs Work It Out, Speed of Night, Lost in Translation, What's Going On, Where Are We Now, Serve Somebody, Lord Will Make a Way, We Are One, Pleasing, and 1612. We were able to jam. The vibes were immaculate. And the music just made me get up and dance around, and I really enjoyed that. Once Antoine's set was finished, they opened up lines for a meet and greet with Ross and Andrew. Those who were lucky got to wait in line for hours with other fans. Then the others got to descend upon Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. Jade Fitzguard X4K wrote, "Me and my friend got to skip almost all the way to the front of the signing line because we saw people who we had met yesterday at Marvin's. Then a while after, another person we met asked to come by us because they had been cut off from the end of the line. That person and their friend then took 0.5s of us with Andrew and Ross because our phones didn't have that feature. This was all thanks to my friend, because at Marvin's, he was just walking up to random people and saying, 'Tally Hall fan?' Conclusion: bring your extroverted friend on trips." I did this funny thing where I failed to realize there were lunch vendors at Sonic Lunch. This is definitely a top 10 Emma moment. I don't know how I missed that. But there were food trucks over there. There were food trucks set up. I just was not back there, I guess. Sounded like they parked next to people who were waiting in lines that way that could either be shade from the truck or they could also grab their food that way while waiting for literal hours. UPGAX wrote, "Me and a friend I made there met Andrew, Ross, and Bora, but because I went for my birthday, Andrew gave me and my friend a special signed album cover. I don't know the name of the album, Sketches 3D, but included the song Daisy Fingers, which I recognized from somewhere. I also got the gang to sign a Father's Day card, as I had nothing else, but it made for a good joke. I also got to see the Hindenburg disaster for only 50 cents. You too could see the Hindenburg disaster for only 50 cents if you go to Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum." Liz Drinks Tea on YouTube wrote, "Me and my brother saw that Bora was talking to people up on the sidewalk, so we left the crowd and went up to talk with him. However, he was busy talking to one of the members of Kojim Dip, so I stood waiting right next to Bora for a good 5 to 10 minutes. Someone tried to tap him on the shoulder, but he probably thought it was a bug or something. So he just brushed off his shoulder until Ruby Red interrupted him to get a CD signed. I'm glad the people around us had enough respect to allow Bora to have his conversation, and I just think it's silly that I stood next to Bora Karaja so casually for so long. As many people have brought up and they will continue to bring up, it was just incredible at the concert of how respectful everyone was of the band. It was one of the most positive concert/convention type environments that I have ever been in, and that was really special to me. The night after Sonic lunch, the museum is just scattered with people in purple ties. You can just look around and you just immediately know who is there, absolutely confused as to why there's so many people there this random Thursday night, and who there is an absolute Tally Hall fan. Every corner of that space was filled with purple ties. And then the day after, everyone in there seemed to just be wearing Sonic Lunch merch that they got from the day before. It made it pretty easy to find Tally Hall fans and just walk up to them and ask them random questions. You know, I had to go on a quest to find the most true Tally Hall fans of the entire museum.
See, I don't know about this whole Tally Hall band. Personally, I liked Joe Hawley's band before that, Huey Lewis and the News. You see, when sports came out in '83, they really came into their own, commercially and artistically. And I think not only is it, I don't remember, but it's something about...
Yeah, they really fell off when they left Listed Black. They really fell off.
Yeah.
Who the f*** is Tally Hall?
Yeah,
Personally, I find it atrocious that Tally Hall ripped off like Mirukuru Mujikado by stealing out their members. That's so messed up. I hate Tally Hall. Hate Tally Hall.
That's a Weezer rip.
Wait, so what, do they have like a Dreamcast game or something? Like,
I have no clue.
They're cascading for popularity. I doubt they'll be.
Who the f*** is Andrew Horowitz?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be you.
What does everybody want a banana?
Who's this Edu?
Why is everybody asking me
get an
if I want a
education,
banana?
But do you want a banana?
I don't want a
Peel it
banana.
down and go.
Tally, no way. We have an intruder among us.
Among us?
In
Among
real life.
us?
Oh my
Among
God.
us in real life.
Among us in real life?
No way.
Among Us?
It's
Among Us. Yep, I whipped out Among Us plushie.
I mean, let me just say, Tally Hall is completely ripping off Among Us. Like different colors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Red, yellow.
Yeah.
Wait,
You know
no.
what else Tally Hall is ripping off? The visible light spectrum.
Oh my God, you're so
Like,
right.
what the f***? That's like my favorite band of all time.
They're
and just
ripping off the concept of sound.
the f***ing rainbow.
Oh my God.
Like, come on.
They're ripping off the gays.
They are. We need to sue them.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
I'm from New York.
Do you have any crazy travel stories?
I got up at 2:45 in the morning. Actually, no, 3:15. I slept through my alarm. My mother woke up. She was banging down the door. It's 3:14. Get the f*** out of bed. And so I'm like, oh, okay. So then I had to run to the car and get into LaGuardia, or as my friend says, LaGuardia Airport. I fly in. I'm like, where the are you? Because I need to find this and he's not there. So then I have to go to leave the secure zone, and then he realizes that the rental car is actually where he was dropped off, so he just came all the way to my terminal for nothing. So we had to go pick up the rental car, which is a complete box, and it's...
What a curse in your face.
Basically, the Detroit airport sucks because it has two independent terminals. So you
I
have
can
to leave the
attest to that.
secure
I
zone
can
to get
attest to
okay,
that.
Oh, yeah.
It's Detroit. Yeah,
It's Detroit. Can't shit in Detroit.
In Hawaii.
Yes.
Okay, so Hawaii.
So where are you from? I'm from Timbuktu, the equivalent of which.
What?
I was doing a bit.
Okay, well, say where you're from.
Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I flew 20 hours to be here.
What's the crazy story about getting here?
Someone racially profiled me at the passport check-in.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was great.
Okay.
Love that.
That qualifies as a crazy story.
Yes, it is.
I say it's a crazy story. Your turn.
Hi, I'm from Oregon, and I'm pretty boring, so nothing happened to me, I don't think. I had to take my shoes off one time at the airport, which I think is pretty normal. One time at the Colorado airport.
I've been there.
Yeah, it's like I went to the restroom, and the sinks in the toilets are in different rooms, and it's a huge bathroom. It's really weird. It might be because they have tornadoes over there. I don't know if it's like a tornado shelter thing, but imagine
If a tornado hits, then
imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine being in the middle of a tornado and then you gotta hide in the toilet. But I don't know. I thought that was pretty weird. That's mine.
Well, I'm from New York. I flew from Reno, and I go to school in Indiana. My story is the last full night of sleep I got. I woke up at 9 a.m. yesterday. It's 6 p.m. now the next day. I got to the airport at 5 p.m., took an hour flight to Vegas, then had a layover in Vegas, then took a multi-hour flight to Detroit, which jumped ahead 3 hours. So I arrived in Detroit at 5 a.m. and then sat in the airport. And then we visited Matthew Altruda. We visited Triton Sound. Matthew wasn't there. But on our way we misread the building number, and instead of walking into 1071 or whatever it is, we ended up walking into a Planned Parenthood and asking, is this the right place? And they said no. We made it, and now we're here in Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. And we will be flying home. We will be flying home in a few hours, and I will be in bed in New York by around 2 in the morning.
Holy moly.
That's great.
Oh, right, you're taking
the bus and then the train. I'm the guy from Indiana, Michiana to be exact. Middlebury. I'm Hispanic, but culturally I've lived here all my life, so I'm pretty much as white as anyone here. Where I live is really red, really white too. I'm away here. I woke up at 6. Kept on waking up in the middle of the night because I was so anxious. Yep. Right after I got out of my neighborhood, I got stuck behind some buggy. The horse took a behind me, so I had to drive over that, which is great.
Super rural area.
Yeah. So I drove through the back roads to get here. Got on the highway maybe an hour into it. It was a ride. Got cut off so many times. Flip them off as any Hoosier would do. I actually stopped at a gas station. And I told him how far I was going. The clerk said, "Oh, so you're from Indiana." My cousin said, all people from Indiana are assholes." And I said, "Well, f*** you then."
Right, you're proving his case.
Yeah, so he was cool. I got some Cheetos. Came over here, got Andrew, Bora, Ross, and the cast to sign my shit, all my CDs. It was so much fun. It was so nice. I brought like 6, so I kind of felt bad. They were just all there, just signing it. Made sure I got it out of the way. Took a picture. It was an honor to meet them. Honor to meet all you other white boys. Yeah.
Yippee!
Every square inch of Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum is used to its maximum capacity. I cannot stress enough, there is so much stuff and coin-operated machines and games and just signs, vintage things. It's just packed in there. I didn't fully realize how small it was because I had seen like some videos of Marvin's before of like 30 minutes of people like going through and just kind of like walking past different things in there. It's a small building that is packed to the brim of all sorts of absolutely bizarre things. It's a bit overstimulating, for sure, but it's not like really anything else I had seen before. On visiting Marvin's, Organism Assembly Line 13 writes, "I don't really like arcades, because I find them overwhelming, and the fact that I was in Marvin's made it even more so. I decided to stick to what I know, which is claw machines. I went to the duck claw machine and won a duck. A little while later, I went back and won a second duck. It was the same duck as I won before, but I had an idea. I had been messaging lots of people from Tal's Attic, which is Tallyball's Discord, and I saw someone from there coming in. I decided to give him the duck. However, the issue is I have horrible social anxiety, and I'm 5'3", and most people are taller than me, which makes talking to them scarier. Eventually, I followed him to a little area in the back and put the duck on a machine behind him. I messaged him in the server about it, and he took it. We never talked in person, but we've talked a lot in the server and DMs. We named both our ducks Simon. As mentioned before, there was a lot of Tally Hall fans in that building. It was fun for people to be able to share their favorite parts from the concerts, but then also the interactions they had. Some people even had some insight of some Hawaii Part 2 lore.
Or actually confirmed the Hawaii Part 2 storyline for me. He, what's it called?
He said, man goes in Hawaii, falls in love, goes in the woods with lover, gets possessed by the Earl King, yeah, and then what's it called? Murders girl, goes on trial, gets
Pleads insanity.
goes on trial,
Pleads
insanity, goes 15 years, gets out, goes on a raft, dies in the ocean.
Did he go to the electro
Well, yeah, the shock therapy, and then gets
What did he
out.
correct you about?
What's it called? I didn't know that he got possessed. I didn't think that he got possessed. I thought he just killed her. Cause
So apparently Bora said that he got possessed. That's amazing.
Well,
I'm gonna write that in the history of Hawaii Part 2.
Oh, you made that video?
No. I am not a YouTuber. I'm not.
That's a really cool interpretation. I remember Joe saying how like the album is meant to be like vague, just have every listener have
not a story. It is
Right.
not telling a
Which is
story.
really cool. That's why
I thought it was like it's a group of
That's sick
songs.
interpretation.
There's
I
a
think
musical
I agree with
with
both sides.
theming, but there's no story. I didn't think it was. Yeah. And now I'm
When did you first listen to Hawaii Part 2?
I first listened to Hawaii Part 2 this December, actually.
Well, I'll be
December 12?
Nah.
Hawaii Part 2 is
That's
actually
not-
how I got into Tally Hall.
Same, actually.
Yeah, no, I listened. It was like
same.
It was August of 23, and I heard like Demo 4 playing on TikTok, and I'm like, oh, that sounds cool.
My
I should
electric
listen-
to
yeah,
Tally
Demo
Hall
4 is
fan
the best.
pipeline.
Right.
I got into Tally Hall through probably either Hidden in Sand or The Bidding. I kept hearing them and I was like, Herm, I wonder what this song is.
Exploring Marvin's and have run into more Tally Hall fans, as one does. You've got the, both of you have the purple drip, purple tie moments. Usually they're Pink Sydney.
Yeah, I had a hot pink tie at Sonic Lunch, but we're both Sydney.
That's crazy.
Oh, wait, it's already recording.
Yeah, no, it's all good, it's all good.
Yeah.
Alright, how did you guys, like, meet?
So I was scrolling Telly Insta, as one does, and I saw some like miracle musical art by someone named Sydney, and so I messaged them like, bruh, parallel universe me, question mark, question mark.
I said, perhaps?
Yeah, and I said, I'm also lesbian Sydney who's really into Tally Hall and draws a lot.
Yeah, we might be variants, because I also just posted, like, Loki fan art.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I said favorite animal, and then cats, and then I was like, correct answer, color?
Purple.
And I said, no, pink. I mean, we're both no longer lesbians, but at the time. Yeah.
Both trans or gender.
Both transgenders.
God, and apparently this is on literally October 13th, 2021.
Oh, man.
13. 13 by Tally Hall. That's wild. That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in the fandom for 3 years. I made an entire webcomic. I've written over 114,000 words of fan fiction that is not romantic. I will say that, and I will keep saying that. It is goofy, silly content.
Yeah, I haven't been in the fandom space much for the past, like, 2 years, but I needed them to come. Like, I'm just from, like, West Michigan, Grand Rapids side. It's like, it's just a 2-hour drive. They got, like, a 4-hour flight here.
Yeah, I flew from Canada. It's insane.
I can't believe Canada's real.
Yeah, Canada does, in fact, seem to be real.
That's wild. Also, I love the, like, Stella Octangula theme you've got going on there.
I have pink Stella Octangula earrings. I have Stella Octangula necklace. I have a pin. That pin is
we
always
have
on my bed.
matching ones. Theirs is black, mine is gold. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we've matching Stella Octangula pins. It's become my brand since I made a Stella Octangula my profile photo, and then there was this whole meme called Sydney Cult, where I became a cult leader for about 4 days. It was hilarious.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I guess shout out to my friend Dia Claudia, who couldn't come to the show, but I bought her a red Marvin shirt.
Oh,
let's go.
I got some Marvin's shirts too. I did not fly all the way here for no Marvin's content, or to not get my stuff signed. And I got my stuff signed, and I got to meet Bora, and I got to stand beside all of the guys and find out that yes, I am taller than all of them.
You're the tallest person in line.
Yeah.
You're 5'10", Jesus.
Yeah. And when Andrew said that he was 5'10", give or take, the answer was take.
Beautiful.
Because I am taller than all three of them. And I will treasure that photo and I will put it on my wall because it makes me unnecessarily happy. Where's the best picture? No, Jeanette. Here it is.
Oh my gosh.
I am taller than all of them. Even though Andrew's leaning down, I'm still taller.
That's awesome that you got to meet
I have
them.
my pink tie. Yeah.
Is that a Marvin's skirt or is it?
Oh yeah, I was wearing my Marvin's shorts. They're swim
sweet.
shorts. They no longer make them. I have to keep telling that to people because everybody wants them.
And now after this, I've gotten noticed by everyone technically but Zubin, because I've been noticed by Rob before because in 2021 I dressed as him for Halloween.
Oh
and
my
I
God.
said that to him.
Wait,
And he said, "I'm so honored." And he's like, "I am."
That's so cool.
Yeah. I haven't gotten noticed by everybody. I haven't been noticed by Rob or Zubin, but I got a Bora like, and that is a coveted
And
thing.
you played Smash against
Oh,
him.
I fought him twice in Smash Bros. I told him that when we met.
Let's
so I was
go.
like, maybe you remember me. I was the Kirby. He fought twice, and I lost both times. He's good. Bora be good at Smash Bros.
Let's go.
Yeah, I didn't get to talk to them much because we were at like pretty much the end of the line. They were really rushing us, but I was gonna say, give a happy early birthday to Rob because his birthday's like Monday. It's the 26th.
Whoa.
And I was gonna say, I got my sister a little bit upset last night because I said that the only reason I remember her birthday is it's because it's Andrew's as well.
Oh no!
And they both are green coated. Oh, rip. Yeah, I remember all their birthdays, but not my mom's. She got mad at me. Oh no. She got mad at me because I knew their birthdays, and then she was like, "What's my birthday?" And I said, "June," and she was like, "No." Oh no.
Unless you guys have more things to share, I can pause it there. But I'm just like compiling.
Should we do trivia dump? 'Cause
Trivia dump?
I know all
Yes.
the trivia.
Yes. You said you know. You said you know,
I know
the
the
chinchilla's
name of the chinchilla because I read through a 2005 Q&A online at Cause Archive, and I read every message. The chinchilla's name is David Kopi, if I am not much mistaken.
Let's go.
Also, Andrew and Joe broke the air conditioner. Quote, "It was a joint effort." Someone asked Joe if he was the lead singer, and he said, "Perhaps that would make Rob the gold singer and Andrew's maybe the helium singer," because he read it as lead. He read it as lead singer, so he's like, I guess Rob's the gold singer then.
Oh my god.
Andrew can be the helium singer.
And I've read the one medical journal that Ross wrote purely by himself because there's a few that he wrote with other people. And I read it because he made it very easy for people to read so people will know about vaccines. And so I have the tiny bit of trivia of the foreign nation of West Xylophone that he made up.
Yes, Ross Fetterman from West Xylophone. What other baller information? Joe's eye color on his driver's license is green, but it is hazel in real life. He be tweaking. I don't know what his deal is and why he thinks his eyes are green, but they are hazel. I've drawn it enough times. I've looked at enough photos. I know they're hazel. I have proof. I have multiple photos of proof. But that makes me and him have something in common in that we both have the wrong color eyes on our driver's license. Mine says gray. They are not gray, they are blue.
I can see. They are blue, yes.
We got Matt. I got bracelets for Andrew, Bora, and Matt. I'm sorry, Ross, I didn't think to make one for you. But that's, I during Antoine's set, I went and drew Bora and Ross right there, so they have something to sign.
Oh my gosh.
And put I didn't want to learn how to draw that, but I put a little like brought to you by Treetown Sound. Yeah. You all can. Yeah. Put a little brought to you by Treetown Sound, so you get his sign there as well. And I've not drawn any of them in like 2 years. It definitely looks a lot better though.
I helped.
That's awesome.
Alright, so currently I am outside Marvin's next to the dumpster, sitting on some rocks with a crew of people who are at Sonic Lunch.
Hello.
So if you'd like to all introduce yourselves.
I'm Holly.
I'm Danny.
I'm Moss.
And we were all present at Sonic Lunch 2024.
Yeah.
Wow! So I see we've got pretty much everyone's decked out with bracelets. I don't know if
Just the one.
just the one there, but yeah. What time did everyone get?
Oh god.
Oh, God.
We got there at 8:30. We were planning on getting there at 9:30, but I saw Ruby posted at like 7 in the morning and was already there, so I was like, oh, we're gonna go now.
I got there slightly later than Emma, which is around like 7.
Yep.
So that's fun.
Me, Ruby, and her friend, we all got there exactly at 6 a.m. We arrived, and there was a family there who had been there since 5 a.m. We're like, okay, this is impressive.
Committed people.
But yeah, but it was incredible. It just kept, like, it got crowded there really fast, probably around like 8, I would say.
Yeah. I think like from the time we got there at 8:30 until I would say like 10, people were kind of milling around, and then by 10, people were pretty much reserving their spot.
How many people do you think there were there?
Oh, I'm bad with
Like
estimates.
by the time of the concert?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking behind me much.
I think
like
at least 200, probably more.
I was in the crowd, but how many people would have been in the line?
Oh,
I think we had
And people were like, there was people right in the crowd, right near the stage, but then there was people everywhere behind, to the point where there was like lines for the bathroom. It was kind of ridiculous.
It is, yeah. I heard from some of the Sonic Lunch crew, it wasn't the biggest crowd that they got this year for a show, but the line afterwards for signing was by far the longest they've ever had.
And then
the line got cut off at one point. I wasn't able to get any. Well, I was able to get something signed by Bora. Fun story about that. When I was getting something signed by Bora, right? So I had my camera on the ledge, and I ended up knocking it off not once, but twice. But it survived. And we're good.
Dropped your camera like 6 feet down.
It was. I'd say it was like 5 feet. Not fun.
I mean, it's still gonna do damage. Like,
the lens cap got stuck on, but that's kind of it, and we got it off.
But yeah, I think what time they started sound checking at like
10.
I can check
10:30ish. I would say.
It
was 10 actually.
At the beginning, the people were honestly singing more than the musicians. Like everyone, there had to have been at least 9 different songs people sang.
Yeah, let me see. I have a list. So
poor Andrew. Poor Andrew.
Fun.
I think it was fun, but he was definitely intimidated.
he had the most. He had the most polite. Thank you all for being so dedicated, but please shut up now. What were you singing? Were you singing "Welcome to Tally Hall" again?
Yeah. Probably for the second time.
Because it was in between when the main act was sound checking, and then they went off for a bit, and then we all started singing just like a cappella style.
Okay, but the main act was amazing, and I'm glad how respectful all the Tally Hall fans were of the main act. I was kind of worried about that.
Yeah, they had like such a good energy and like really commanded the crowd. But for I Have Down, we sang Welcome to Tally Hall, Ruler of Everything, Banana Man, Just a Friend,
When people were singing Banana Man, someone grabbed a banana out of their bag and was holding it up, and everyone started cheering.
That's beautiful. I was
crazy.
trying to make out what the cheering was, and I could not figure that out.
We were actually right behind the guy in line. We were behind the guy that brought the bananas.
Right, so after Two Love, what was next?
It was Dream Sweet, Mind Electric, Taken for a Ride, and then Andrew, when they went on and started sound checking, played the Welcome to Tally Hall little riff.
Also a bit of Spring in a Storm, don't forget that.
And then he played Spring in a Storm. We only made it like through half of the first verse.
People screwed up so badly. People
Oh my God.
people were so off time. As someone who sings that song quite a bit, I know it's difficult to get that timing right, but that was really funny.
Yeah, and then we all sang Welcome to Tally Hall with Andrew playing, and that's when we got through the first verse, and he was like, thank you. Like, we're done now.
Okay, we need to actually get down to business now.
Right. So the show, what was everyone's favorite parts? I mean, you have to choose one because I'm evil.
Hi, evil. I'm Emma.
Wow.
Bora Heart Hands is
No,
very
Bora's iconic. We all know this.
All of his guitars and the bass were so cool.
They were
I
so
love
cool.
the
Were those the guitars that he played back in the days of yore?
I have no clue. That is not my area of special interest.
Very possibly, though. I would imagine so. Okay, if you hear cicadas in the background, those are cicadas. So apologies about that. Maybe we'll use a Will Wood reference.
Will Wood reference.
Maybe we'll use a noise gate or something. But so my favorite part had to have been Taken for a Ride.
Yeah.
I love Taken for a Ride. That's one of my favorite songs. And everyone was singing along. Well, not the entire time, but it was really fun.
Yeah, I loved when Andrew forgot the words. That was so cute. Because I heard him saying something different, so then I stopped singing. She's like, oh, did I mess up?
And then he was like, I forgot the words.
Yeah, like, he is not singing English right now. Yeah.
To be fair, me too. I learn songs just by listening to them, so oftentimes my lyrics are really screwed up. Sometimes they're even better than the actual lyrics, though, which upsets me.
Whoa,
Honestly,
controversial.
Out of all the Tally Hall songs, funnily enough, Taken for a Ride is the one that I really don't know all that well.
Right.
It's not even I don't like the song or anything. I just can't hear the lyrics that well.
There's a lot of words.
And he sang a lot of Edu songs, which was very fun. He even sang a new one.
Most of them were new.
Check out Emma's live stream if you want to see everything, all the chaos. Emma, I was standing next to Emma, and the entire time he was taking everything in me not to just constantly photobomb. But I only did it once. I held myself back, and you're welcome for that.
Do you have a favorite?
Man, I started crying during the Fate of the Stars.
Oh yeah, I forgot they sang that.
Song just means
Or they sang
a
the
lot
end
to
of Fate of
me.
the Stars.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, the very ending part of Fate of the Stars. That's just one of my favorite things ever of Tally Hall of those albums, and so I had teared up a few times, and that's the point where I was just
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's so well formatted for his voice too.
Yes. Yeah. And I really appreciate that. I think it was very respectful of Andrew to only sing songs that were his vocals. He did that specifically, and I think I appreciate that. So Illicit Ghost, if you see in any of the videos or photographs, Illicit Ghost was wearing a dress, and there were 3 flowers on the dress, right? And there was a red one, a blue one, and a yellow one. Also, shout out to Matthew. The time Matthew just totally lied and said there was going to be something special at the end, but there wasn't. I mean, I get that you wanted people to stay. I totally understand that, but that was kind of funny.
The special thing at the end was waiting 3 hours. Inside.
I wonder how much you were saying.
What?
You were saying?
I was just saying, surprised the line is the longest thing you've ever seen.
I wonder how much the Ann Arbor Tourism Board paid Matthew Altruda, because I wonder how much more tourism there was that day than any other time.
But if it's not even the largest Sonic lunch, I think Michigander is probably the biggest
Well, yeah,
one.
I think too. Like, it was definitely the largest out-of-state crowd. I mean,
Yeah,
there were people. I heard someone was from Washington, California. I traveled in from Orlando.
Shout out to the person from Saudi Arabia. Yeah. And the people, there was some people from Mexico. There was some people from Canada. But Saudi Arabia, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, obviously Canada, yeah, that's out of country, but that's probably closer than most other U.S. states.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, Canada to Michigan, like, if... Because the people I talk to are for, like, BC, so that's a bit more. But if someone's like Toronto, it's not too far away.
Oh, yeah,
But
I remember
still.
the people from British Columbia. They were nice.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people.
There was a sheer amount of people, and the amount of posts I've seen from people I follow, and I was like, oh my gosh, they were there too. I had no clue.
It was hard to, like, figure out. I mean, at the beginning, when everyone was just arriving at, like... So I'm from California, and time zone-wise, it's 3 hours earlier. I got up at, like, 6:30. Okay, but anyway, in the beginning, I was kind of just, like, in a, like, dissociative haze for the beginning of the morning. But when everyone was arriving, right, I was, like, saying hi to people, and there were a bunch of people, and it was fun. You kind of got to know everyone. Then the horde came.
Yeah. That honestly, like, made it for me, because obviously it's a hard sell to be like, hey, travel super far, spend all this money for, like, a 40-minute set, and... So, like, all of the, like, trinket trading beforehand.
Yeah, people were treating it like a Taylor Swift concert. And honestly, that was my favorite part. I brought buttons.
Yeah. And, like, just all of us singing together and the sound check really felt like part of the show. Just because, like, they were interacting with us and stuff. So I feel like we really did get, like, 2 hours of content.
TallyCon 2024.
Yeah. Yeah.
So... Since we're at Marvin's, what do we all think?
We're here.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's where we're at.
Whoa. It's a place.
It is.
I mean, honestly, they must make so much money. They're completely sold out of merchandise, except for keychains, which I got one. But also just it's mostly just like arcade machines, right? I wonder how much money they make, because the people that were working at Marvin's didn't know that what was happening and why there were so many Tally Hall fans here until Ruby I told them, and then Ruby told them. Crazy.
I was crazy once.
No.
Not the time.
Yeah, I think it's super cool. I mean, because, like, yeah, there are, like, a lot of the modern machines that you could find anywhere else, but, like, all the old stuff and just all the decor on the walls is crazy. Like, if you look up, it just, like, keeps going.
It really gives freak show vibes, which I enjoy. I really like the automatons. I love automatons, but I really wish the player piano was working. I'm sad it wasn't.
Wait, is that a machine that you're supposed to actually, like, be able to play?
No. Player pianos are pianos that play on their own.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you guys spot the different Tally Hall related Easter eggs?
Yeah, there was the Tally Hall, the place map where it used to be. So that was there other stuff? I didn't see.
The album cover, like the Marvin's album cover.
The giant. I think everything there is a Tally Hall Easter egg.
The giant Humpty Dumpty. That was really.
And then
cool.
we all took a group photo, and that was fun. It was also kind of chaotic. We were kind of completely blocking off the entrance to Marvin's. Like, several people just kind of drove past us, even though I think some of them wanted to go to Marvin's. I don't think they wanted to have to deal with the horde of autistic teenagers.
I think it was okay.
I just think it's silly. Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy I got to be here at all, and it's great to meet up with people. I mean, this is kind of crazy. It's... Don't say it. It's...
Boss just stared directly into my soul.
And then what was I saying? I have such a bad memory.
Crazy.
People being here.
Oh yeah, people being here. No!
We're back.
People being here, just everyone meeting up was incredible. Just getting to meet all these people I knew and getting to, like, have so much fun. Okay, so what did y'all... We were talking about the, like, trinket trading. What did y'all get?
Oh, I got a lot of stuff.
Okay, what was
your own stuff?
What was your favorite thing?
I didn't have anything.
I don't know. The pins were really cool.
Yeah.
I really liked this one Hawaii Part 2 sticker, the signed yours truly the whale. It was really pretty. I gave away buttons. It was fun, yeah. I ran out of them very quickly, even though I made like 40.
I got one of Melody's demo CDs.
I bought one of them as well. I only had a $20 bill, so I gave Melody a $20 bill and paid for someone else's demo as well.
Oh,
nice.
I got a ton. The Sonic Lunch merch was so nicely priced.
Oh my god.
It was. Oh my god. Apparently, Matthew said something about them making a loss on it.
Yeah, he said they were selling it less than how much they made it for, or something. It was
crazy.
There's like all these
I keep
different.
saying that, and I keep getting upset with myself. I know what you're gonna do.
There was like so many different like legal random specific things, and so part of it was they were selling their merch at a loss. Another part is no one could legally help them set up because of how the bank's insurance works. So that way you don't get sued. Like that you're not suing the bank because you tried helping move something.
And you
so
got
even though
injured.
everyone wanted to help with things, it was like legally, no.
Okay, but remember when the bank guy, the head of the bank, came up and started talking about the interest and the deposit rates of different accounts at the Ann Arbor Bank? That was so funny. Because none of the people there were, a few of the people there were from Ann Arbor.
He was joking about it where he walked up and he was like, we're gonna, like, sponsored by the bank, we're gonna talk about the rates.
When was that?
It was like, I think, in between sets.
Correct.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't remember that. Do you? Were we
No, I don't remember. I feel really bad. I don't remember their name, but someone drew a sticker. The same person who did the sticker of the signed yours truly the whale drew stickers of all the band members. They signed them SS. Those were beautiful.
Oh yeah, they're all beautiful.
What's crazy about that is after the concert, I ran into someone who had the artwork from those stickers on shirts. They didn't know the artist. They didn't know the artist was there, but it was just that same art from their store.
Whoa.
Crazy.
Also, shout out.
I can't stop saying that.
We
Okay,
were
I
in
need to-
line behind a couple people that were wearing the Hawaii Part 2 like Hawaiian shirts, and they designed them.
Yes,
That's so cool.
MT and Caitlin. They're so cool. Both of them are so cool.
They casually just dropped that because the photographer came over and was asking to take their photo, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we designed these." I'm like, everyone's so talented.
There's so many Tally people here. Or there. Still here as well. Marvin's has been crazy recently.
Crazy?
I need to work on my vocabulary.
Blow your thesaurus.
Adapt. Expand. Marvin's has been very busy recently.
I sure wonder why.
I wonder why.
There definitely wasn't an album named after it.
No.
In terms of the set, there was it was either the second to last song or the third to last song. It was one of the new ones that I haven't heard in any of the videos I've watched from when they opened for Jukebox that I really liked. It was a little bit like faster paced for an Andrew song.
Was it the one where they were singing back and forth?
I think so.
I
yeah.
believe that was a cover of a different song.
Oh, okay.
So I could be wrong though.
I was like, I never heard it before.
Stick bug.
That is
Get stick bugged, lol.
That is a type of mosquito. Or
no.
Oh. I don't know what it is. It's some sort of small insect, but I like small insects, so that's
Oh,
fine.
what's this little guy? Oh, it's a type of
You're
mosquito.
just donating.
No, I don't
blood
think
at
it's a
this point.
mosquito. It's not a mosquito. It looked like one, but it wasn't. I'm gonna put it down. Okay, well,
I love nature.
I love nature. Nature at its best.
The bug detour out of the way. Continue on.
Right. So, people made so much stuff, and if I may, subtle plug, I'm going to be selling some of the buttons on an Etsy store eventually. So maybe look for that if you want.
Yes. I know that Caitlin, one of the designers of the Hawaii Part 2 shirts, also has an Etsy store.
Yes.
Yeah, there's
Bootleg
so
Hawaii
much
Part
cool
2
merch.
shirts.
Not the Hawaii Part 2 shirts.
I wish.
Those are
I
the
wish.
official ones. They're
Yeah.
the camp ones. I wish I owned one. I need it to
Of
come
Hawaii
back and stuff.
Part 2. There's been some shenanigans going on lately.
Shenanigans?
Well, like the
shenanigans.
double the copy of the album that went on the Spotify profile, and then the merch going back in stock, and the 12th anniversary is coming up relatively soon. I don't know. I just think keep an eye out. That's all I'll say.
I think they're finally gonna make Hawaii real.
Wow.
They're actually making Hawaii Part 2 a state.
That'd be really cool.
If they were to make another Hawaii Part 2 album, what would it be called? Would it be called, like, Hawaii Part 3?
No. Joe has specifically said no. Not doing
I think
that.
it was Ross on Tree Tone Sound that was like, maybe it's Hawaii Part also. And I think about that all the time.
Hawaii Part, also Hawaii.
Just like plays in my head.
I mean, Shane was at Sonic Lunch apparently. I just didn't I didn't see a lot of people, so
I was very worried about the capacity of the venue when Sonic Lunch was still upcoming. Yeah. I think it ended up being fine because they blocked off some streets.
Closing the road helped.
It was a lot.
Yeah, like when we were first driving by, or not we didn't have a car, but when we were first walking by, you're like, oh, and this is where it's gonna be. It's like, oh, that's cool. Where? Where is it gonna be? It's just like an L, and that's it.
Did you guys stop by either of their houses that Andrew posted about?
Yes.
By where?
Me and Ruby went on a Wednesday. The Tally House.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tally Home.
It's where one of their the pre-studio albums were recorded.
Yeah.
Also some things from the internet show.
Oh, nice. Wow, the famous Tally. We're in this city, right? And I just keep looking around and being like, Tally Hall reference?
Yeah.
It's kind of obnoxious even to me, but...
I mean, Andrew mentioned that in the show. He was saying, like, it's crazy being back because there are, like, you walk into a coffee shop and it's, like, the coffee shop that Gorilla Joe goes into
You're looking at the house and see, and like, oh my gosh, that's where Joe ate the pint of ice cream.
Yes, the Tally House.
The
both of your
chemistry
parents
building.
just died. Yes.
I had a friend who was, I went vintage shopping with afterwards, who, they were talking to me about how the entire time they were watching Andrew, they were just kind of like, that man has been in a bathtub full of spaghetti. And knowing that, thinking about that, it is quite absurd. We saw the animatronic spaghetti machine as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like behind, I was like, oh, where is it? And then I looked behind me. I was like, oh, it's right there.
Yeah.
Didn't know where most
that
of
was another thing that was kind of like, I don't know, brought me back to like it's just really cool. I don't know how to phrase that, but because Andrew said like when they used to play in all these venues around Ann Arbor, there'd be like 10 people at the shows, and like it was kind of sad to hear him say, like, no one
would know the
cared.
lyrics.
Yeah.
I'm not totally up to date on this, but I heard someone saying that, like, Andrew finally realized just how popular Tally Hall is. And has Andrew, like, not been, like...
No, I think it's just different to see the energy there in person. Like,
Especially things online are so different than, like, seeing it in person, because the past, like, from what I've heard from Ruby and Melody, there'd still be, like, a group of people who would show up to the jukebox shows, but it wasn't like, the whole audience wasn't, like, singing along or anything. Maybe they knew of Tally Hall.
Yeah.
Maybe it was, like, once it was playing, they recognized, but they didn't know exactly who they were. There would be, like, there'd be a group of, like, 20 dedicated fans, for sure, who'd be coming just for them. But this was just such a different thing. And I think part of it's definitely on Matthew's part.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Matthew, I talked to him afterwards, and I was like... Thank you for shilling for this so hard. And he said, you're welcome. And that was the end of our interaction.
Yeah, I think it's very easy these days. Like, there's a very low bar of entry to listen to a song, to stream a song. Everyone has some kind of subscription or can get songs in whatever way. But it's a big difference to actually spend money, time, and everything to get yourself there. Like, that takes a certain level of dedication and care.
Yeah, come all the way out to this random city in Michigan. Speaking of the random city in Michigan, they weren't kidding about the Arbor part of Ann Arbor. There's a lot of trees here.
Yeah.
So how did y'all get into Tally Hall in the first place?
Oh man, origin stories.
So we kind of have a funny, like, back and forth, like, way of, like, elevating each other's, like, interest in the band. So we both kind of, like, found out about them, or, like, listen to some of their songs at the same time. I was in a car ride to go to Topgolf for my 13th birthday, and then my friend, had, like the aux cable, not the aux cable, but was, like, kind of controlling the music, and he played Banana Man, and he was like, I think you would like this band a lot, and I was like, oh my gosh, this song is peak. I love this so much. But for like a good solid 3 months, I listened to that song a lot, but I didn't listen to any more. But then also at the same time, you can continue with how you found out around this time.
Yeah, for me it was too many TikTok edits using the Mind Electric.
Yeah, people are always kind of. Sorry, continue.
No, that was I asked my friend at the time, I was like, have you heard this song? It's all over my For You page. She's like, I've never heard this in my life. And so I just ended up looking it up, and then I watched there's a YouTube video that's explaining the story behind it, and that really captivated me. And then it took about another 6 months before I was like, oh, there's a band associated with this, let me go check them out. And then
I mean, we both pretty much did the same thing. And then, but I took a little less time. I actually went on their YouTube music page, and I listened to a couple of their most popular songs. So for a while, I was only listening to Banana Man, Turn the Lights Off, and then The Bidding and %. So I was listening to those 4 songs, religiously. But then it was when you actually listened to all of Hawaii Part 2, and you told me to watch the video on it, and you're like, oh, have you listened to Hawaii Part 2? And I was like, oh, I haven't. And then after I listened to it the first time, I was like, oh, this is a good album. But then I actually listened to all of Tally Hall, and then from that point on, I was listening to all of their songs, listened to Hawaii Part 2 again and again and again. I was like, oh wow, this is actually my favorite thing ever.
What about you guys?
A quick side tangent. You called it ampersand. Do we have a division between who calls it and who calls it ampersand?
I call it and, but I'm cool with either, honestly.
Have you ever tried to get Siri to play it? Really putting in the car, play and she will not. It never works.
Playing Blank Space by Taylor Swift.
No, what?
Literally. I think it says on Hidden in the Sand. It's pronounced and. I don't know. That's what it says. That's what I've gone with.
I also call it and.
Yeah.
I used to call it and, but after I heard more and more people call it ampersand, it kind of caught on.
You see an ampersand in the wild? Is that a Tally Hall reference?
Yeah. Yeah.
R.I.P. the music video. Lost media for real. Could have had it.
Could have had it all.
Could have had it all.
What's your origin story?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm wearing my sticker. My friend was working on a Bill Cipher animatic to the Mind Electric. I was very deep in my Gravity Falls phase, and it's kind of making a resurgence. This summer has been so funny. Tally Hall and Gravity Falls 2020, is that you?
Gravity Halls.
Gravity Falls,
side
Tally
tangent.
Falls.
Why are so many Gravity Falls fans also into Tally Hall? That's
part of
weird.
I want to blame Lemon Demon for part of it because
Definitely,
Neil worked on the show.
Definitely.
So the silly internet music guys. The other thing is, though, if you never know. There could be an alternate universe where if Tally Hall was performing for Happy Monster Band, Disney animation, Gravity Falls Disney animated, Gravity Falls Tally Hall, Gravity Falls Tally Hall resurgence.
It should happen. We gotta make it happen.
The first week of August was insane because all the stuff was happening with the Book of Bill and the website, and I was trying to keep up with that. All the hype was happening for Sonic Lunch with Tally Hall, and it was the 10-year anniversary of Five Nights at Freddy's. So I was stretched thin, trying to work my full-time job while also trying to keep up with all the different things.
I feel that. I also just got randomly slammed with a Chapel Roan fixation in the middle of all of that happening too. I was like, I think I'm just going to fall over and explode now.
Okay, so my origin story. I was at camp, right, with some people. They had an MP3 player that was just full of what I can only assume in hindsight to be the type of music I like now. Anyway, so a lot of it was Tally Hall. So I just randomly, they were listening to this music, and I just randomly selected a song which happened to be Sacred Beast. And I was like, I really liked chiptune at the time. I still do. And I was like, this is really good. And then I didn't think about it again for maybe a year. Anyway, so I went to residential, and someone was like, you would like Lemon Demon. So I looked into it, and I was like, this is good. And then I saw on Spotify recommended, and I was like, hey, didn't I like that one song by that band? So then I listened to it, and I have... my autism hasn't been the same since.
Yep. That summarizes 75% of the fandom.
Moving forward to the future, how do you think this is going to like be impacting yourself? Just moving on from this, you go back home, you go back to, you go back and you sleep in your own bed, and then you wake up and you're back.
Oh my god. I already almost had a depressive episode yesterday.
I don't mean to make it like super depressing.
No, I get it.
How do you guys even picture this like impacting you in the future? I'm curious.
Well, I know, like, very, like, substantially. I've been kind of, like, observing everything since I've really gotten into them, but I haven't, like, participated. And then now, since I have so much content, I've started, like, tweeting stuff out. And so, like, I feel like I've taken a more, like, active role, and I've met everybody, so I feel like I, like, know everyone now. So, it's definitely only made my hyperfixation worse.
I mean, it was great to meet everyone, and I really enjoyed it. Honestly, if I'm going to be totally serious, I actually missed my first day of school for this, but I'm going to go back to school, and then I'm just going to be held together by the fact that I'm going to go to a Willwood concert in November, which happens to be on my 18th birthday, but it'll be fun.
Birthday. Wow. Yeah. If everything from here until I get back goes well, I'm hoping that it'll convince my parents to like be more okay with me and her going on more trips like this, if there are any in the future. Because for so long we were talking about it, and they were like, "You're going to Michigan to see maybe only at least one member of a band that you like."
40-year-old men at the autism convention.
Yeah, and you're just only 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, and my dad said to me, even if the Beatles had a reunion tour and they raised John Lennon from the dead, that he wouldn't go to Michigan to see them. And I was like, Dad, you don't understand.
I would love to see zombie John Lennon. Wow, I can't talk.
Yeah.
But it was, I was like, Dad, you don't understand. You don't have the right kind of autism to understand why I need to do this. But eventually, they weren't really like, no, you can't, but more so just like, you're crazy. You really want to do this? And I'm like, yes. We want to go. This is gonna be a cool bonding experience for both of us. And like, well, if you're willing to pay for it,
I should probably say you're my brother.
Oh, yeah.
That's, like, important context.
Yeah, no, what do you mean? You're my mom.
I got called his mom at the airport.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no.
It was brutal. I'm only 7 years older than him. Like, come on. I don't look that old.
You don't.
But, yeah, the TSA guy was like, Mom, can you step in front of the camera? I was like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh,
Let's go, son. We have a flight to catch. And for pretty much this whole trip, we've been joking about it. It's like, oh, is that all right? Is that all right with you, son? I'm like, yes, Mom.
But yeah, I definitely think, like, I've never done anything like this where I, like, take off from work and go and, like, just on a whim, it's not like a set in stone. We didn't have tickets. We didn't have anything to say, like, we will get a substantial return from this. It was all like, I think it'll be really fun. I think we'll meet people. So it definitely, like, increased my confidence
And
to
it
do
was.
it again. It was.
Oh my gosh, there were so many cool people here.
There was
I was like,
so many cool people.
It was weird being at a place with a bunch of people that everyone just like meshed with each other so well. Because in my area where I live, it's just like everyone seems so dull. Like I feel like I have like a small friend group, not because I'm like scared to talk to people, but because they're like the only cool people in my school. I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, this was incredibly fun. Honestly, this is probably the best fandom experience I've ever had. I don't really go to conventions or anything, but I had a great time here. And I'm quite sad that it's over, to be honest.
Yeah.
Emma, you wanna, or either of you wanna go on with how you're gonna cope with the loss of Sonic Lunch?
I think Emma's up.
Something I was going to note, thinking about, just jumping back, thinking about like just how positive an experience it was. Definitely shows you that how the positive sides of the internet, I would say, of being able to unite all of these people, but also that the negative parts they're just that's the loudest, but it's not the part that matters the most.
Right.
Yeah.
It also reminds me of that
the
one.
loudest.
Yeah.
It's only the loudest because people naturally fixate on negative things. So when there's even just like a decently sized amount of it, it might not even be the majority, but it's just, oh my gosh, all of these people, everyone's like this, and it's very easy to generalize.
Right.
For the people that are actually dedicated and care about the actual material the most, got together, and it was really positive and really fun.
Yeah. And rest in peace to the people who weren't able to make it today. Rest in peace.
That was what I was gonna
Purple Girl, rest in peace, Tal, rest in peace, Project Letters. Others.
We did take a photo with a bunch of
I
printed
out photos of them, and we took photos of them in Marvin's.
For those who weren't able to make it, though, I just hope that it does also show, like, just giving hope that it's, like, even if the loudest voices can tend to be the meanest, it's not the ones that matter.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it's just such a beautiful, like, just seeing all of these people here showing it, like, I hope that gives hope to people too, even if they couldn't experience that in person.
It was wonderful. Like, I made so many friends just of people I had never met before.
Yeah,
I went out, hung out with one of them afterwards. There was a shop somewhere in Ann Arbor, like in the basement of this building, that was selling CDs for like $1 or $2 a piece.
Yeah.
So I just bought whatever looked interesting. It was great.
Yeah. And I think too, it's just like so many stories that I heard, like talking with people. It's just like being in this place, also just like in that environment. Some people are like, I feel like I can be myself.
Yeah.
You get to like be able to have this shared experience with people from all these different backgrounds, and just like, like people are just being able to see you're not alone. You know, no one's really alone in this, or being, seeing less than for being
a Tally Hall
being a Tally Hall fan.
I feel like even if you haven't been that active in the community, that was definitely me. But like, I feel like I've just talked to so many people, and it's like you strike like it's like you've never met any of these people, but it's so easy to strike up a conversation with them and it's just like you've known them for so many years, and it's like that's weird. It's cool. It's fun to be able to connect with people like this, but I've literally never seen you in my life, and we're eating lunch together now.
It's great making connections with people through common interests. I mean, for example, I am only on this podcast because I happen to know Emma, and I also just generally, like, there's so many people I met there that I probably will never see again, but I really enjoyed the company of. I think overall it was a great experience, and I don't think it could have gone better. Like, maybe the line could have been a bit shorter.
I mean,
but
that's like the tiniest little thing.
That's the tiniest
It was
thing.
very sweet that they wanted to take so much time to talk to each individual person.
Yeah.
But it makes sense that it wouldn't be humanely possible to do that to like 300 people. That is very valid.
I'm glad I was able to get a photo with Bora, even if I did knock my camera off a ledge twice. But I had some art that I made to get signed, and because when I realized I wasn't going to be able to get a vinyl, and I had so many copies because it got printed a ton of times before I was able to get a good print. I accidentally brought an extra one, so I just gave it to Bora, but I feel bad because it was on like really shitty printer paper. But that's fine.
I think the general consensus I heard from everyone is like most of us Tally Hall fans don't have anyone like in our close circles in our day-to-day life that are also big Tally Hall fans.
Right.
So everyone was just extremely happy to like be able to reference something super obscure or like a song lyric or something and have other people immediately know what they were talking about.
And it's special too for people who have been like positively impacted by art.
Yeah,
and sometimes it's hard to like see other people to replicate that experience. Not that it's like going to be the same experience for everyone, but it's definitely in your day-to-day life. You usually what like impacts you the greatest might not be the same for the person next to you. So being able to be in a space with that.
And thinking about art, I think oftentimes what people take away from a piece of art has a lot more to do with themselves than the actual content of the art. It's more people finding what they need in art. But that doesn't invalidate in any way the profound way that a lot of this art has just impacted people's lives. And it even goes to show that no matter how popular or unpopular an artist is that they do impact people, even if it's just a slight smile or chuckle or whatever.
Yeah. I can definitely see that. Like, there's so many people I've been able to meet that has been amazing, where it's like people I've known of for years, who some of them might know me, some of them may not, but just being able to meet them and just like knowing like, man, they've positively impacted me too. We're all people.
We all actually exist, surprisingly.
That's wild.
It's crazy.
What do you mean?
I had a good run.
You had a good run.
A rubber
Yeah.
room.
It's like, oh my gosh.
A rubber room full of rats. The rats drive me crazy.
But yeah, it's a bit weird to be like, oh my gosh, all these people that I've talked to online for so long are like actual real people, and they're in front of me right now. But like, you've still talked to them for a long time, so you know what they're like. It's just in person now.
Yeah. Right. It's weird. It kind of, I feel like the friendship definitely transfers, but it's a bit odd at first.
I do hope that this sparks more events, more performances, more...
It's gotta. I mean, I don't know if it will. I hope it does, just because this felt pretty one-off. But I do hope more happens, and at very least, more fan meetups.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think fan meetups and just like more fan projects would be amazing. I feel like if anything, it's a time for new growth, and I hope to see that.
The second coming of Tally Hall.
Maybe another Zubin Spotify rap video.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I remember when that happened. I was very normal about that.
I didn't know who he was. That's how new I am.
Some guy.
Because I had.
That was in the fall.
If you had Miracle Musical in your top 5, then you would get that video as well. So I had that in my top 5, and I wasn't into Tally Hall yet. So I was like, I sent it to Danny because I was like, who is this? I was like, your guy's talking on my Spotify. I don't know.
But how I know he was kind of joking, but how many monthly listeners did he say?
Like 50.
No, 23,000. I think it was.
Something ridiculous.
I get that it was a joke in hindsight, but I take things quite literally. I didn't think it was actually, because that's an unobtainable number, right? But there were definitely people posting like, guys, we gotta tell all your friends. We gotta get it to 23 million monthly listeners.
I mean,
didn't happen, obviously.
It isn't weird. Like I said, I've not even been a fan for like a full year, but listening to old Treetown sounds that like Ross was on and stuff, Matthew would be like, you guys are at 125,000 monthly listeners, like that's crazy, and now they're at 4.7 million as of right now.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's a substantial number to have that many passive or like active and passive listeners, and then this active of a fan base, like that's nothing to scoff at.
No, it's definitely quite impressive. And also, apologies if I sound distracted at all during this recording. There are fossils in the rocks that we are sitting on. But it's very impressive that they've gotten to such a large number. And I think that it's really cool that they're actually, like, they understand the fan base to an extent that they are, like, they appreciate the fan base, because it would be totally easy to just be like, that was a different era of my life, which I mean is totally valid as well. But at the same time, I think it's really cool that they still acknowledge the fan base.
Yeah, like we've had, like I keep saying this, is like we've had vinyls released, we've had plushies released, we've had repressings, Hawaii Part 2 merch. Like, all of these things has been so cool to see from after kind of radio silence for a bit. And, I mean, not 100%, but just being able to give back to all of these fans as well has been really, really cool.
Yeah. Speaking of the plushies, I think they're really cool, but I didn't get them on the initial release. The resale prices? Just for Tally Hall stuff in general.
Oh yes, the resale prices have been something I've been entertained with as long as I've been in the fandom. Within
do you think they actually sell for that much?
Oh yes.
What are these suspiciously rich Tally Hall?
I know, right? Ruby is the one who mainly probably knows the most
Tally Hall fan.
She's able to get good deals though, because she's like, oh yeah, this is like a really pricey one, it's $300, and I like look at the resale prices on eBay. I'm like,
Ruby's like on casual terms with just some of the Tally Hall members is baffling to me. Ruby is truly iconic. I remember during the show, or at the beginning, Ruby was getting everyone hyped up. It was really fun. We just took a photo a little bit ago under the Marvin's arch of all of us holding Marvin's vinyls that Ruby brought every single variation of every vinyl because of course they did.
And jumping back to like collector stuff too, all these things sell for ridiculous prices and then you like never hear from people again. Ruby's sharing this with the world, like being able to have all these things. I think that's really cool.
If Ruby ever stops being interested in Tally Hall, I wonder how much money she would make off her collection.
$1 million.
$1 million bajillion dollars.
A more $1 billion.
A more $1 billion. Exactly.
By the way, it is 4:14 right now.
Right, we've got maybe 6 more minutes, and then I've got to get out of here because I have to catch a flight.
Oh
man! But I think that overall it was an extremely positive experience. We've been over favorite parts, how we got into Tally Hall. We've been over what's next. Anything else anyone has?
Thanks for letting us chat with you.
Yeah, this was fun.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Yeah, I was kind of like, oh, do you want to talk on it? I was like, I don't think I'm worthy enough, but if you really want me to, sure. But it's been a really fun time,
Yeah, no, I mean, if I'm here, you're plenty worthy.
We're all everyone's just people though.
Just silly little
Everyone
guys.
has their own stories and perspectives.
I mean, whether you have like 50,000 followers on Twitter or you just rolled up.
And for the record, to
sibling.
just get rumors straight, Joe was not there.
No.
Which was good, and I am glad. And I don't think it would have been a good idea, but it was very possible that he would show up.
And that would have just spawned more weird fan
It
interactions,
would've.
and then something else would spawn like, oh, he did this, and then people would be like, oh my gosh, he's like,
And he would
even
have
worse
done
than
those
Satan
things.
now.
He would have done those things, but I think it was very wise. I think that when they had the whole band meeting, that's probably what they talked about. Or at least part of what they talked about.
Maybe.
Just like
How long ago was that?
I don't know when that was. I'm gonna be honest, most of my Tally Hall news comes from Tally Balls. Not always accurate, but it's I kind of like look into it further, but Tal presents sources, which is nice.
I mean, I'd like to think that they were having some kind of discussion of like what to do moving, like, hey, we got really popular, like,
Yeah, people found us again.
yeah,
They found
again,
us.
it is something, like,
Yeah, no, they were actually hiding in the Marvin's dumpster this whole time, right
They're
next to
gonna
us.
They
Welcome
all
back,
pop
Tally
out.
Hall.
And they have a pop-up concert for just us four right here,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the viewers listening.
I've got to point out before we go, I love the tally ducks.
Right,
Yes,
we
that
have
was the first thing we did.
5 ducks that you got at Marvin's. They're each
we got
the
'em.
color of the Tally Hall members.
Perched on this rock behind the Marvin's dumpster.
Made sure to line them up in the album cover order.
Yes, we had the
Yes.
Marvin's dumpster.
Yeah,
It's great.
it was the first thing we did. You pointed it out. We got our quarters, and you're like, we need to get a duck for every Tally Hall color. I was like, is that?
I couldn't stop
my
winning
God,
raw ducks.
Oh my, we had
got
3.
3 ducks.
Well, it makes sense that there would be a lot of yellow ones, but still.
We got pretty lucky. I was going off on the machine. I didn't even need the try again.
Bob,
Okay.
he got turned into a duck.
3 times.
Listen, I might not have gotten the Youtooz, but we got $1
Horrifying.
ducks.
Heck
so-
yeah.
These are worth $5.
Yeah.
I mean,
Although
realistically, all the prizes at Marvin's are probably worth like $2. But
Yeah.
it's fun, it's fun.
And you can like take pictures of them everywhere, you know,
Yeah.
like what people
Honestly,
do
I
with
might-
the Youtooz plushes.
After this, I might just take a picture right here because the sun's in like the right spot. They're all perched up on this rock.
Yes.
I do need to take a moment. While we were here at Marvin's, I'm pretty sure, I know a lot of people were searching for it, I'm pretty sure Bora's guitar pick fell into my bag yesterday.
Oh, it
at
took this
the
long to bring it
show.
up? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to brag, but like I literally reached into my bag today to like make sure I was getting all the tickets out that we had gotten like as we were around, and I don't carry a guitar pick on me, so
he threw it into the crowd, right?
Yeah, and no one could find it.
He was
so.
actually aiming specifically for your bag.
Yeah,
he
no,
saw
that was
you,
intentional.
She needs my guitar pick. Go.
I kid
and he
you
has.
not. It is literally. It
And
was
some
like
people
this.
got the
It was
drumsticks.
Like a
Oh my gosh.
centimeter wide space.
I was next to the people who got the drumsticks. They were ecstatic.
Yeah.
I think Julia got one, right?
Mm-hmm. And so did one of the two people from Flint. I don't know. Apologies, I'm so bad with names.
Yeah.
Oh, me too. I people kept introducing themselves. I was like, oh, nice to meet you.
Immediately.
What was your name again?
Yeah. Well, there's
no.
also like the mix between like Twitter names and then real names
Right.
and stuff.
Happy Tally 24.
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year's.
Merry
Happy birthday.
Merry Tally.
Happy start of a new era.
Happy start of a new era. That's
Yeah,
good.
this is definitely a sparking point. Because I think just being able to see how many people are dedicated, it's gotta spark something. I think.
Something. I'm keeping my eye on Hawaii Part 2. So.
Oh yeah, December 12th, everyone.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes open.
Keep your mark your calendars.
Book flights for Hawaii. We're all meeting up. That might be a bit too
no,
far.
we can't. That's not gonna happen. For the record, do not go to Hawaii.
No.
Okay. Bye.
It's gonna be really funny. Bye.
Hello there, I'm Project YBTFC, but if you think those letters are a mouthful, then just call me Project Letters. My pseudonym is Wiz. Now this might be the least qualified discussion of Sonic Scrunch you've ever heard, considering I wasn't there. I was an attendee of the live stream that Emma did, and I was a moderator on that, and I also turned up as a picture, but I wasn't actually there in the flesh. This means I unfortunately can't speak from any experiences I had there, but I can say this is the first time that the sheer size of the Tally Hall fanbase has been shown in all its glory. Even back when they were active, there wasn't this much hype for them. Now this isn't to say that they weren't completely aware that their fanbase had been growing. It's clear they've stated it multiple times. The difference here though is that everyone who attended Sonic Scrunch had to care enough about the band to want to attend a live show with just 3 of the members. And it is very clear that Andrew, even with the knowledge that his fanbase had been growing, did not expect this many people to turn up. You have to remember that Sonic Launch is just a small local event. Having people from all over America turn up is wild enough, let alone from places like Saudi Arabia. And on top of that, it didn't just end at people attending, but at people waiting in line for ages just to get things signed by them. It must have been insane. Andrew and friends had opened for Jukebox the Ghost before, so why was him opening for Antoine Stanley bigger than those previous events? In part, the credit definitely goes to Matthew Artruda and his hype that he built for it. But in my opinion, the hype he built in his radio show would have meant nothing if it weren't for the creators surrounding him taking what he did and transforming it. Tally Ball, Amazing Purple Girl, Emma Matronics, and Peridot Person's news, theories, and updates definitely played a role in building the hype for this event. And I seriously can't thank those members of the community enough for that. There's really work to show the members just how much we appreciate them, and that's a great thing, really. As for next year, I can't wait to see what's in store, but it's very unlikely that I'll be attending. I live in the UK, and next year I'll only be 17. This means flying to America is just not really something on the table. I never like to say never, but I would not bank any money on it. It is a shame, as I know it was life-changing for a lot of people, and would be life-changing for me too. I can imagine for those that did go this year, it was a really magical experience to be surrounded by people who love the same music as you, watching a band you never thought you'd see live. And to that, all I have to say is, oh my god, all I need is £900 and a trusted adult. Can somebody just give that to me? It's all I need. So in conclusion, as an outsider, Sonic Lunch really showed that we as a community rock. So keep up the good work.
Hi, my name's Julia. It was on my shirt. There's so much that I could say, but I fear that it's going to end up being a broken record. I, like many other people, was so worried leading up to Sonic Lunch. I was worried about what might happen. I mean, there's always been tensions. There's tensions in any fandom, but I noticed it particularly actually leading up. And I wasn't the only one kind of paranoid about what could happen. It's so easy to focus on the what ifs. What if it goes wrong? What if it's terrible? What if everyone is screaming at each other? What if people, whatever. But what if it goes right? And that's what happened. It went so right. It was such a privilege to get to be able to go, because I came from the west coast of Canada, so I did like over 8 hours of travel to get there. I'm not trying to flaunt it, but just like it was, not a very simple process. It wasn't as simple as driving a state over or over the lake or whatever. And I'm so grateful that I could go and meet all of these people. Everyone who I met was so nice and so kind, and it was so wonderful to be able to share that space. I think there's something about live music and art in general that obviously brings people together. Yay, human connection. But there was a certain sort of buzz that was I'm so lucky to have been able to experience it in person. And I think there are friendships that I made that will forever transcend the Tally Hall space. I've made some wonderfully fantastic friends, some great people in my life and my corner. I got to meet a portion of the people that I look up to, which is crazy, and have them validate my artwork, which was also crazy. And just to spend that time. And there's so much also just about Ann Arbor and their arts and music scene that is so important to me and resonated very strongly with me as an artist. That is a whole separate tangent that could be done later. We don't need that. This is not the video, but this is just to focus on Sonic Lunch. It was a wonderful time. It was a ball. I think everyone who went can take away something hugely positive from it. I think everyone had a great time, and it was such a privilege to be a part of the group, to be able to say, hey, I went to Sonic Lunch 2024, and I got more than just a stupid t-shirt. It was fantastic. I had a ball. Thank you to everyone who went, and even the people who weren't there. You know, I feel like it's cliche to say you were there in spirit, but, you know, you got to enjoy it still. And, you know, it's great to see what might come, and I think it was maybe a nice little reboot moment. Turn it on, turn it off again. Turn it off and turn it on again, sorry, for the fandom. So, yeah.
Tails Eating Nails wrote, I wasn't able to attend, but seeing and hearing everyone sing on the live stream was so sweet. I think it was really awesome how happy they all seemed on stage, and they all did beautifully. Hopefully there will be another Sonic Lunch that I can attend, but I'm glad seeing them perform again.
Honestly, the first half of Sonic Lunch, the fun of it was, of course, meeting Andrew, Ross, and Bora, because before that, they were kind of just like myths, to say the least. I've only seen like year-old videos of them just talking, playing stuff. They were sort of legends to me, and maybe some other people. The other half of it was, you know, meeting all the people that were there, meeting other Tally Hall fans, because it's a pretty niche community. The people there were like the first fans of Tally Hall that I've met in real life. I exchanged so many phone numbers, so many Discords with them. It was honestly crazy. The people I still talk to, it was awesome. It was so nice to just, you know, meet new people, get out there, drive up to Michigan, see Andrew and friends playing some of my favorite songs. Honestly, I think it's pretty funny that maybe not. I believe that they don't really know how popular they are. I think I remember some of them saying like they think it's crazy how so many people still remember the songs, like they're just old relics, but they're not. They're on Spotify. They're for the new generation to listen to now. Yeah, that's what I think.
Silly Cat Enthusiast on YouTube wrote, I went there with my friend, and naturally we had an awesome time. And dude, the performances were amazing, and I am insanely thankful I got to see some of the tallies in person. And everyone there was so nice. There was a fellow Tally Hall fan who came up to me and my friend and was giving out Tally Hall themed bracelets. I will treasure my greener bracelet forever. Not only was I overjoyed to witness the members of my favorite band perform, but was made 100 times better by meeting all of these awesome strangers who share the same love of Tally Hall. My friend and I waited in line to meet Andrew and Ross, but sadly weren't able to. But when we were out of line, a staff member at Sonic Lunch told us how Bora was over in another area and we got to go meet him. He was so nice, and I got him to sign a piece of wood I had in my bag for some reason. Overall, it was such a special experience.
Hi, it's Knife from Saudi Arabia. To be fully honest, I don't think I could ever get around to talking about Sonic Lunch without immediately getting emotional, because it was truly one of the best days of my life. Like, I mean, obviously for me, because I live in a completely different country, I had to really work to get there, and I really do believe that it was worth it. Like, despite everything, it was truly worth it. Getting to see Andrew Horowitz, who is, by the way, my favorite Tally Hall member, sing, like, Sketches songs live. And Sketches is one of my favorite albums. I mean, no, it is my favorite album, period. And, like, getting to meet him and tell him how important his music is to me, and getting to talk to Matthew and obviously Bora and Ross and meeting so many like-minded fans, and I made so many friends from that day. And like the trip to Marvin's afterwards, unforgettable. Absolutely unforgettable. I'll never forget the friends I made that day. I'll never forget the memories I made that day. I'll never forget the music I heard that day. Truly Sonic Lunch will live on in my memory as one of the best, most precious moments in my life. Peace out.
I had the huge pleasure of going to Sonic Lunch last month, and it was honestly the safest place I've ever been in. Like, everyone was so nice. Everyone there, I loved listening to music. It felt like everybody just had the same vibe of just enjoying life. And, I thought, this is paradise. I really do love the Tally Hall community, and I'm so happy that I got to see my favorite band, or even like half of my favorite band, play live together. That was a magical experience, and I have to thank the entire Tally Hall community.
I've said it before, and I'm sure you've heard me say it plenty of times on this podcast alone. Sonic Lunch was a truly amazing experience, and I had a great time just meeting people there and seeing people that I'd only known previously online. And if something happens next year, I hope I'll be there.
Natasha Cooper wrote, "As I couldn't go because I live in Brazil, I went to school wearing my purple tie. It was nothing much, but I was happy." It took a while to put together this episode. I think there was like some idea at first that I'd get this done August 26th. No, I would have not have finished this. This turned out much larger of a project than I first thought, but I am really glad to have put together this episode. But yeah, it just took me a while. I wanted to make sure that it would get out on November 5th, though. That was my ultimate deadline. The reason for that is that's the exact day I can pinpoint my love for Tally Hall beginning. Like, going from just listening to music to actually being invested in music, I can trace it back to a moment on that day. It was a turning point in just a really hard time, and so, I started with Hawaii Part 2, and that was my soundtrack, but it just got to the point where I went from just casually listening to stuff to being so much more intentional about it. And everything related to the Tally Hall community has just always been thanks to this building connection, and just thanks to the community that I've been so invested. What's interesting is I kind of thought that Sonic Lunch, like leading up to it and in my anticipation for it, I anticipated Sonic Lunch being like closing a chapter. I was in the process of moving back home during that time, just due to a bunch of things not really working out, and was like, okay, maybe it's sort of this next stage in my life. Maybe this is my final rite of passage as a Tally Hall fan, Get to see some of them in concerts, get to meet them, go to Marvin's. Like, I tote my vinyl sleeves in my backpack on my travels from California to Michigan. Be able to say the thank yous I want to say for this music, get things signed, always remember, and then just come back home. I think I thought that was what would happen, but I didn't get to meet any of the members, and I realized this feeling of just that I'm so far from being done with the Tally Hall community. I met so many incredible people on that trip. Got to get some of those people to sign my Good and Evil vinyl, which was awesome. Just built so many more friendships that have continued in the months since then. I just have like so many thank yous to say. Like, it was different than I anticipated going, but it turned out being just this really beautiful thing. I want to quickly note some of those thank yous, but this episode is long enough, so I'm gonna just try doing it fast.
I want to give a huge thank you to Ruby Red 64. She was like a big part of me getting back into getting invested in Tally Hall again this year, and I was able to share in a bunch of Ann Arbor adventures with her, and that was amazing. Matthew also did an incredible job putting this all together for the Sonic Lunch and all of the lead up to that. That was just very iconic. I also appreciate Melody McKinley getting a couple of my things signed by Bora on my behalf. And she also gave me her demo CD, which is amazing. Her stuff is amazing. Listen to it. I also want to give a thank you to Julia, Swordbird, the Sydneys, Knife, Wiz, Holly, and everyone else who shared their stories in this podcast episode. I love meeting everyone at the concert and at Marvin's, and I just want to also have a huge thank you to everyone who encouraged me to finish the episode. I appreciate you all so much. I know I'm forgetting like probably 30 people, but again, I don't have enough time for all of it. I want to give special thanks to Sotries as always, and yeah, I've just been so thankful for all of this experience. But yeah, you haven't seen the last of me. I hope this episode can work as my thank you to the fandom community as well. Just my appreciation for everything that has happened over 4 years now, which is insane. But we still have so much left to sing. Anyways, you know the drill. Thanks for listening to Tally Talks. If you'd like a shout out in an upcoming Tally Talks episode or an Emmatronics video, simply give an Anyway for Gaza aid and let me know and I will give you a shout out. Check out the links in the description or visit tallytalks.com to let me know how you'd like to be credited. If you have any comments to share or would like to ask about being a guest on the podcast, please email podcast@awesomejedi.com. If I don't respond, please try again. I realize I got some emails stuck in my spam folder, and I apologize. Also, now I have Tally Talk stickers on sale, so please check out the description for that too if you want to have a little piece of the show for yourself. Anyways, thank you, and have a good day. By Tally Hall.